لست بآثم. moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
레드버스 화이팅!
KT 로스터 화이팅!
레드버스 화이팅! 레드버스 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup Super Week here at the glorious Chijijik Lol Park. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf, and we are getting ready to dive in to Hump Day of our Super Week, where we have placed a match that I don't think many people are going to get the prediction right. When I was looking at this and I was asked, please tell me what's going to happen, I felt like I was disingenuous giving any sort of response because I have no idea.
I told everyone to save their channel points. I told everyone to just don't tell anybody you know that you think you know what's going to happen.
Yep.
Any production staff should not tell their wife, husband, their family that they're coming home at any certain time. In fact, you know, I think if you told them you'd be home before tomorrow's match starts, that in itself might be the safest thing you could say, but not even necessarily true. I feel like this series could be an infinite series.
Yeah, this one could certainly be going the distance and will be a whole lot of fun to track Nongshim and KT and see which of these teams has managed to get back on the horse. Third seed showdown to decide the group battle, and yes, KT wins, they lock in a victory for the Elder Group. This is a big one because, of course, all of the points are doubled, and that would put them out at 16 points in comparison to the 10 of Elder. So Nongshim, a lot to fight for their group as well as for themselves.
And I do think that we all agree that T1 and Genji are favored in their next two matches, so if Nongshim win this, I mean, you consider as well that it's a pretty downhill slope for the Elder Group, who were in such a strong position. Yep. It almost feels guaranteed that they will end up being the victors here. Scout is 2-0 over BDD. Has faced against him in Worlds 2021, the semifinals, the Cinder game that I'll never forget.
Yeah, probably one of the best of fives that we've ever had.
Insane game when BDD was on Genji back then, and of course in 2023, the Swiss stage where they did meet up when Scout was on LNG. And it was at the time, in my opinion, the best performing mid laner at the tournament. Didn't go as well for him when he faced off against T1 later on.
I remember when you were talking to us about your prediction back in 2023, and you were very adamant that LNG were looking like the stronger team, and then T1 did the T1 thing. So
they were an LPL team, so you know.
Here is that disingenuous prediction. I don't even remember what I said. Did it say KT? Oh dear, I'm so sorry, KT fans. That was rude of me.
What did Prince say? Okay, Prince, so I spoke with Prince and he told me 3-1 Nongshim. I was like, there's no way he actually believed it was going to be only a 4-gamer. I thought it was maybe what he was hoping for, but in fact, that was his official prediction.
I should have said 3-2. I don't know what I was thinking. But as it turns out, I just probably like threw paint at the wall, and the wall had different score lines.
Oh, look at this. Super close as well. I've heard people tell me they are 100% sure that either of these teams win. I've heard people tell me there's no chance Nongshim wins. I've heard people say KT absolutely doesn't take a game, and that is ridiculous. I think those statements are just delusional, because we have two teams that have been incredibly inconsistent, that both have incredible parts to them, but they have not really summed up a full whole. I would say, and why I predicted Nongshim, which was really just my best guess at the time, is that they have a little bit more consistency when it comes to the full package here in the roster. BDD and Cuz have been the core of this KT roster despite its moving parts. And we don't know what support we're going to have in Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, or Game 5 for this roster either. Ghost could be in and out in this series. We might see him subbed in and then subbed out later. Not to mention that Perfect has been incredibly inconsistent. But it's Cuz and BDD, how strong they are in general, that I think if you're a KT believer, if you're a KT predictor, you think that is going to be enough to get them over the line, because that part of this roster seems to be consistent no matter what, maybe even stronger than any other individual parts here on the Nongshim side.
And the thing that I'm worried about is that there's going to be a lot of people watching. And I think a large reason why I predicted KT was because the AD carry position is, I think, skewed pretty considerably in favor of KT. Taeyun, after he came back from the LPL, has not necessarily looked quite as good as he did over in China. And so I think that Aiming, even though Aiming's had his ups and downs, he should still be able to claim some Gold King points in this series.
Love seeing BDD turned into a Digimon tamer
every single time.
The big question, and one of the big things for me, has been what sort of drafts do we get when we get deep in the series? Because we've had strong feelings about drafts in best of fives in the early parts of the series in Super Week so far that have just been subverted by some poor execution or some incidents that happened in the jungle around the first or second dragon, for example. We're like, oh, this team clearly had the better draft, it scales better, and then they end up just falling flat on their face because they try to team fight too early. But then we get later in the series, and I think team comps matter a lot because some team comps just don't function. And if I look at these two teams and their history of drafting so far in the best of threes we've had, neither team convinces me that they are the stronger drafting team right now. So I don't even want to give either team an edge in that sort of arena either.
Yep. I do want to say as well, if you have a look at where these teams are in their groups as well, Nongshim are actually kind of chilling at this point in time. If Group Baron are going to be the last place group, then they're still fine. They've got Bro in their group. The Bros happy to pick up the slack and exit the tournament, right? On the other side, it is an absolute disaster because you have no idea who's going to get through out of HLE, KT, or DRX, even at this point.
Yeah,
it is kind of ridiculous.
There is a world still, we've mentioned it a few times, but Hanwha Life Esports could be the team to drop out, depending on what happens. And most people expecting that series against them with Gen.G at the very end of the week will be a one-sided one in favor of Gen.G, which could push them below KT and DRX in score, and would be one of the wins needed here for Group Baron to win the group battle itself. If Nongshim wins here, makes those chances even more likely because it will push them up, but it could give them the edge over KT based on how KT's scoreline finishes as well. So there's a lot to unpack here in terms of small things. It'll become more clear when we move into tomorrow's matches and then especially Sunday's matches, what those stakes really are. But if you're a Hanwha fan, you really want KT to win, but you don't want them to win too hard.
No, you actually do. You want KT to win as hard as possible because you need to guarantee the Group L to win.
Sure.
Because that keeps you in the tournament, right? Like, that's all you really need to worry about. The biggest,
it is guaranteed the group wins if KT wins.
Yeah. The biggest disaster for HLE would be a 5-gamer and Nongshim clutch it out in the last game. That is just horror story because that means that if Gen.G manages to get 3-0 over HLE, which smart money might be on, then HLE are the team that are exiting the tournament. And that is absolutely ridiculous. To think about our first stand defending champions would not even be getting to the play-in stage, Wolf. Yeah, it's ludicrous. The only team eliminated in groups. There's only one team that's eliminated in groups.
That would be just so strange, considering the powerhouse that roster is. Yep. Speaking of powerhouses, these two rosters, we are going to see, I think, Kingan's Rumble taken away every single game. I do not think he will get his hands on it a single time in this best of 5.
Yep, not to mention the fact that Perfect loves the champion as well, so it's going to be banned on either side, depending on who has first pick. Ryder first selection did go to Nongshim Red Force. They did choose first pick, so they'll be on the red side. KT deciding that they want blue, and Orianna is going to be decided to be banned. There it is.
If you wanted to play Orianna, I think you want to have first pick if you were going to try to grab that, so they do ban it here. If we're going to trade Ryze Taliyah, Scout prefers the Taliyah side of that one, I would say. And so maybe BD would take it away, but the Ryze has looked so much better. And I just think that BDD is more proficient at both of these champions right now. So if you're going to play that trade game with this Azir ban, Nongshim Red Force, you're going to have to be prepared to potentially face the consequences.
Yeah, I think that's what we're looking at right now. We'll see. There could be also a buy lock in. Oh, Yunara is so dangerous to lock blind because now it could just be Taliyah Vi, which we've seen be absolutely fantastic. This is BDD and Cuz, Taliyah Vi. Like, that is terrifying.
Taliyah Pantheon, which is pretty good as well.
Yeah, good point. The thing is, like, Vi makes Yunara's life so difficult.
And she has just really struggled in this tournament thus far, even though she's been really high prio. And it's no surprise BDD wants this because they have the Taliyah Vi set up and they have...
Who would have guessed?
Like, it's Scout's better champion of the two, right, in terms of his performances this tournament. I think this is kind of, it feels like a pretty face-up error here in terms of how the first pick was utilized, and you're putting all your eggs in the Taeyun basket if you are Nongshim Red Force here. So let's see how they round the rest of this draft out, but Lehenz's performances also haven't been that consistent in the bottom 2v2 in a very volatile matchup they'll probably be playing into. At least they know with Taliyah Vi going over, they're going to be facing a strong counter lane because there's only one pick left here in the first rotation, so they can protect this lane a little bit. and the Rise has to fit this 3rd spot.
Yep. It does mean that they have the double global. This is nice.
Meta, I feel, really has been solved this week. Like, we know everything that's going to happen when you see those bans. Like, yeah, I know how this trade goes. What a surprise we'd see the Ambessa, which is not only a strong pick here for Perfect, one of his best, but also a pick that you will love to take away from Fearless if you're not planning to run the Lulu later on in this draft, or you can even force a ban of Lulu in this draft. Like,
I mean, they want to ban it themselves. The thing is, like, you ban Gwen Lulu, and you are absolutely off to the races as KT right now. It's kind of scary what has happened. I understand Nongshim's champions that you see here on the screen look great, but I don't know. The Renekton going to be the first one taken away, so just making sure that this top lane matchup is going to be the most comfortable. Perfect may not actually elect for the Gwen ban. There's only a few players that really do like the Gwen into Ambessa. It is quite playable for the Ambessa a lot of the time. We'll just have to see exactly where they decide to go for that final ban, because like you were saying, I think Lulu is a big one here for Nongshim.
The power budget of both of these drafts right now is insanely high, because we're looking at really S-tier picks across the board. So, you know, we talked about what happens when we get to game 3, 4, 5 in Fearless. That type of drafting might come early. We're really getting all the heavy hitters out here in our very first game, as the Aphelios will be taken away here from aiming. Did not expect that. I expected to see something a little bit more aggressively, you know, a strong 2v2 lane that aggressively punishes. Aphelios Lulu could be a problem they would have ran into. The Aphelios scales really well, so that kind of makes sense.
Does mean that they're not likely to pick away the Lulu as well. There haven't been very many bans on any of the supports. Like Nico, for example, is still up and available. So it might be that KT just think, well, there's plenty of stuff that we can play. We don't really mind if the Lulu is picked up, but I do think Lulu is so scary.
I think they just get the Lulu here, and they're happy to play so many different lanes with the Lulu. Isn't a great counter. Bard is up, though, and so is, you know, the Karma if they wanted to try to run that. For example, Nico is also available, so isn't this the free win Lulu lane? I don't think you want Lehens to get his hands on it, though. They will opt for the Corki. And so they're saying, if you pick Lulu, we'll take Nico. I suppose that is going to be the game plan here for KT Rolster. And it is a very powerful mid-game composition that has both pick, but also follow-up and burst.
You were talking about power budget. Like, man, we are sticking to the top of the tier list when it comes to these champions.
Top tier picks only allowed. So Lulu or Nico?
Yeah, those are the ones.
Nico.
Nico's the decision, and I think picking it away from the Corki Nico lane makes a whole lot of sense. It's a very, very scary combination.
The scary thing is that I feel like Lulu pairs way better with KT's composition, and even though Corki Lulu isn't really a strong pairing, and it's not like one that we see all the time, in fact, I don't think we've even seen it once, I still think it kind of works here, and you can empower the Vi or the Ambessa, and you can keep the Corki, who's already relatively safe, in an even stronger position, as it will be the Aatrox here as the counter pick
the
for
King
the
and
top
Aatrox
lane.
as well. I mean, he's got a pretty cool skin on that champion, so I don't mind that as a lock-in.
Will not like as much, I was going to say, you know, potentially the Nautilus, but they could have gone for the Nami, which I really wouldn't have liked that much in this draft at all. They decided to just go for more single target point and click. This is the kill Taeyun composition. If Taeyun is picked off in these team fights, it gets a lot harder to play out, but at least they have the backup of the Rise. You know, Scout is going to be able to offer a lot of damage on 3 items later on. This composition's late game is crazy with the Aatrox that's basically unkillable, the Pantheon that can get backline access and impact side lanes, as well as the Nico Pop Blossom engage angles. Does feel pretty good. I just don't see how you get to a point where that scaling really comes online before KT Rolster's composition just bowls you over with very simple execution.
The thing about KT's composition is that you know exactly how it's supposed to play at almost every stage of the game, right? And a lot of it comes down to kill Taeyun with your Nautilus or your Vi, depending on which one's there. Press your R button on said champion, kill said champion, things become a whole lot easier. Then you move on to killing Scout, all that sort of stuff. So I think if Kingin gets a little bit out of control, if this Pantheon becomes too strong, we know that Sponge has been fantastic at playing the Pantheon. If the other tools in this composition do get powerful, that's when things can get a little bit rough here for KT. But they can definitely stop this Yunara from doing anything at all. So the rest of the team gonna have to pick up the slack. Let's get onto the Rift for game number 1.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1 of our Super Week Hump Day. KT versus Nongshim, third versus third. And if you're playing at home and you're wondering whether the cursed timeline is still possible, it is. Humble Life Esports could be eliminated from the tournament as the very first team that are going to exit if KT loses in 2-3 fashion. That is basically how it kind of goes.
Yeah.
That will mean that KT goes down to -3, and there is the possibility for HLE to reach -4 with a 0-3 loss. That's how it goes. And that would be hilarious and also a little bit sad because, you know, Humble Life Esports are a pretty fun team with a lot of very good players on it. So them being eliminated would be weird.
They really just did not perform early, and to try to dig themselves out of the hole now, they have to beat Genji. So that's the strength of schedule that kind of was pretty good for them. That is actually, because they failed at it, feeling really bad at the end.
At least they only need to beat Genji, like, once or twice in a series. You know, and Genji have lost games, you know? They're not normally like a 3-0-y team, he says, looking at the thing that says that Genji are 4-0, 2 zeros the whole way.
Yeah.
Whoops. Yeah. So they haven't done it yet. They're saving it, though. They're saving their ability to beat Genji until later on. Surely,
I love how this whole early game is just Hanwei catching strays. But
I mean, that's a lot of what we're playing for here today, because both, I mean, KT obviously also circling the drain if Group Elder is not able to get the victory. They have their own fate in their hands right now, though, because if KT wins, none of this is a problem. Yep. HLE's getting through. The Bros are unfortunately just going to, you know, give us a salute and exit. And then that is going to be that, because the Bros 0 and 5, there is no one that will be doing more losing than them.
Yeah, it's the Giga Chad Bro, like right on through.
Yeah,
gentlemen
off
of
into
my
the
team.
sunset. They're already halfway off into the sunset right now.
I do think that, take a look at that Corki Yunara matchup stat. It is very strongly in favor of the Corki. This has been a response pick into the Yunara so often, even going as far back as last year. So I don't think that should come as a surprise to anyone.
Yep.
And the fact that they picked the Nautilus is not going to help them win this lane, but it is certainly going to give them one more point-and-click button to kill the Yunara later on in the game. Or the Corki can follow up with his Valkyrie really easily. And there is not really a front line outside of some of the, you know, the Pantheon, the Pop Blossom can be used as peel. It's all about Taeyun's positioning. He cannot get caught. He has to be cleanup only, basically. He cannot be front line, cannot be trying to chip away at the Ambessa, or he is just going to be taken apart by lots of ultimates.
Yes. It's just a very difficult game to play. If you are Yunara, you also just, like, when you press your ultimate and you have your dash, you have to then worry about tripping on rocks and things like this. It's just a little bit problematic.
When the Nautilus presses R on you, it becomes very difficult to outplay the shove and the Ambessa ultimate.
Yeah, good old outplaying a death charge just isn't anything that's really possible. His aiming might just be dead. That would be good for Nongshim, as this cannon will just go to the wayside. And so KT having a little bit of trouble here towards his bottom side. Yeah, you mentioned that the Nautilus wasn't going to do a whole lot. I can see it not doing a whole lot.
That's why I'm mentioning all this, because if you look at this, you might be thinking, it's so dumb that they picked this Nautilus. And I don't, you know, fully disagree with that. I mean, I think it's not dumb, but it is certainly a very risky choice that has a huge trade-off here. It's just what happens in team fights, which is going to be where you start to call worth for it. I would have rather myself seen a ranged champion. Even the Bard could have, you know, set up Talia. Like, they had a lot of different options here, and they already have the Vi set up, right? So I don't know if they really needed one more point and click, but they ultimately decided to go with it anyways.
Yeah.
And it is one of Lehend's better picks right now, so he can't use it for the rest of the best of 5. There's other reasons, but it is coming at a hefty cost in the laning phase. As you can see already, over a kill's worth of gold to Taeyun in the lead.
Yeah, and that's a whole wave that just went to the wayside there. I don't even think Polo was anywhere near the wave in order to get experience. He was trying to stop some backs. And so therefore, that whole wave not really doing too much of anything at all. Aiming does make it back, and we'll be able to get this wave shoved in and might be able to deny a couple of CS, but otherwise I think Taeyun's going to be able to preserve this advantage quite comfortably. And we'll have to see whether KT can sort of bounce back. As Kingen misses a cannon, we get the zoom in thanks to Jonah Strong. And yeah, it's a little bit of a problematic situation there.
Here
That's cannons missed on both sides of the rift.
The bottom lane could also be called the Babysitter's Club, as we do have both junglers here as well.
Well, there's this shape splitter getting hooked here by Apollo, looking for a little bit of an angle as the dash forward comes in from Cuz, gets his shield as in comes PDD, finds the shove onto Sponge, but he's pulled back potentially into range as there's the Glacial Prison, and Cuz is going to get taken down. Taeyoon picks up first blood. It's a disaster for KT.
KT did not have their AD carry in a favorable position to follow up on the setup at all. So maybe like they forgot to kind of look behind and check. You know when you have like a cat or a dog following you, or you're walking with somebody but they're kind of on their phone, you kind of look over your shoulder to make sure that they're not going to miss the turn because you're kind of leading them to the restaurant or whatever. You gotta look back and make sure they're still there.
I used to have to do it every time I stepped up from my computer because I needed to know whether Dongchol had actually like moved or not. Like he often just fell asleep behind the wheels of my computer chair. He liked to play life dangerously. As Hook gonna go wide, as Aiming takes a blooming burst and really wished he didn't, as Taeyoon is just so scary, even though he hasn't gone back yet. Still sitting at about a 6,500 gold lead.
Yeah, I just don't think they really used the buddy system on this this play here on the bottom side. And they did have BDD, who is going to be able to join the fight and set up a really nice angle in that choke point with the engage they set up because they went really deep for it. But Aiming cannot join. He cannot join. And they're still going in. Still going in. Aiming's like, BDD, I hope you got this one, my buddy, because I can't go there. Cousin Paul did not look over their shoulder to see if Aiming was still following. He missed the turn because there was a Yunara with a charged Q shooting him in the face, and he did not have health, and he could not actually get in there.
There was absolutely nothing he could do, and now that lead is even extended further, 820. That is kind of massive here at this stage of the game. We haven't seen Yunaras with leads like this very often. And so maybe I need to take back all of those things that I said about Taeyoon and his performance thus far in the LCK Cup. Maybe because he's looking a little bit better here today.
Maybe the crowd's got some blindfolds on out there.
That might be the case.
Just trying to get through the early game.
He's evolved to King Boo.
There you go. Give him his crown in this early game. He is the largest lead of any player. This is not the end of the world here for KT. Their mid game is still incredibly strong, and even 700 gold doesn't skip the mid game for Yunara. It's just not a good look that she has a lot more flexibility in this game than you would otherwise like. Cuz is going to try to start these grubs up with some support from his top laner, as Prio.
Oh,
close.
It's going to be perfect. The locks it down, so KT will at least be able to get two of these. That one gets impatient, and so it might be KT being able to lock down all of them as Sponge. There's the public execution for perfect, and down goes Sponge. That's going to be a free 3 grubs and a kill to boot.
Got to flash those. If you are CC'd by anything, it doesn't matter who you are, even Aatrox, you're dead. Yeah, on Longship's composition, if there are multiple members there, because everybody, with the exception of the Corki, who does a lot of burst damage, especially when he hits 2 items, has CC. And some of it is targeted. The parts that aren't don't need to be when someone is CC'd by the first part of it.
Yeah. It becomes targeted when they're just standing still the whole time. It becomes a click on it game. And that works pretty comfortably here for the seismic shove out of BDD.
The only impressive thing Perfect could have done there was miss.
Not this time, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye out for whether he figures it out next time around. As we'll have a look at this replay.
Gotta flash
this was actually just Sponge getting caught by a seismic shove. Oh dear, speaking about getting caught, Polu going to wish he had an extra chain in that anchor line there. And is just going to die.
Okay, yeah, just a link too short. A link to the past.
Yeah.
Where he's going to be set back in this game. Already significantly behind in experience. As you noted earlier, he's a full level behind Lands now. And that hurts. That's not great. That is a really tough matchup. This Nautilus pick, again, will be great for all the CC reasons we talked about before, but when just walking forward a level down, when Lehens has level 6, probably not the play. Obviously, as you mentioned, doesn't have the link in the chain, but I think he's dead either way.
Yeah, he was likely dead, just made it look more sad. As 1,000 gold is the advantage here for the Noodle Bros. But like you were talking about, I mean, the top side is still in a pretty good position. I always get a little bit apprehensive about saying that a Talia composition can come back because she just doesn't do a massive amount of damage, especially with the builds that we have been seeing. but it's B2D. He's pretty good at this champion, as well as Cuz being able to set up some pretty good positions towards that top side. Perfect also with that 1 assist, and a big CS lead on this Ambessa is going to be very, very scary. So all of those things we were talking about, the fact that Taeyun's not going to be able to play team fights very effectively, all remains true. But Taeyun's going to make it towards the mid-game looking very, very powerful.
The cool thing about this for KT is that if Taeyun is the only one with this massive lead, he is just kind of a bag of money to be ulted upon. He's the only one who could carry, right? And then he just gets burst down by all the CC and it doesn't matter. So that is one way to look at this, I suppose. Although in this meta with 80 carries, they get to a certain critical mass where they just kill the ones diving them so quickly. BDD?
Yeah, is going to go point blank into Scout here. Puts him in a rune prison as the seismic shove is going to go wide. Good dodge on that Q, but BDD still taking a lot of damage here as Taeyun had rotated up towards this mid lane. We do have a dragon spawning now. Nongshim looking for their second of the game. Double dragon would be pretty early here at 11.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be a free dragon here off of that exchange in the mid lane. Aiming can shove this one extra wave in. Taeyun probably could actually go get some of that, but at the end of the day, free dragon off of that.
Cloud Soul to start us off. You love to see it.
Does feel nice. 2 Drake lead here for Nongshim, buys them a lot of space. One other thing that I want to mention very briefly, it's been my favorite thing to talk about over these last few weeks, and I know he's not playing today, but the Ghost on Taliyah, in this case, is not as good as the Rise Ghost, but is very powerful from Taliyah, can get you in a position to shove.
I got so confused because I'm like, I'm pretty sure Ghost is on the bench, Wolf.
Yeah, no, but we got to talk about the Ghost Summoner. With Pantheon on the other side, they have double global. You have the Weaver's Wall, but if you are trying to side lane as this Taliyah, or trying to fight an Aatrox.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Perfect is going to take a crab.
If you die, you get caught before an objective fight. Sometimes that's just a free objective for the enemy team because you don't have the ability to TP back in. Even in the early stages of the game when death timers aren't that long, can be a bit of an issue, so something to keep in mind here with this game state. Realm Warp, speaking of.
Yeah, how does KT get out of this? Well, maybe they just definitely don't. That's a decent way to do it, though, as Polu has the depth charge, but still, he is very, very dead. Cuz is making his way over, and BDD is there, but I just don't think they're going to be able to help, as this turret very, very low. Now the Weaver's Wall comes in. There's a Pop Blossom setup. They do find just Cuz. Seismic Shove, though, throws him into the wall, and BDD is throwing so many rocks. Still he has to flash away, and Cuz is dead. And the Arc of Ruin is almost the ruination of aiming there. But Taeyun should be able to get a bit of work done towards this turret. And Nongshim still looking fantastic.
Yeah, this might have actually been the moment where this game becomes it's insurmountable lead territory. It's only 2,500 goldie, but where it is the issue.
Oh, there's a hook connecting onto Scout as BDD finishes his quest mid-battle. It's a bit cute. But not too much else is going to come of it. Scout still holding onto his flash, feeling very, very nice. 4-1 the kill score, 3,000 gold the lead.
Nearly finished his Seraphs as well. We'll finish it as he walks away. This dive is really clean. Like, they have prio in mid. This is why Rai is greater than Taliyah in a lot of people's minds right now, because he just has wave clear and he gets the faster roam every time. Pantheon has a global as well. Doesn't even need it. In this case, he's already grouped up here on the bottom side, and the bottom duo here really can do nothing to defend. Really nice play here from BDD to try to save this one, but has to ultimately flash. Like, he hits a ton of damage there, but they just don't have the tools to follow up on it, so ends up losing his summoners as well.
And now we've got 2.5 minutes on this Dragon, but 40 seconds on the Rift Herald. Nongshim are parked towards his top side, looking to try and push down yet another turret. And this is kind of a beautiful way to start a snowball with all of these extra plates that are on the map.
Look at the items of the 80 carries right now. An extra Fiend Hunter bolts over the Triforce that Aiming holds right now.
Yeah, I'm struggling to see the items on one side of
Yeah.
so at least he does have one item. That's good.
Aiming has control word advantage. Oh no, he has control word as well.
Oh dear. Well, Scout taking a little bit of damage here is Cuz looking for an option here. Cease and desist onto Sponge. Let's see whether they can actually get the kill now, as Lahen's in a little bit of trouble as well. Good sidestep there from Sponge, but he's still going to go down. That's a kill over to Aiming. That's good news for KT, as the Rift Herald has now spawned, and there's no jungler on the side of Nongshim.
This is the second example of their ability to pick working out here, and it's at a great timing right before this Herald for them to be able to start this one up. Lahen's does have ultimate here. Scout has his in you know, just a few seconds. I don't know really what angle he's going to be able to find. It's going to have to be Lehens that sets this up.
Let's see what they can
conservative.
do. 8 seconds as there's the hook onto Lehens, but that is not the target they're looking for. Realm Warp is going to get interrupted as BDD looks for the angle there, but now Cuz needs to get back here and actually smite this Rift Herald. Does actually manage to pick it up, grabs the eye, and out they go. So all in a day's work here for KT, nothing to see.
Really think KT handled that incredibly well, even though Paulo looks like he's made a mistake when he goes in onto the target that's most dangerous to follow up on. He kind of denies Lehens the ability to impact the play. BD plays off on the side, so he cannot really be burst down, and they can't really dive on him because he's Talia, so he's in a really tight spot there where he can both threaten but also is safe. And this all starts off with a single pick, right? Scout ends up taking a bunch of damage. Sponge wants to try to help out, and then ends up getting isolated himself and ulted. And because Sponge is dead, KT can play the Rift Herald so incredibly slow because they know there's no enemy smite on the other side, and they just have to make sure it doesn't lose patience. Then they're able to secure it. So really nicely done here by KT. Still significantly behind in gold, but plays like that are eventually what could get you back in.
And do you want to know the good thing here for KT?
Yes.
The entirety of Nongshim's gold lead is Taeun.
Yeah, that's why I say he's a bag of money.
Yeah, he's a bag of money. But the thing is, KT, like we listed before, have a lot of good ways of just killing Taeun. And right now, they need to just kill Taeun.
I think they're planning on it.
That is the guy that they need to take down.
Team fight Herald.
Yeah. Let's see whether he can make that one work, as the Pop Blossom not exactly doing too much here, but Lehens is able to buy a whole lot of space, and there is that soul point. They take down Lehens. Let's see whether this team fight is actually going to work out here, though, as Kingen goes into that front line. Scout is shoved back. Kingen running amok, but he is still just dead, and it's a double kill now for Aiming, trying to get back into Gold King status, and Shelly is still involved. She's wandering around in this team fight.
Crystalline overgrowth on this turret.
Yeah, they're going to do a lot of work here as the seismic shove is a little bit cute, but doesn't do too much of anything at all. Down will go perfect. That's another kill over to Taeun. It's Cuz with that Bolt Breaker trying to get some work done, and now Taeun feels like it's his time to shine, but he goes down so low. The flash forward from BDD looks for the kill. He has the barrier though, and Taeun flashes out of the way. Aiming is crazy, and he's just not crazy enough as Cuz gets a big old shield, but he's still going to go down, and that is the ace. They needed to kill Taeun, and they did not kill Taeun.
They also, I think, needed to probably just accept that the turret wasn't going to get charged by Herald, and therefore, when the shove missed from BDD, they should have just walked away and not continued to piecemeal force the fight. That was a disaster. Taeun had barrier. It didn't have to use it until the last possible second when Aiming was like, I got this, I'm going, and he's like, I still have barrier. What? Yeah, he just kills him. This fight looked a little bit broken up here for KT. They want to try to use this Herald. It's very split, but Lehens gives them this opportunity to collapse onto him. And then Paulo buys time with the Herald here. Perfect. Trying to do what he can here in the back line, and then Kingen just gets turned into a ragdoll in this fight. No one can really follow up. Taeun is actually not in a position where he can safely get in. So at this point, it's a win for KT despite the Dragon going over. And then here, Herald already cannot charge. You already know this. Shove misses. Just leave. Just leave. It's okay. But instead, we go in again. The turret is still active. It is still aggroed. And Aiming, you know, he cannot actually take out this Yunara despite his best attempts here. And then BDD goes for the flash as well, looking for this play, and then he just presses barrier and says, no, I have items, you don't.
My God, that was ridiculous.
He just has enough mana as well to make that play work.
And I was looking at it, I was like, where was the public execution in that fight? Well, it just wasn't anywhere. Perfect just didn't find an opportunity to use it and then walked right up to the turret and died. And so they weren't able to actually use the Ambassador to try and follow up on any sort of CC. And none of it had already started hitting onto Taeun either. So KT kind of botching their game plan just a little bit, as Nongshim should be able to use this massive advantage, not only having a gold lead, item advantages, things like this, but also now they have Soul Point. And so they have just innate control of the map, regardless.
It is going to be really, really tough. But I think in KT's defense, could argue that, okay, hold up, Sponge.
Ooh, just barely.
Almost walks back into that one.
Well, Lehens moving over towards this Baron as it spawns. Another plate going to be taken here by Scout, as Kingen and Perfect doing battle. Perfect still doing absolutely fine in this matchup, about 600 gold in the lead.
You can see that little dip there where KT got a lot of control back and then promptly, unfortunately, tossed it right back away. But in KT's defense, I think they think this game state is so desperate that they have to go for the follow-up there, you know, on the turret.
Yeah.
They have to. The Herald isn't going to charge, but they have to make something more happen. They need to take that turret out. They need to get enough map control back. This dive composition, the single target pick composition can function properly. They gave up the drag, and they're not happy to just walk away. They felt like they really needed to force that, but the conditions were just not right for it. So it backfires in such a huge way. And now I look at the Rise that is dead even with BDD, but he's about to have his rod completed. They have this beefy Aatrox that is behind on gold, but how much does it really matter when there's a fountain laser shooting?
Yeah.
That's any warm bodies that prevent Taeyeon from being CC'd are enough.
Yeah, they just need to be enough of a threat to warrant using some of those buttons on. That's all they really need to worry about. Because here towards the bottom side of the map,
Shield bow's done.
Ward.
He has a shield bow, 21.5 minutes here.
Yeah, it's a 3-item Yunara. It's a scary proposition. Aiming still has brown bags, but at least does get the transformation on the Muramana. He's now wandering back to lane. So at least he's now a real champion, right? Like he's got the 2-item spike that we often talk about. As Polo moving over, Scout comes down. Here is the man drop from the Pantheon as depth charge comes on in. Hands with the Pop Blossom, connects it onto everyone as BDD gets a big old shield. Is going to be the first one to go down as Polo taken out next. And Perfect, he's like, yeah, no, I'd prefer not to. Let's just get out of here. And look, he's not going to be allowed to.
Doesn't have flash for a few more seconds. I don't think it saves him anyways. Could just try to buy time. Yeah, you know, we talk about tempo vibes a lot.
Yeah.
We don't talk about tempo as much because it was an old caster buzzword that people really didn't like, so people stopped using it. In this play on the bottom side, KT think they have tempo. They absolutely do not. They're down on numbers. The rotation is way faster for Nongshim. Will have Lehens on the flank. They have a blast cone engage angle for him so he can cut off the retreat. And the TP for Kingen is way faster than Perfect. Look at how long it takes Perfect to actually show up here. Lehens gets the Pop Blossom engage. KT think they're springing a trap, but in fact they're walking into way more Nongshim than I think they bargained for. And Perfect just shows up to be like, well, I guess I'm dead here. I thought I was going to help. Way too slow.
Yep. And that's what happens when you don't even have to use the Realm Warp in order to get down towards the fight. You can then use it to catch whichever stragglers you feel like. So a 5,000 gold lead and a Cloud Soul has now been picked up as KT just scrambling at this stage of the game. And I think the lead has just become too much here for Nongshim. The fact that Taeyeon is the one that's the benefactor of everything that has happened so far this game. Just a huge disaster here for KT Rolster when we felt like their composition looked pretty good. Polu, though, is just probably dead again. There is a wall that goes up to try and stop them from killing him, but Sponge is going to let him live for now. A benevolent lord is good old Sponge.
Yeah, here in the middle of Super Week, there's no such thing as too easy to fail in terms of execution of composition, but I think this Nautilus pick was really the one that we're going to be talking about the most. It just really gave too much agency in the lane and has not been able to find anything but in a post-2-item Yunara world, which was so accelerated. And the Pantheon being able to out-rotate the Vi just means that every time you think you have an angle, every time you think you're maybe going to catch somebody, you're just too slow, you're unable to match Nongshim. Speaking of, Scout just takes out the whole top turret.
Yep.
And now they have eyes for Baron here, 24 minutes with a 3-item Yunara, and there's not a single piece of vision after the scuttle expires here for KT. I think they're just going to have to watch it burn.
Well, they are trying to move into the area, but Perfect doesn't have teleport. He's walking up as fast as he can, but this Baron is just gone.
Sorry, they wish they could watch it burn.
Yeah, KT are a little bit too late as there's the delivery of the Pantheon and the Aatrox into the backline. Kingen buying so much space. He may go down, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough to actually save the fight here for KT. As aiming was frontlining and BDD is now alone trying to deal with this menace of a Nongshim composition. Taeyeon grabs a double. That is an ace in trade for just an Aatrox, and I think it is just time to go to a game 2. KT just rolled over here in game number 1.
Absolutely absurd. The impact this bottom lane had into the Nautilus.
Yeah.
I think we're probably going to see Ghost subbed in game 2, and part of that's Paulu's performance, but part of it is just because they just generally do that for some reason.
Yeah, I think it's probably likely and it was probably already planned.
It was probably planned. So that's why I'm trying, guys, don't read into it too much, but I think Paulu's Nautilus performance here left a lot to be desired, but it was just a tough matchup. And when you're this far ahead, Like KT just came over to try to see that Baron was being taken, but that's way too close when you're this far behind. You know, if you're like putting your toes in the river, you're actually dead. And there's now a 10,000 gold lead. They cannot end the game, but they get the mid inhibitor. They have Cloud Soul.
I mean, Actualizer and Infinity Edge both completed at the same time. So this Corki has 3 items, and Taeyoon has 4 and a BF sword. Okay.
It's not okay. Yeah, it's not okay, actually.
No, not even a little bit. And the fact that Scout now has sort of like the Exodia for Rise at the moment, with that Actualizer now completed, this guy is also just going to be an absolute menace. So even if they do manage to somehow kill Taeyoon, I think Scout's probably still got the carry left in him.
I think this game, this is just game 1 of the series. I think everything we said about this series still holds true, as Kingan's just gonna like laugh at this idea.
Yeah, he's gonna end the world.
I don't think this tells us anything about how the rest of the series is gonna go. It does tell us, however, that with bot Prio and KT opting into some interesting aggressive team fights early, especially that one in the river, you know, this comp isn't going to work. I just think we go back to the drawing board for game number 2. I think KT fans shouldn't think, well, this is going to be a 0-3 for us after this one, but certainly going to be a 0-1.
It's certainly that, as there's a Pop Blossom onto 2. Down goes BDD to start this one off, as I think Lehens, he's a man true to his word. He said that he was going to kill BDD. I think that one counts, even if he didn't get the last hit. As aiming, trying to get a couple of kills back here, Cuz does manage to take down the Yunara, but like we said, there's plenty of carry left on this team, and it's a triple here for Scout. 6-1
Look at their score lines.
13. Absolutely revolting.
Same
In fact,
score
both
line.
of them. Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous.
And it's, they finally got Taeyoon, but it's Taeyoon for Nexus, Atlas.
Yeah, and it's not a trade that you really want to take here, as KT. 7,000, by the way, was the Rebel Baron power play there for Nongshim. And KT reeling after that one. That was utter domination.
I do think that there is a lot to be discussed in terms of that final Nautilus pick, but also beyond the Nautilus itself, some of the fights that they opted for. Aiming, never given a chance to shine in this game. Not really utilized the Ambessa pick potential outside of the one pick they had on Grubs, right? Or they got the late pick onto Sponge, and then that other pick onto him after they pushed Scout away in the mid lane. Those were the 2 opportunities. BDD was the only one who was able to start anything in this game, and he did the most damage on his team, which is no shock, and was the only one who was able to, in some of those weird situations, make it look like, man, if we weren't 8,000 gold behind, maybe this could be playable. I think the draft was absolutely fine. We were, you know, saying, hey, like, this draft looks great, it's super easy to play. But I said right before we got into draft that, hey, in these series we've seen in Super Week so far, just because you have the better draft doesn't mean anything here in game 1.
No, it does mean that we're likely to see Ghost. Because, yeah, Polo just didn't exactly have the greatest of times here in game number 1, and that is probably just what they're going to do. Let's see whether Nongshim can do the same thing to a ghosted up KT, or whether it's going to be an evened out series. Time for us to take a short break, though. When we get back, the space is going to break down that game number 1. We are going to have a game number 2 that hopefully looks a little closer than that one.
여기 타도 될 것 같은데 바로.
얘들아 나 이기 살 거니까 계속 준비해줘.
탈리아
탈리아 쪽으로 볼게. 탈리아 전혀 없어.
야 보자 이거 딸 봐올게 이거.
바이 몰다.
볼게. 탈리아 볼게.
탈리아 노플. 노틸.
어텔 볼. 끝.
바이 미드에서 오고.
바이 여기 있다.
안배사 누구?
안배사.
바이 궁 있어. 바이 노플. 바이 노플.
가봐줘. 그렇게 높을.
나 코르키 스탄 되고.
그렇게 높을. 나이스.
미드
미드
미드.
가자. 미드 라인 뒤에.
أيها الفارس لست بآثم إن وزر هذا العالم ليس لك وحدك
Nongshim.
Hello and welcome to The Space. We're here after game number 1 where Nongshim absolutely clobbered KT, and it wasn't even really that close. It was like a 26-minute game. I'm Valdez, with me is Ox and Umpty today. What are you guys' initial impressions on that first game?
A lot of things went wrong for KT, starting from before the game when we were in draft.
Yeah, I mean, I thought at the draft it should be hard for the Nongshim because Nongshim actually picked Yunara really fast, and then Yunara is losing to the Corki a lot. And then, but they didn't even bet Corki, and they gave Knowledge, which is the counter of Nico, and then they lost the laning phase. So I thought the game is going too hard for them.
I think we've seen a lot of these situations where people pick the Corki, which is a pick you want to have that lane pressure with, and then they end up with a support matchup, which is just abysmal. And you have a scenario where Yunara is, really comfortable in lane because you have the Nico to back it up. You have Nico as a really strong team fighter. You have Yunara as a really strong team fighter. I also am so tired of people taking this Talia into Ryze trade because the Talia just feels like she's doing no damage now, and the Ryze is just so strong. You have the roam pressure with the ultimate, which I know Talia does have too, but then on 3 items, you just are unstoppable. The damage is insane.
With the ghost value, especially.
Yeah, it's definitely a big issue. We're seeing a lot here at the LCK. A lot of teams will just handshake this, and the Talia is not exactly working. We did see a couple of picks from BDD, which were nice, but I think that was more so like Splunge's mistakes in positioning rather than the Talia being super high value. But I do digress, as we are going to take a look at the first highlight here.
Yeah, so Vi recalls here and gets a pretty big buy, which gives a lot of confidence to KT to go for this play. So they want to play really aggressively around bot, but we actually end up seeing Aiming trying to push the wave in here, and he's left in the isolated 1v1 as we see the support and jungle push in aggressively here.
Yeah, so I think the Corki just used E for the laning push, but I think Taeyun just win against the 1v1 like that. At the left side with the Cause and Polo thought that my aiming is coming first. My Lord is coming first. We're going to just start the fight. We have item advantage. We're going to win. And then, but the fact is just Yunara pushed the aiming, that they couldn't fight, and it was just 3v4. And then Vi died, Dragon gone, second crab is gone. The game was completely over.
Yeah, also them pushing so heavily into that brush and missing some critical skills, really costing them. I think they were just so rushed in making that play. They were like, we got a recall, we got a big buy on the Vi, we're strong. And it ended up being a really costly play. I think as well, people often look at the Yunara as being like, a scaling pick, but if you have your passive stacked up on the wave, the sustained damage is so threatening, and a Corki who's more burst focused in his trades, especially if you don't have your cooldowns like your E available, you have to respect it.
I mean, it was quite hard game for the KT. I was like imagining maybe if laning phase was this hard, maybe they just pick Corki Nami and just handshake it too. Yeah, but let's see the game 2 about it.
Yeah, now we have to jump into the 1650 mid-giga throw that KT did decide to go for, which it started out so well for them. They had the Rift Herald, they were able to get that, but everything went wrong a little bit later on under the turret.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the fight start-wise, it was very bad for the Nongshim because Aatrox even did a TP, but Lian's already engaged. And there was a Herald for the, aggro ping-ponging, and the Aatrox died to the Herald airborne. So I thought it was going to be the big win for the KT.
I think this is one of those situations where a team gets an advantage and aren't just satisfied with taking it. They're like, we have to get more, we have to get more. We're dealing with the Yunara on the other side. And they end up just overstepping so much. Perfect makes a bit of a flop here, ends up getting CC locked close to tower. And again, this is not great, Perfect dying here, but it's still not irredeemable until they start aggressing under tower. And now, your frontliners are low, their CC's down. BDD goes for a play here, super aggressive to try and take out Taeyun, flashing forward after the Ryze flashes onto him. And then if it doesn't get worse than that, Aiming thinks, hey, I can go for the Yunara here. Barrier baited, Qs, and then flashes, and it just goes from bad to worse.
I would say that's the I learned from Spawn, which is the Team Liquid head coach right now. He said this is the loser's mindset. I think they already got a lot of things, but they think that this is not enough and have to win right now. We have to win the game right now and in 10 seconds, so they actually played too overplayed.
Yeah, and when you look at Nongshim, it does feel like everything's kind of flowing really well. You know, they're all playing as a team. The calls are pretty simple. Whereas on the side of KT, it feels like they started pretty weak, right? They went for kind of an aggressive play without having the communication. That aiming wasn't going to win the 1v1, and then they went for this kind of loser's mentality where they're pushing for extra, trying to get more, and it just feels like they're a little bit behind the 8 ball. Do we feel like KT can kind of smooth things out and maybe make this an interesting series? Because that game 1 was very one-sided.
It's definitely possible, right? You know, we've seen both of these teams have very varying forms. So, you know, we're seeing KT sub Ghostin. I think that's part of it as well. Polo and Ghost have also been alternating. We've seen both of these players play at varying levels. I think this is definitely not the best we've seen from KT so far, and this has been a better form from Nongshim. I think over the series, it's going to flip and flop, at least I hope for KT's sake.
So even the game set 1 was like one-sided for Nongshim, but it's a fearless. And then I think if their KT's like mid-top jungle actually played quite well at the laning phase. It was just only bottom, and jungle was quite having a hard time for it. So if they find a more like mid-jungle carry picks or like giving a perfect carry pick with like just play like a top-side game, maybe there's a chance. So BDD is here.
BDD, yeah, I mean, his Taliyah, like I said, you know, we were talking about this actually when he picked the Taliyah. It's like, you know, he's very comfortable on this pick. They pick it early with the Vi. It feels like good comfort, and it feels like something we see a lot in this meta, but it's just not really working nowadays.
I think as well, we've seen so many games last year where BDD was just, you know, really challenging Chovy for best mid in the league and having just monster performances consistently. KT, I felt like a lot of times he was putting the team on his back. Him and Cuz were such a strong duo. I think so far this year, we just haven't seen that level from him, you know, getting solo killed at times, struggling to have that same level of form. And I'm hoping we see that level of form from him again. I think the team could really do with that. And I think it's unfair to put all the weight on him, but I think it's just because he's kind of set that level of expectations because of the play from last year.
Yeah, I mean, let's see it at the game set 2.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it does go.
Yeah, I thought it was a rush.
As no rush, Jumpty, we have tons of time here on the space. In fact, I'm just going to talk for a little bit extra before I hand it over to the casters. How are you guys doing today?
I'm pretty good, you know. I'm ready for a long series. We have time.
Jumpty?
I feel very good, but after seeing the game 1, maybe a little bit depressed. I want the bounce back at game 2.
There they are. They're waiting. Okay, I guess now I'll hand it over to Atlas and Wolf.
All right. Thanks, Valdez. Yeah, I'm good too. As that's Arrow. Hey, man. Ex-KT player, obviously, so here to support. Let's see whether KT can do better in game number 2. And maybe they could sub him in if bottom lane keeps going as horribly as it has been.
Last-minute signing.
There it is. And look, I've only heard great things about Arrow as well. From exactly the man that Umpty was talking about. Good old Spawn.
The sweater also that he was wearing. Extremely good. Is Paul always looking over his shoulder, seeing if Ghost's going to sub in game 2. And those player portraits there.
Yep.
Always checking. He is coming in
also saying a lot of praises towards Arrow. So, very cool. Anyway, let's see what KT can do with first pick now. They are going to be moving over to the red side, I would assume, and there it is. And so blue side here for Nongshim, as we'll just have a full-on switch of what was happening last time around. Now with a Ghost in the bottom lane.
And this is, again, we all know the performance from Paulo wasn't great in game 1, but I also think that is not even tangentially related to they were planning on playing Ghost in game 2.
Nope, I don't think so either.
And
however,
maybe they were like,
it does work out well.
If we win game 1 and we don't have first pick, we don't play Ghost or something like that, but I don't want to get into it anymore. Let's see how Ghost performs here with aiming this time around. Maybe a better bottom lane 2v2 matchup could end up being pretty big. The Lulu did not get picked up in the last game. The Aphelios was also banned, so we could see Aphelios Thresh. That's something Aiming and Ghost have already played this season. Not saying they're going to prioritize that in the first rotation, but could be something that they want to draft around.
Yep.
As we see, you know, Orianna, Azir trades potentially here, since we already did the Ryze Taliyah trade, so Nocturne goes away. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, KT are going to force an Azir ban, is likely what's happening, I would assume. Because the first pick on the Azir would feel pretty good, even if there is an Orianna coming up. Let's see what they are going to be banning away as well.
Should ban Jarvan, I think, if that's what they want to
That's what I was thinking, actually.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best thing to take away from the Orianna.
And there it is.
Wow, these drafts are predictable, Atlas.
It's so weird that the drafts are predictable
And so
the
is your ban?
gameplay really isn't.
Azir ban here, but then they first pick Orianna without Jarvan or Nocturne.
Well,
maybe
the
that's
thing,
the plan.
they have to go for a trade, so it'll have to be something else instead. The Varus is going to be taken away one more time, and so the Azir comes through for KT for free without the ultimate ball carriers in the Nocturne and Jarvan.
I have to say that even though they did not win, and the Nautilus part was not our favorite, the drafting here for KT has been pretty smart. I think they've had a really good read on what to do, and
I think
especially the first raise.
Score is the best performing player on the team right now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's not actually on the Rift. And there is the Azir that we were talking about. BDD didn't actually win with it last time we saw him play it. But hopefully he can get some redemption here in this game.
So what's the ball carrier here? Xin Zhao, I suppose?
I mean, I think Scout still plays Ahri, right?
Yeah, I think so. Like, is it Alistair on 3? You know, is that what they're hoping for? That sounds a little
Cuz Silas
business.
jungle angle?
Could be. I'm not as worried about the Silas as I am about how Alistair warps the bottom lanes a lot of the time in a negative way.
Yep.
As Wukong looks to be the option here for Cuz, which is strong into a lot of different types of AD carry. They could have also gone for something like a Renekton here. I mean, they still could.
I think they almost definitely will, is what I'm assuming.
And I think that ends up just with the classic Genji sort of mid-game power, but also late-game scaling. And wow, these drafts are predictable today.
Yes, they really are.
This whole week, I'm like, oh wow, I guess it's just we solved it.
Yep. We've got humanoids on one side, and we've got a pigeon, a monkey, and a crocodile on the other. I like it. A bit of a menagerie coming together.
So, Gnar?
Well, I mean, Gnar, Kennen, either of those going to be just fine. Kingen has played a bunch of different things, so could elect to go for something a little bit more weird.
I think going for like Zahin is too risky.
I think Gnar makes the most sense.
Wow. All right, so now we're looking at trying to make sure Aphelios and Thresh or Aphelios Lulu isn't a thing here for KT, because that would be insane. They don't have pick priority since they're first pick, so you could deny one of those picks if you want to get it on your side.
I think banning Lulu makes a lot of sense, just regardless.
Yeah,
Lulu Xin Zhao is so strong.
Unless you think you have a great Lulu lane, you kind of have to do it. I just think that Aphelios Thresh isn't as strong. Can work well with this draft. They're going to ban the Braum, so maybe they're hoping that they get the scaling side of things and don't want to run into the Lucian Braum on the bottom side.
You can see Ghost being pretty vocal right now. See what they will be banning away as the first option. Just bottom lane, bottom lane, bottom lane for both teams. So there's the Aphelios. That is going to be the one that leaves first. Would be very fun if Aiming played Jhin and used Ghost's skin.
That would be very fun.
Wouldn't
and
that
I
be
do
cool?
think it kind of works with this draft at this point.
Yeah, they do have a fair bit of consistent damage with BDD on this Azir.
The other pick that stands out right now is the Ezreal. That is incredibly strong, I think, for both drafts. And is pretty safe for Taeyun into this Wukong composition, can buy space into the Renekton. Ziggs gets banned. Might just see that Ezreal in this final spot.
Yeah,
Lulu, I think, no longer as valuable here for Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, without the Aphelios, it is a little bit less of a dangerous option. We'll see.
I think Ezreal
is another one.
It's
Sivir is
so,
another decent pick.
So strong right now. Sivir can't, can only spell shield one of the ticks of the Cyclone, so it can still die to the Wukong, but they have a decent amount of set to kind of protect it. Interesting to see the Rakan ban here, especially because they're the ones with the Wukong on their side.
Yeah, an interesting choice. Let's see what Taeyun's going to be picking up here. I think, like you were saying, Ezreal certainly feels like a safe choice. But instead, the Kallista's going to be locked in. Now, Aiming and Ghost should lock Ashe Seraphine and just smash the lane.
I don't know if there's really any sort of Renata deny angle here. Like, you could play Ashe Renata, try to take it away.
I mean, that sounds fun, too.
It is.
Ashe is just very good into Kallisto.
And Arrow is in the audience,
Hey, there you go.
Fire him at the enemies to stun them.
Aha.
Aiming's just going to play Ezreal.
That makes me sad, Wolf. I'm a little bit sad about
In terms of the bottom 2v2s, how I thought these two teams were going to approach it, they kind of did the opposite of each other. I really thought Taeyun was going to opt for something a little bit safer, a little bit more scaling-oriented, and they were like, no, I'm going Callista. And like the Rakan, I thought maybe we'd see from KT to follow up on their combos. Instead, they banned the Rakan, and let's get Ezreal Karma. So basically saying, yeah, you can get Renata. It's going to be strong in team fights, but you're not going to win the lane.
This is going to be a difficult composition to play out for KT, though, because they are lacking sort of that go button, the classic engage. So it's going to be a little bit more on Nongshim to be able to start fights where they want to. They've got a Gnar that can bounce in. They've got Fate Skull, things like that. Lehens can play a little bit more like a madman.
I've always,
as he doesn't need very much encouragement to do.
I've always been a big enjoyer of Kingan's Gnar. I think his laning phases have been very good, and his Gnar bar management is really strong. If it was almost anyone else, like if we're looking at Clear or Dudu here in this draft, I'm like, ooh, I don't know. This is a little bit too complex to pilot because there isn't an extremely strong ball carrier here for Nongshim. Sure, Sponge can often, just set it up by just simply audaciously charging into the enemies, but I kind of feel that in terms of longevity, this composition has very little of it compared to the Ezreal and the Azir damage-wise, but the Karma does warp things quite a bit, makes it a little bit weird in terms of setting up fights later on, like you were saying. At least the Karma can speed up the Wukong, the Renekton, to get them into range to, impact trying to pick the Orianna, or even getting the Callista shut down if she is trying to run rampant in a team fight.
Chef Kingan? I don't know what's happening there.
Says he's going to make it for you, but I don't know what he's making.
Yeah, I don't think any of us know what he's making. I think that was what was made sure of. That is absolutely
great
incredible.
The evolution of Agumon.
Yeah. Let's see whether BDD can actually evolve in this game as well, because he's going to need to if KT want to get back into this series. Or is it just going to be match point for Nongshim? After game number 2, that would be absolutely absurd. Let's get into game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the second game of the series. KT do spot that ward out, as Lehens is going to get discovered here by Ghost. The second support to be played, and he misses the Mantra Q. Needs to calibrate a little bit, does good old Ghost.
Yeah, that is what we often, when we watch Karma back on the space, backstage, we talk about how it's very difficult to miss those.
Yeah, that's why it hurts so much whenever it does.
And it's so important, like that's her whole thing. Like she's like, I'm level 1, we win by default. If you miss it though, you don't actually, believe it or not.
Yep, I could feel, the recoil of Ox from backstage.
Yeah, do you think Ghost said sorry afterwards, or do you think he just kind of cringed himself? Like,
he might have said sorry, actually. It's actually a good point.
Now the Callista Renata is just like, all right, well, cool. We're chilling. Got the wave cleared. Did not clear this ward, neither of them. In fact, we're able to get that taken out here in the mid lane. We don't see any tech of the sweeper, which was discussed a little bit yesterday.
Ooh, Scout and BDD fighting one another right now. The Orianna doing what she often does in the early levels, where you can really get control of the lane. All right, Pierce is going to go wide as Aiming is in a very awkward spot. There's a tempo barrier. It's going to be answered here by Aiming, but he almost dies to the rend. As Ghost not quite able to help out enough.
Like, it's the butterfly effect of that one missed Mantra Q that allows them to actually make these aggressive plays. And with the bailout available, the flash all-in is a thing. Yeah, that's...
Another one? At least Aiming managed to hit the cannon.
We got the cinematic miss from the observing team as well. That was quite
yeah, Jonas Strong is
enjoyable.
Always very good at highlighting mistakes. And that's why we love him so much.
But sometimes in, games like this, a few small mistakes are what are the deciding factor, as we showcased pretty heavily in that Nautilus game in game 1.
Ooh, Sponge moving over. He's the one with Smite, so he will be able to take this if he wants it. And there it goes. Cuz trying to do what he can here. He's the one with the red buff, so Sponge could be in a little bit of trouble. Gets the double smack with the Q.
It's all these things, though. It's like, okay, well, 2 empowered Qs missed for Ghost. So our Renata lane is winning hard, and now my jungler can come over and start impacting the enemy jungler with the prio we have at bottom side. It's domino effect.
Oh, the flash from Scout. Does get the flash out from BDD, and both of them now flashless. I think that probably works out less good for Scout. If BDD hits level 6 after a reset, then the shuffle could be real dangerous.
Yeah, not to mention the Wukong in the area. Scout is going to have to leave. They both have teleport, so it's not going to affect the state of CS that much, but it is, like you said, more threatening when the Azir has that ultimate online.
Perfect. Bouncing in and out of this wave as we're checking in on the top lane for the first time. Taeyoon, fresh off a reset here, has decided to go for the recurve bow instead of the shoes. Often it is going to be the boots pickup instead of getting just an item, just because they are so valuable for the Kalista. But Taeyoon opting out of that, wants to get towards the Blade of the Ruin King a little bit earlier.
Pretty good laning phase here for Perfect. They have a lot of vision on the top side of the map to spot a potential early gank from Sponge. As he's going to be pathing top side now. Start is clear. The impact of the Wukong pre-6 is much less, so likes to have that extra vision. They don't need much on the bottom lane because they're kind of just hugging a turret at this point in time.
Yeah. Wave is going to be shoving out now here for KT, so it might be under a little bit more threat, but right now we know that Sponge is nowhere near. Aiming, throwing out some shots though, does manage to find them when they are wandering around. Let's see where the Ghost is going to find it. There it is! That's a Mantra Q that's going to hit as he takes Lahens for a walk and maybe doesn't want to do that. It's carrying a lot of sticks now as Taeyoon not going to pull them out just yet.
Refillable is ticking. Wants to get the health back as soon as possible. Bailout is one of the most horrifying things in a lane state like this. If they all in you, barriers back up for Taeyoon in just a second here. Hemming's barrier much less valuable as Taeyoon is just going to be a blender ripping through that Ezreal's health bar.
See right now, Taeyoon will be shoving this wave forward and it is going to reset back towards KT. Was looking a little bit awkward as Aiming was forced to just farm with Mystic shots because there was no one really in the area. As Lahens gets tethered, but is able to break that one.
Ooh, bit of a gank.
Now they're looking for it as Ghost has to flash very early. The flash forward from Taeyoon. It's not going to be quite enough to take down Ghost though, as we can see. And so Nongshim not able to get a kill, but they get full control of the wave.
Really hurts. KT in serious trouble here, and Sponge is not done yet. Cuz is in the area though.
Yeah, Wind Becomes Lightning is going to come on through there. Gets the knock up onto Cuz as Aiming misses the W. And Sponge still looking for more. Might actually have another round of spells relatively soon as Nongshim now find themselves behind this turret.
There's
so they should be able to zone them.
Yeah, a whole minion wave just going by the way so they can kite back here and grab a plate on their way out. Aiming will be able to get some of these minions. Massive wave crashing through here.
Yeah, at least Ghost comes back with full health, but he's not going to be full health for very long. As Aiming deals with these minions relatively well. And now Taeyoon and Lahens going to shove this one forward also. Possibly just go back for a little bit of a tempo reset, then look for that level 6 and fight once more. As Aiming, taking just way too much damage here from this combination in the bottom lane for Nongshim.
Sponge is still relatively nearby as well. He's actually going to come up, look to potentially get some vision on this dragon. As on the top side of the map, Cuz getting closer to level 6, but doesn't have it yet.
Oh dear. Ghost is just dead.
But why?
Well, I don't have the answer for you there, Wolf. I'm sorry. But he is dead. I do know that. First blood, over to Sponge.
Well, I thought, Sponge is doing Krugs. He could have started Dragon if his team was in position to actually keep pushing. They weren't. They were going to look for a reset, but he's still in the vicinity, and Ghost greeds hard. And just ends up getting taken out. Not even a flash required. It was just a freebie.
Yeah, it does mean that Cuz was able to take the blue buff from Nongshim. That was what was spawning. It's probably okay. There's an Emperor's Divide onto Scout. Shockwave not quite working, but it is still going to be Scout escaping, not having to use the flash that wasn't quite up and available just yet. Only a trade of ultis.
BDD does end up getting a huge health advantage here, though, and a lot of resources are going to be spent now to make sure he can't use that for maximum value.
Yep, Conquering Sands comes on through there as Lahens looking for a bit of an angle that Sponge has moved up also. Cuz has some minions to deal with in the jungle, so he will be taking those down. Or some camps. Really shouldn't say minions.
I think this kind of backfires for KT, though. They end up losing so much control of the bottom side that when this rotation comes back up from Lahens, not only can they take this blue buff away, but they should be able to threaten the dragon as well. And now BDD has no tools to do anything in response. And sure, some farm was lost, but the Orianna is 15 CS up anyways. He's going to TP back in with teleport advantage to further that lead. There's just nothing coming up KT's way in this early game.
Not in this series at all, to be honest. Cuz is going to be able to get some grubs. That is somewhat in the pros column. They got grubs in the last game, and that still looked like a blowout.
Scout does not have ult yet, but he still wants to make something happen down here. BDD is nowhere near.
Yeah, Aiming is going to Arcane Shift. Ghost does at least manage to pull Sponge away, but He is still very dead. That is 2 on the floor for the Karma. And Taeyun, able to just farm out these minions behind the turret, has another one crashing forward. Should be more plates over to the Kalista.
We've had this conversation before about KT's lack of picking a strong support with aiming, right? They haven't made a clear decision on what support is the better one, but right now in this series, and for a lot of LCK Cup in general, neither are looking like a strong option right now. And I want to give Ghost a lot of credit because he grinded super hard to earn his spot on this roster. It was kind of handpicked by BDD to join anyways, but Lehens is a legend, right?
Yeah.
MSI MVP. Doesn't take a lot of damage here from aiming, though.
Yeah, that W connects that time around, as now Nongshim going to look for a little bit of a reset here, looking worse for wear. Ghost is moving in, Sponge comes down, spotted on that control ward though. This Ghost does get a bunch of vision down, so KT now with a little bit of spare time in this lane. And I mean, they are picking up the pieces of this disaster at this point in time.
And the value we've seen from the Xin Zhao is so much higher than we've seen from the Wukong, and that makes sense generally, right? Because early game, you don't have that much agency as Wukong, but his first Cyclone was only able to really force a flash, or rather a ult trade in the mid lane. And otherwise, it's just been Sponge doing so much more work in this game. And every time we see Cuz, he's just trying to clear, but doesn't even have the same farm as the Xin Zhao that's also making impacts in these lanes.
Yeah.
So Cuz just really hasn't been able to do anything on this Wukong. KT struggling to actually farm it out in the bottom side. And we talked about the engage issues they have later on. That is still going to persist.
Yep, and Perfect is ahead by a little bit here towards his top side of the map. We're having a look at this for, first time in a while. As Kingan, I don't think he's going to be going for any kills or anything like that. So Poker heads towards the mid lane, but at least the Renekton is doing fine here in this lane. So we'll be able to do his job come mid-game. But I think that KT needs to start fighting for some of these dragons, even if this next one is a Chemtech.
Buying time somehow, some way would be it is. Yeah, denying the double dragon's the most important part. Blast Cone and him out of there.
Yeah, so Cuz is not he didn't elect to take that Blast Cone, but he at least is able to use it to get to safety.
They're trying to set up something here onto aiming, but I think it's possibly going to be just a little bit too tough with Cuz having Flash and Cyclone, and aiming is already under the turret, so it's not like they're denying him back to farm. So I think this is starting to lose value here for Nongshim very quickly.
Hostile Takeover is an interesting maneuver here because realizes he can use it to continue moving towards Ghost, so that is fine. Not having that tool actually is going to be a decently large deal. Let us see. Perfect and Kingan are down very, very low.
Perfect does have his ult, so I don't think Kingan can really do anything more here without his Mega. Man, that was a lot of resources committed, but there wasn't really any trade-off because KT had to match it. And if KT made even one misstep, one mistake, could have been disastrous for them. So I like the gusto in which Sponge and crew decided to push that advantage further there on the bottom side. Sponge, though, finding again another angle.
There's a shockwave onto BDD. He's going to shift the sands, though. He'll get out of there just fine. Maybe a little bit early on the trigger finger there for Scout. Still able to get a lot of damage down onto this Azir. And BDD had only just teleported back to lane. Scout actually has teleport advantage after that and is sitting on basically full health. So a lot of tempo here for Nongshim as we crest 2 minutes until this Chemtech Dragon.
Sponge is still here, like aiming can't farm. He cannot actually safely get under his turret to take these minions out. Finally going to get here now. I think this recall will probably complete as Ghost is showing up, but a few more minions were denied, right? Like he is so significantly behind in this game.
Yeah.
This Karma pick has really fallen flat on its face. It's just not finding anything. And it's going to become more and more of a liability because you picked it for lane. You lost that. It doesn't do a whole lot after that. I mean, you could speed up the Wukong, you could speed up the Renekton, you can offer some extra shields to BDD if he's going to try to pop off in a team fight, but really, you picked this for the part that you lost, sadly.
Yeah, it's not quite working here as Lehens wants to get this wave shoved in. True Shot Barrage will stop the back of Taeyun. So that gets a little bit back here for KT. Right now we can see that gold lead is actually ballooned by an extra 600 approximately since we checked in on it last. As Scout does have Luden's Echo, your favorite as far as the first items for Orianna's are concerned. A lot of burst damage as Lehens elects to be a Bandle Piper this game.
Yeah, you know, I think most supports at this point probably should think it works really well with Kalista. And, you know, just basically stacking your spears as fast as possible, doing even more damage. Even with the nerf to the cost and the completion cost, which is about 300 if I remember correctly, it's still incredibly strong.
Yep.
And because this bottom side is so lopsided, like Sponge is on repeat, invading the jungle, fishing for any target he can find, forcing KT into these really precarious positions. KT have handled it relatively well. They haven't fallen into the complete gutter in terms of the gold or anything like that, but they just kind of keep taking 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and eventually, as gold lead starts to materialize across the board here for Nongshim. And if they can secure this dragon with the prio they have, and by the way, entry vision denied as well, like KT don't really have any idea what is going on. It should be double dragon for them, and they can continue to further that tempo advantage. Scout has this vision denied with the control ward. Ball placement here just denies any entry, and they should be able to, with this Callista, which is basically a second smite, secure this dragon easy peasy.
Shockwave going to catch one as Ghost once again in a little bit of trouble here. There is Cuz with the decoy out, is able to keep himself safe. The problem is, that's not going to get them a dragon. And that is just Scout throwing out an ulti to make sure that they're going to be able to lock up the objective. Beautifully done. I guess Lahen's hostile takeover as well, but a very comfortable trade.
I mean, the position of the ball in the initial group up for KT made it so they had to wrap around. He still ends up getting a pretty high value shockwave. It's not a game-winning one. It's not one that's going to go on this highlight reel, but it's just enough. That's all they needed. It's kind of checkmate on this dragon setup. KT don't really have a good play, as Taeyun is trying to bait here a little bit.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing. Lahen's able to move on over, so Taeyun would have had a bailout opportunity. Yes, he's going to fly on through there, but aiming misses a bunch of buttons. Handshake also going to go wide, so a bit of a stalemate here towards the bottom side.
Ocean Soul is pretty good for the Gnar in the side lane. Not going to be the greatest dragon for the double dragon role here for Nongshim, but you know, we're getting to a point where we start to wonder, is the advantage enough? Can KT stabilize here? The gold lead not that massive anymore as Ghost.
What are we doing here, my friend?
I think just not expecting the Gnar to be down here, but still playing games with the support in between turrets.
Yeah, I think he was trying to stop Lahen's from going back, like buying a bit of tempo, a little bit of something on the map, but once again, looks a little bit foolish for doing so. It's the second time that we've seen that happen here for KT, as Kingen crushes the wave. Will now look to continue pushing forward here. His Trinity Force is going to make short work of this. His aiming looks like he's got the same item, but it just feels like it doesn't do quite as much. It's a little bit of a shame there, as Sponge should be able to take this Rift Herald with not too much of a response here out of KT. And the last game looked like it was going horribly, but now, okay, got a little bit of an angle here as the Cyclone comes in. Fade's call as Taeyun does go down to the bailout, and unfortunately not going to get bailed out at all. That is money over to the Wukong, as Kingen, with this little bit of extra respite, should be able to grab first turret of the game.
Yeah, going to deny some CS here as well. It's a small win. It does help even out the gold quite a bit, but it went over to the Wukong, you know? I'd have loved it to be on literally anyone else, I think. I mean, it's not horrible on Wukong, but
I don't think Ghost would have liked it.
Yeah, okay. Maybe not literally anyone else, but although Ghost is quite a bit in the hole gold-wise himself, but again, less important in the support role. King gets a whole turret though, so it doesn't really feel like you accomplished that much. If you're KT, this is not the loser's mentality that Umti was talking about. This is just a really strong play here. They find an opportunity. And even though the Callista has bailout, they just don't have enough damage to secure it. Just a very nice setup there from Cuz. Doesn't even need the flash to get into Cyclone range. Anything you pick up feels like a win for KT right now, because that's all they've got this whole game.
Yeah, and now aiming is the only one that's here. It does have Cuz now backing him up, but this Rift Herald will be able to get a charge. More plates going down. This turret in a bit of trouble. Crystalline Overgrowth is there, but they're not going to proc it for now, as a Shockwave once again going to land onto BDD. Scout throwing this orb around willy-nilly. Let's see whether BDD can shift the sands in the right spot to get himself to safety, and it looks like the answer is yes for now.
Yeah, he doesn't have to use his ult, so he should be safe now with Cuz there as well.
All right, taking Taeyun for a walk is Ghost, as the Mystic shots are at least going to be landing for the moment. Top lane is going to meet on the bottom side of the map. A little bit upside down, but that's okay.
And that's a TP from BDD to get back over to the turret and catch that wave. This does give Scout a little bit of extra agency on the map. There's no objective up just now. My biggest concern for KT is that they're just going to send it on this next dragon fight, and it's not going to go well, because they're not going to have prio. They just can't get it. You know, when you look at the control vision that's in the river, I mean, it's not a ton, but it's just right where it needs to be. Like, Nongshim have kind of done exactly what they need to make sure that there's just no in for KT in this game. Speaking of, because just not even allowed to get the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, Sponge going to be able to lock that one down, had Kingen rotating over, so yeah, there was no way that they were going to be fighting for that one.
And this Gnar has silently become quite a big threat in team fights. You know, you have the Orianna setup, but the Gnar is really turning into quite a second ranged threat here, and Perfect will not be able to match in sides, especially if that Ocean Soul comes to pass.
Oh yeah. All right, a little bit of supportive combat here, as Ghost is going to snare up Lehens momentarily. Aiming does get the transformation on his Muramana, so that 2-item spike does come through. This time, feeling a little bit better than in the last game, where he was looking for the same combination of items. As Ghost is just dead again, Shockwave going to come on through, and Scout going to lock up that one. Oh dear. Cuz gets the smite though, so at least he'll take his blue buff.
Yeah, this is certainly...
The KT
certainly a bit of a support gap happening in this series across multiple players. I hate to say it, but I really didn't want to say it. I didn't think I had to say it because we're all watching the same game here, but...
Yeah.
I mean, when you watch these two supports interact with each other, you mentioned the support combat, it feels like I'm watching that old Switch game ARMS, you know? Like the tether comes out from Ghost, but Lehens had more friends. You know, it wasn't a 1v1 fighting game in this case, and Ghost was way out of position without Flash.
Oh,
and this side lane, like I said, is not going well for the Renekton. They get the third dragon. Maybe an angle? Maybe?
On cooldown as in goes Cuz. They get the Fate's Call out. And that means that Lehens is absolutely fine. And they weren't really fighting for anything.
Long cooldown. They got a long cooldown. They may lose this turret, but they got a long cooldown out of like 80 carry.
Oh, there's the flash. They pick up Taeun. No Fate's Call or anything like that. They could have picked up Lehens as well, and that would have been another kill, as KT might even be able to follow this minion wave towards this inner turret at the same time. More plates going over.
I mean, this is starting to be a little bit of gold here. You know, I mean, aiming is starting to stack up an advantage in terms of items here, and if they just can kind of on repeat make these mid ganks happen, it's not even a gank, it's just an aggressive engage. Maybe there's a way back into this game, as I'm a little bit concerned about this Gnar. I'm a little bit concerned about how the KT comp is going to scale without a traditional support here in this game, but, and I'm not talking about the fact that Ghost is changing roles, I just mean that they're playing Karma.
Yeah.
Not about Ghost individually, it's not about his 700 gold deficit. He's still Karma, he's still doing Karma things.
Well, we're going to have a look at this one more time, as yeah, Ghost just got handshake.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit offensive to Ghost that we show this again.
Yeah.
But this turret is really low. Aiming has the empowered auto, and BDD just shoves Taeun back. Taeun, a second time this game, just thinking he's safe. Didn't have Fate's Call, didn't matter.
Didn't have Flash.
Didn't have Flash, that's the real one.
Perfect did use his ultimate to try and fight up against King, and I'm pretty sure, who is now towards that bottom side of the map. And it's still 1.3k the advantage here on this top side of the map. Sort of silent but deadly is King in this game. Hasn't really been interacting too much, but he's taken down two whole turrets.
He's very much going to be a huge problem the longer this game goes on. Even though right now, if you look at the gold, you're like, Wolf, I mean, why are you talking like this game is one-sided? It's only 700. Like, Aiming has a lead. Cuz has a lead. It's BDD. Player of the year.
Yep.
But it's the fact that there's 3 dragons stacked against them. They have a side lane threat. KT have an Azir, which in another game state would be a side lane threat, but just really isn't in this game right now. I mean, look at the control Nongshim have. Gold is on everything in professional League of Legends. And the arm guard that Scout holds right now gives him so much extra power as well. I don't think that they are going to be able to start this Baron right now because the Kalista does not yet have a second item. But they're close, and they're going to siege this mid turret, and I just don't know what response there can be. Cuz has Flash and Cyclone. I guess that alone could be enough of a deterrent to keep them from pushing one more wave in.
That's what they're looking for. Aiming, I didn't think was going to be enough to actually defend that turret, but it goes down to 1 plate left on its last legs down there. And some resets to come on through here for Nongshim. Yeah, so you mentioned it, the gold very, very close. But
just everything else.
Blade, and the fact that there are 3 dragons on Nongshim once again, that's where things become a little gloomy here for KT.
It's trying to shut this Gnar out when he flanks and has Gnar bar set is going to be so hard. Like, whose job is that? Is it Cuz? Well, he kind of needs to deal with Taeun. Needs to be able to help engage. Is it going to be perfect? He can't do it. Is it going to be the Karma that locks down the Gnar trying to set up for a mega flank? I don't think so. And Kingen is 1,600 gold lead without really interacting with people. Feels like, you know, you might have, if you blinked, you might have missed it. And suddenly, this Gnar is just too big to fail.
Yeah. Well, let's see what can happen here as we're looking for a team fight.
It's a low kill
KT's
game.
composition is good at team fighting, Wolf, so maybe that's going to be their way back into it. I do not want to talk about on the other side because that's going to kind of ruin that because Nongshim's composition, it team fights pretty well as well.
They do kind of have a lot of vision and prio as well, you know?
Yeah. The map seems to be team fighting well for Nongshim at the same time.
Yeah, it's on Team Nongshim right now. Even though they're on the blue side, it's painted red.
Yeah. Well, Sponge can be clearing out some vision. 54 seconds on Ocean Soul. Here for Nongshim. You were talking about Na being a menace in the side lane. That is going to mean that the Na is irremovable.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, Perfect might as well just unplug his keyboard. Being a bit facetious, but he just went back and now has to answer this huge wave on the top side. And Scout teleport bottom because this Dragon spawns in 30 seconds. They can group and take this blue buff. The mid turret is down. And Nongshim can kind of do whatever they want because Kingen has TP. Perfect does too, but he's going to have to deal with this pushing Gnar, and plates are going to go down. He has Sterix and a BF sword. Like, he has a BF sword.
Yeah, this is a very, very scary Gnar. All right, there's a Shirelius to come on through. The handshake comes down as, oh dear, Taeyun in so much trouble as he gets into that backline. Cuz taking so much damage. There's a flash forward from Perfect, and there is no bailout for that. The Crocodile's gigantic, but 2 kills swiftly back here for Nongshim as Aiming looks for Sponge and should be able to dive on top of him. It's Perfect that helps lock the target down. And KT finally doing something that we can put in the pros column.
It's the 3rd time they killed Taeyun in this game, and maybe it's the charm. It is going to be their first dragon of the game. And BED is just like, oh, here we go again. I guess I got to carry another one. As he finds another Emperor's Divide. The angle is good. And initially it looked like, okay, maybe they can't quite kill Taeyun. Like, Lahen's here, holds the bailout for quite a while. He's like, yeah, I'm not really scared right here. Not really worried. He flashes back. He's like, nah, it's still fine. I got my ult as Aiming?
Aiming. Miss it.
Yeah, anyway, ultimately, BDD makes the play on the replay, and then it doesn't matter because Kingen is like, I would like to PvP now. And then he shows up and just... Was that a solo kill?
Yeah, it was. Aiming just sort of died. He now has a Spear of Sojourn, which is kind of cute, but they may not have a Baron. That may be dead now. As KT, without their 80 carry for another 20 seconds, going to have to try and fight this one. I'm not sure how that one's going to work.
I don't see it. I think that's just a free Baron.
Aiming giveth, aiming taketh away, I guess.
BDD is going to try to get some money on the bottom side of the map. That is all they can really ask for. It's not even really any jungle camps here. BDD gets 1 Krug camp. That's it.
Let's see this team fight yet again.
Okay, so hopefully nothing happens live. I don't think anything will. But again, Taeyun waits for a really long time before the bailout comes through. The ult from Lahen's buys some space. It's BDD again that makes this happen.
Beautiful.
Perfect as well on top. BDD's trying to save the day. And it's just a time and time again for KT, especially early last year, early this year. And I'm looking for him. And you know what? I think he found him.
Yeah, I'd say that he did. Sometimes you're walking out of your jungle and you just die to a Gnar.
And he's instantly like calling for Baron. Let's just go take Baron. And they did.
And there was not a whole lot that KT could do about it.
That 700 gold lead, you know, again, doesn't look like much, but it's been honest work for Nongshim this game.
Oh, yeah. There was a turret taken in exchange, I am pretty sure.
Yeah, BDD, I think, got the bottom turret. He got a plate as well. And Perfect's going to get another turret on the top side here, so that's keeping the money close, but these turrets a little bit more valuable that KT are starting to lose now.
Yeah, and there are 2 Siege minions making their way forward as well, so that is a little bit scary. Aiming once again in his least favorite position on the map, a Sponge, taking a fair bit of damage, but there is a Shockwave going wide. Maybe an opportunity now for KT, but BDD is so incredibly low. The handshake connects. As now Cuz, tagged by the Wind Becomes Lightning. As Kingen, like, how do they deal with this Gnar?
BDD had to flash. He does not really have a ward to TP to here.
Well, there's a teleport coming in from Nongshim. It's a lot of damage onto Lahen's. The Fate's Call does come down to try and keep him safe. As Cuz was spinning, has another charge, but isn't actually going to be using it just yet. As now Kingen moving back over towards this inhibitor turret. Looking a little worse for wear.
Taeyun doesn't have flash. I think it's best to just play safe. Like, BDD playing this so well.
I mean, he's so scary right now on this.
He dodged.
He's very strong.
He dodged the Shockwave with a dash. Flashes after the handshake to make sure there's no follow-up is extremely large. Like you mentioned, he got all that extra money on the bottom side while Baron was being taken. He's level 16, almost level 17. if someone's going to carry this game, it is the 004 Azir that is still giga huge in this game and does a lot of damage. And if they disrespect him, I'm looking at Taeyun right now. Again, maybe he could bring this one back because there's a lot of gold on the map to take. They win a few team fights here. And
it's only 2.5k. It's not like the 8,000 gold lead that we were seeing around this stage in game number 1. So not looking quite as dire as we did see in that one. But still, I mean, this Baron has just been so valuable for Nongshim.
BDD is just hard farming bottom lane as well. He's just going to say, you can have that turret. I'm just going to get as much money as I can.
Well, perfect. Comes on over. Ghost tries to snare someone, but it's going to be this inner turret falling down.
I kind of feel like
the overgrowth, then this moves away.
This Baron was not as impactful in terms of getting permanent damage done as Nongshim would have liked. They got a ton of money.
I mean, there's only one plate left on both of the inhibitor turrets, though, so I feel like that is decent value.
Now we're 30 minutes in, though, and I think with KT keeping these alive and BDD getting all that extra farm, he gets a needlessly large rod. Like, obviously has, because he's a mid laner, tier 3. Sork Pen Boots aiming. Oh, not again.
We've seen this movie before. As he gets the shield from Ghost, now Kingen going to get snared, but he just throws blocks of concrete around. And he is going to be A-OK. Has a Guardian Angel, remember? So he is absolutely fine here in this game. It's Nongshim, relatively grouped up. There is Perfect making his way in. That's going to mean that we've got a 5v5 K-Ram happening.
You know, at this point, Kingen really probably wants to build, because he has such a lead and he is so unkillable. He's like, I should just build Bloodthirster. But instead, he's smart and he's going to build some magic resistance into BDD because he knows he's the real main threat. One more chance here for KT. One more desperate fight. This could be the tide-turning battle if BDD can do it again and find that backline.
They're going to have to do it as quickly as possible because otherwise this Ocean Soul is going over to Nongshim. KT do move themselves forward. Cuz down very low. There's a hostile takeover to buy that space. And with the Rend, it's pretty comfortably taken down, although that was a little bit dangerous. Still now, there is a Dragon Soul onto Nongshim. Slice and dice here from Perfect as the Crescent Guard not doing too much. But KT, can they actually get in to try and capitalize on these buttons that are now on cooldown? There is still a Shockwave here for Scout. Keep your eye out for that one.
I mean, they have a range advantage with this Ezreal, and BDD does a lot of chip damage. But Nongshim is playing it well. They're just not allowing them to have that in. They're just going to push mid now, look for aiming again.
Yep, Kingen just doing what he loves, which is fighting aiming in the mid lane. Another concrete is going to come on down there. Set of steps, I guess, or is it just sort of a lump? I'm not entirely sure. As Kingen throwing stuff around. Scout goes golden, though, as there's the Cyclone to come into that back line. Perfect. Slice and dice and flashes out of the way as Sponge right over the wall and will be able to stop that Crocodile and take away the GA at the same time. Cuz is just gone. He's gone somewhere else. As Empress Divide is going to push Kingen into the enemy base. So this Gnar is dead, but I just don't know whether that's going to be enough for KT to actually find themselves a victory here. Still 3,000 in the hole.
They did not get any of the inhibitors still.
That is true.
They really tried to hard force winning the team fight, but Perfect bought a ton of time. He is still a level 18 top laner despite his deficit into the Gnar, and he has GA. And Kingen is really trying to set something up here on the flank, but just cannot really get access. I think he should have played a little bit more conservatively back towards his teammates here. Unfortunately, instead he ends up taking a ton of damage. And Perfect buys time. Cuz gets away because he is able to make that long run. Like you mentioned, it's gone.
Yep.
But like all of this time in GA, for example, they're not pushing mid. And Kingen ends up popping his res here because he got way too greedy.
Yeah, so both top laners just kind of threw their Guardian Angels in the bin.
Yeah.
Is kind of what happened there.
I think this kind of trade favors KT. It's not enough to get them back into the game, like you said, but starting to wonder, can Nongshim do it? As it's been a bit of a meme on our analyst desk watching these types of games. We've seen quite a few throws. KT on the other side, one of the teams that had the biggest lead is like, can they end? Can they end? Can they end?
It's the stoppable force versus the movable object, Wolf. It's just really difficult to know which one is going to work out. As right now, Nongshim still have a lot of control. They have an Ocean Soul, like they are feeling very, very good. They can also just split the map and play the game out that way. But Kingen is staying with the rest of his team as a level 19 Gnar. BDD now singled out.
Oh, the split here really good for Nongshim, just making it so there's just not really a great Emperor's Divide angle.
Yeah, BDD needs to be very, very careful with where he's positioned. Kingen doesn't have his GA back up just yet, so does need to be a little bit more careful than otherwise. But Sponge is just going to start off this Baron and try and clear this control vision towards the back of the pit. KT moving over, Cuz
So hard.
pretty tricksy as this Wukong, so it could be a 50-50, but
they have the
Taeyeon's
Rend.
got the sticks. Exactly, yeah, the Rend is going to make it so difficult. But let's see whether BDD can find some magic as he's looking for a flank angle. Sponge goes in, they take down Ghost, but I don't know whether he is going to be a big problem in this fight as Kingin likely to go down as well. The flash forward from BDD aiming, he's going to be able to take that one down. True Shot Barrage gets into the back line, but now the flash forward from Taeyeon. He's got a bailout in a dream. The bailout wears out, but it does not matter because they haven't killed him just yet, and now BDD gets hand shook and cannot do anything. He'll take down Lehens, but Lehens returns the favor. And Nongshim are looking at match point here in Super Week.
I don't think BDD could have done more in that fight, but I just don't think it was a winnable one. Look at the setup here. Like, they have hostile takeover. They have Rend. There is just really not a play to be made except BDD on this flank, trying to wear down Kingin, right? Yes, Ghost.
The shockwave as well.
Ghost in this initial setup is burst down. BDD tries to kill Kingin, flashes forward to get him, but he spent so much time killing the Gnar, they can't impact the rest of the play. And there's just not enough damage here on aiming at this stage, and Taeyeon has so many resources between the bailout that wasn't even needed, the shield coming through, also even gets honey fruit, not that it matters too much. And the rest of the team here for KT just falls apart but like a house of cards. BDD was able to find one angle, but trading his life for the Gnar just wasn't enough.
And now a second Baron for Nongshim. That gold lead really starting to become a real one as it moves to 5,000. There is still, you know, the Elder Flip meme. That could be a thing that you'd have to worry about, but the problem is, for KT, there's a Rend. So it's always skewed, even if Smite is mega buffed at the moment. The combination of Rend and Smite coming out from Sponge and Taeyeon, if they coordinate correctly, just shouldn't be something that KT can fight against. And they're going to lose a lot of their base at the same time. Second inhibited turret to go down, as there's only so many sun discs that BDD can put up. Because wind becomes lightning. There is an orb going on over towards BDD as Taeyeon pops over towards aiming, but he does have an arcane shift, so he should be all right. The inhibitor, not so much, as that's going to be taken out.
I mean, if there's an angle for BDD, okay,
oh, there's the flash in from Cuz as he looks for the Cyclone. Hostile takeover comes down, doesn't get a lot of value there, as Taeyeon's got the bailout and no one's really found him. Empress Divide not doing too much, but it is holding them on the other side. Crescent Guard from Sponge, just to keep him alive. That's the best looking team fight KT have done all game.
I think that's the best they could have hoped for. The only other thing they could have done would have been to try to TP flank with BDD, but if he gets pushed on, they just die, and it's still, like, again, best team fight they could have hoped for, still not enough to stop two inhibitors from going down. Massive 2 waves, maybe even more, crashing there to the top side, and Elder is up.
Yeah, there is this big ol' Elder problem that they're looking for. Handshake and a miss onto the Crocodilian.
Like, Scout can TP to end even if this goes awry. He has to get out first.
Cuz needs to survive. That would be a good thing. Does get a big old shield. Doesn't have flash and just says, nah, we're not going to fight for the Elder.
Like, literally just TP to end. Scout's like, all right, well, it's over. GG. And KT are trying to run home.
I don't know whether they can make it home. As Scout should be able to clear out this wave.
Where can I press R? I really want to hit multiple targets.
Yeah. Ghost is going to be able to snare Scout as Shockwave collects both of the monkeys. Cuz is going to survive those, surprisingly, and might be able to make it back to his fountain. The problem is, if they're on their fountain, they are not defending their Nexus. First Nexus turret is going to go down. Nongshim looking for the second as Taeyeon just bounces behind the Nexus. And Perfect might be able to take down at least 1 or 2 of them, but I think the Dragon is going to come from the heavens to take him out after that Guardian Angel serves its purpose. And all right, Empress Divide is going to throw back Taeyeon, but there is only a Sun Disc there. Taeyeon had the bailout, so he's just fine. Picks up a double and will pick up the Nexus as well. There's match point for Nongshim and a 3-0 potential here for this squad.
Yeah, after watching this game, I could go a little bit back and look into some of those 3-0 people that were talking big before this series. But I gotta say, this is one of the most one-sided games with a low gold advantage that we've seen in a while. It's like 700 gold lead the whole time, but it looks like KT just has nothing they can do. BDD is just biding his time, hoping for some big plays. He gets a few onto Taeyeon in the mid lane, but doesn't patch the hole of the Gnar on the side, and then it felt like every single fight and every single objective Nongshim had set up, it was just like, oh, what are you going to do, KT? I've got this angle covered, I got that angle covered, I've got vision, I've also got a teleport angle where I can end the game. How are you ever going to even touch Elder?
Look at how huge Kingen was in that game.
No, it's... Yeah. I mentioned he was 0-0-0 for so long, and then he got 1 kill on Perfect, and it was just like, okay, he's 2,000 gold ahead for some reason. And,
and then he killed Aiming just like over and over again. And the amount of times that Nongshim just took something and then knew that they had enough, right? They had enough to take the Baron. They had enough to secure the Dragon. The amount of times that KT just came up short, it was just too many times and has been throughout this entire series. Honestly, it's just been, I'm kind of perplexed, amazed that KT could have messed it up like this. But they still have a chance, ladies and gentlemen. The reverse sweep is on the table. It's just looking a little bit like that may not necessarily happen. Hopefully the space has some optimism. You know, we've got the general over there. Maybe he will be able to tell us exactly how KT can bounce back. Let's go to a short break.
돌아봐 예찬아 한번.
안 죽어 안 죽어.
한번 가줄게. 나 W도 있어 예찬아. 어때? 괜찮을 듯?
하나 더. 아들 이렇게 없다. 타워 치면서 삼주력 볼게.
점프 4초.
아들 이번엔 살짝 띄울게. 보면.
AC 가자.
나 삼주력 끝났고.
타올게. 레넥.
나 죽었다.
한타 하자.
한타야.
레넥부터 쳐봐. 야 이거 타워 세워졌다. 천천히 다시.
나 삼주격 한 번 더 돌리고 갈게.
타워부터 깨자.
박으면
천천히 해. 그냥 천천히 해.
나봐줘.
아들.
더블.
나이스.
나이스.
한방 하자.
No, they're fighting it. Okay. Okay, they did get their Rylai's in. Sponge is a lot weaker than Willow though.
And the TP just to get engaged on, and the setup here is gigantic once again. Scout has a nice 1v1 versus Gio though, who is out of the fight. But we got Rich kind of going insane mode on this backline in the actual fight. It looks like we'll eventually take out King, and Scout does get another kill though, 5th for him. Kemp carrying a force to go to DRX. No, I just think T1 has some tendencies sometimes.
Okay, we'll see. Well, so far things looking good. Because is trying to make his way in, potentially for a steal.
Yeah, he's trying to get that engage going as Palu, and well, it wasn't much of anything. As now the Cyclone is going to go down, and a massive Doran to the wall! Doran wants to end this game right here, right now, and I think he just did. As Perfect on the run, but he should be the 4th casualty on the list. BDD.
So that's kind of how this matchup goes, is that it's all sustained damage for Diablo. On the other side, Rule is like, okay, I cross-bomb, you hit a rocket.
나 이번에 세게 볼게. 야, 나 궁 볼게 이거.
And the cycle of that thing is like, okay. And he's got critical as well. 40% of your health, yeah, it's all there.
It's a massive advantage. It's okay. In goes Viklo, looks for the angle. There is the backflip and the solo bowler!
잡았어. 아직 잡았어 얘들아.
와 데미지가 말이 안 되네.
As now Cuz looking for the engage. They've got Perfect with flash. He wants the angle. Gets rooted immediately. Has to flash away. And Gideon access to the back line. It doesn't touch the Palu. Has the GA. And now it's Bro on the front line pushing forward. As Aiming doesn't have a front line. BDD is also on the run. Down goes the Nar. Aiming is by himself on the bottom side trying to 1v4. flashes over the wall, gets one, picks up another, he's making a move! Three! He's going insane mode! And it's the quadra for PremiumBeat, a penta!
바람에 지웠는데?
The Bros probably want to fight for this one. Spell Shield now on cooldown, maybe an opportunity here as the Bros do move in. There is the engage onto Namgung, but they do have Teddy with the culling. The Light taking a lot of damage as Roma shows up, teleporting from casting as well. All of the Bros now in position. Namgung flashing away here as Kanabi does go into the Rift Herald, and that's a triple knockup from Delight. Flash out from Teddy, but I just don't think he's going to survive. You said this Akali was dangerous, and my God, were you correct? And Zeka picks up a triple.
Hello and welcome back to the space. I'm still Valdez with Ox and Umpty, and currently we're at a 2-0 scoreline for Nongshim over KT Rolster. I don't believe anybody predicted a 3-0, and I feel like more people win for KT. What's going on today, guys?
Nongshim locked in. I think there's no other way to spin it. They just decided that today is the day they're going to make things happen, and that is what they are doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nongshim Red Force was always showing that their ceiling is very high, but their performance is not like always like balanced. But today they're actually shining today. Yeah,
looking really good. We do want to take a look at the draft as well for this one. You guys did want to dive into especially the bot lane and the way it did come out here. Also, Ghost going to the Karma did not work out so well for him in this game.
So this was really telegraphed, the fact that they were going for the Kalista Renata, especially since Nico was already gone. Oftentimes we'd see like Kalista Nico come out, and that gives you a bit more lane pressure. If you're into like a range matchup, that's tricky. But it was super telegraphed, and they go this Ezreal Karma, which is a lane matchup. The Ezreal Karma absolutely capable of winning and having the pressure. And Nongshim opted into this with confidence, and it ended up actually working out really well for them, with some mishaps from the KT bot lane.
Yeah, I think they actually have a just confident, as you said. Like as a Kalista Renata, it's quite hard to win the Ezreal Karma, but I think they just bent Braum to just giving the Karma, because I think it's because of the Ghost, I think.
Yeah, and you see in this moment, you know, Aiming's trading auto attacks with Taeyun on the Kalista. It was a miscue from Ghost as well, but just you need to be relying on your skill shots, playing at range. If you're getting up close and trading autos heavily, it's not going to go well. We saw Mantra Qs being missed as well in this lane.
Yeah, and then Cause realized my bottom is losing, so he has a habit that if it's losing, just starting the blue at the camp first. And then now that Nongshim is thinking, oh, then we should just invade him and find jungle and still pressure the bottom. And then like naturally, just Sponge got his groom, and Cause is getting kicked out by the bottom pressure, even though he wins the 1v1. And then like both jungle and bottom is getting a hard life today.
Yeah, and you see like the trade coming out here. Sponge doesn't have red buff, he's chunked out, but because of the bot advantage, you know, Cuz can't do anything. He can't extend a trade, he can't do more, he has to back away, and it shows like the bleed out effect that kind of happened that came from KT's bot lane losing.
Yeah, so I think the bottom should be winning, but it was quite tough. And then after that situation, then Ghost dies because of he was quite desperate. Yeah, I mean, I can see that goes to why he was considering that picking Karma or not. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely ended up being an issue. We saw somewhat similar of an issue in game 1, except that was more of like a team fight that was forced in the jungle. This time, once again, KT kind of get behind in the bottom side of the map, and we're going to fast forward way into the future to 33 minutes into the game on the Baron fight.
Yeah, this ended up being a bit of a scrappy fight. BDD really set his focus onto the Gnar, who just come out of Mega, because he was threatening him on the side. So Kingen doesn't end up doing too much in the fight to focus down, but Taeyun gets so much damage down onto the frontliners on this Callista, and is using his health bar really as a resource. Has the bailout, feels complete confidence, playing so aggressive on this Callista here, and aiming is just trying to pump out damage, isn't getting it down quick enough.
I think the impressive thing is like Taeyun just went there as a 3v1 with the Renata only, and then the Azir was there. I think he was very confident. If Azir is not here, I'm not dying, so I can just like 1v9 here. So it was a very good teamfight angle from them.
And this is the Taeyun we heard about in the LPL. We didn't initially see it, but we'd heard all these stories about like the performance he'd had in the LPL. We were like, where is this player? He hasn't shown up yet. Now he's showing up exactly when Nongshim needed him.
Yeah, maybe just need a little bit of time to readjust back to the LCK. And we do want to take a look at the standings for the current moment, because a lot is on the line for this best of 5. Of course, this is the current standings before this match. Obviously, this is as of match 22.
Yeah, so this doesn't show the full amount of points that each team has in terms of game wins. But it's important to note that KT, the position they're in now, actually have the lowest game wins. So if they get 3-0 today and Group L to end up losing, they will fall into the last place spot. KT, it's not just the fact that they don't want to lose the series. If they get 3-0'd, they are in the worst position in their group. They will be the team to not make it even to play-in. So it's not just about winning the series. They need to actually just win games. Getting a 2-3 loss in the series would be way more meaningful than getting 3-0'd in this situation. They need every game they can get right now. They're in a dire spot. I do want to also note this hasn't been updated with today's games as well in that, but they desperately need at least a fight in today's series. They need a bit of a comeback, even if they can't get the full reverse sweep.
Yeah, speaking of that, KT choose second pick. I think they want to counter. They want to get their lane trials and just giving some confidence to teams. Maybe they find a clue from here.
Yeah, second pick maybe going to help them out. We're going to see Nongshim on the blue side, and yeah, there's a lot on the line. I think not a lot of people expected to see a 3-0 tonight, but with the way Nongshim is playing, and honestly the way that KT are playing, it's looking more like a reality every game that we do see. So we're going to have to wait and see if KT does step it up. I liked how BDD kind of stepped it up in some of those fights. You know, he had some good moments in the mid lane, you know, the good divide the one time. But it can't just be him. It has to be the whole team coming together, and we're going to have to see more from KT. As we are done here on the space for now, let's throw it over to Atlas and Wolf for the cast.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and I want to dive in to what they went through when we were looking at the standings. We got a little bit of extra information here ourselves as well. Let's just give it to you the simple way. If this is indeed a Nongshim 3-0, which is the way that it's looking like, if then DK and HLE both lose, then KT are just out. Like, it's just done. If KT wins one game, then there is a tiebreaker if said thing happens once again, assuming that HLE are going to be 3-0'd as well. There will be a tiebreaker between KT and HLE in that scenario.
Which will be decided, of course, by game time.
Yes. So total win time is what it comes out to be, and we won't understand what that looks like until KT has won another game, and then actually I think that calculation could come through. We could break that tie before it even happens, because we're assuming that HLE doesn't win a game. And so therefore, the win times have all actually happened already. And then, of course, if it's a 3-2, then there is a chance with that 3-0 that HLE are just going to be eliminated, and there is nothing else to worry about. Of course, HLE still have things in their own hands, but it's kind of crazy. This is not the time that KT were planning on collapsing, because this could mean the end of their tournament, because T1 and Gen.G both winning in their next 2 matches over the weekend is the predicted outcome.
It feels almost like a formality. We'll see. D+, I think D+, has a lot more of a fighting chance than HLE, but I have loved the start of KT's draft. Talked about how predictable they have been, but both support picks. Like game 1, we saw Palu play the Nautilus. He was like, I'm gonna sacrifice lane to be another great team fighting tool. The lane was so bad, it went so poorly that didn't matter.
Yeah.
And then in game 2, Ghost is like, I'm gonna sacrifice team fighting power and engage to win the lane. Didn't win the lane, and hopefully here in this third game, we get a support that's either more well-rounded on both sides, as wonky and lopsided each or either way. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Or just in general, like a strong pairing, you know, like Lucian Braum or something pretty straightforward.
Alistair first pick?
Or is it Malphite first pick?
Yeah, I mean, Malphite first pick would make a fair bit of sense. Obviously, Silas very happy to steal away an Unbreakable Will, but Unstoppable Force is also a pretty good one. As let's see what this final ban is going to be from KT. Do you just take away the Malphite? Might be the thing that they decide to do.
I don't think there's another mid pick that you're really worried about. The Aurora's banned. Varus is so flexible right now that I suppose that is going to be the safest option here.
Sponge Rock.
I do think Malphite first pick is punishable.
I agree. I actually think that, especially with Sejuani compositions, I feel like they deal with the Malphite quite effectively. But we'll just have to see what KT decide to do.
I mean, Ezreal is gone. Corki is gone. Those are some of the... Could have a tougher time, especially if you just slam lock
Felio's Thresh.
It looks like that's what they're going to do. We talked about it when Ghost was subbed in.
Oh,
go for the Mundo into the Malphite, who really loves to fight Malphite when he can interact with him. But
yeah, actually feels like a pretty good matchup.
Yeah, I do think that that's kind of... You just pick anything that Malphite can't just one-tap with his R button, and then you're like, all right, well, you can't interact with me long-term as...
Oh,
this
the classic!
The counter, the range counter. Maybe just take the Thresh away, or even just go straight into the Lulu and say, to win this lane no matter what.
I like the Blitzcrank, and that is what they're going to lock in. This is sort of a classic answer to these Enchanter lanes, but Ghost has to hit the buttons.
Don't grab the Malphite.
No, that would be a bad move. However, grabbing the Lulu, that would feel absolutely fantastic. Let's see whether they can actually do that, though. That's going to be the question. Very volatile, like massively high variance.
I mean, this
as far as his bottom lane is concerned.
This is a very Lehen's pick, right? He likes to play the Blitzcrank into Lulu. It's kind of one of his specialties. Duro as well, quite famed for it even before he joined the LCK.
Yep.
And so you have to imagine Lehen's is pretty good at making sure he can space this well and not get caught. Akali is taken away, which doesn't tell us a whole lot right now. Silas is banned, the Azir is Fearless banned.
Yeah, there's things on the table, things like Yone and Syndra. Zoe, another big one for BDD, has often picked it in states like this, Game 3s especially. Not going to be picked this time around. Victor has seen, you know, a decent amount of play as well, especially paired alongside the Malphite. We did see that do some decent work a couple of days ago.
I think there's going to have to be AP damage here for BDD. I don't think there's any flexibility there in this draft. Kennen gets taken away, which also, again, as a counter pick for a lot of picks that are just already gone, Kingen might just be calling for GP at this point, but I just do think this draft doesn't have much of a frontline. Malphite as a frontliner is fake. It's not real. He presses R, and then either you win the fight because of it, or he dies right away, or he ults away when he's in a bad position.
Oh dear, don't remind me. Jax going to be a ban away here, and actually that would have been a lot of AP damage. It's kind of interesting one with its current state. As you were talking about GP, Perfect is cycling through a bunch of very dangerous picks.
I don't know what this comp's identity is if he actually locks the Aurelia. Like, what are we even doing?
Well,
we're
blade surging. That's what they'd be doing. This timer is getting dangerously low.
Zahin
there
makes
is Zahin, okay.
Actual sense, but...
As Vestian would say, Zaheen. Locked in here.
Zaheen.
Zaheen.
Remember Oishin?
I do.
Yeah, hope he's doing well.
Yeah, me too.
The draft here has a lot of holes in the early game for KT. It's going to take a little while to come online, to say the least. As Yone looks to be the option here in the mid lane for Scout.
That's a lot of wombo combo potential. And let's see what Kingan's going to be doing here. It could be just a Gwen
honestly,
to get a bit of extra magic damage.
Could even just be like Gasante, and you feel really good about it.
Yeah, you'd probably be fine.
It's not, you know, going to punish the Zahin too well. And now the Cannon Man makes a lot more sense, but yeah, just have an insane frontline, a lot of range. And we're just trolling with this one, I think.
All right, we just want to hover a fair bit of Aurelia today.
Twisted Fate.
Well, this is an old BDD special.
Okay, so you gold card somebody, they get Blitzcrank grabbed. You charm somebody, they get Blitzcrank grabbed.
I'm not so sure about the Ahri, personally.
I really liked KT's drafts outside of support, even though there were arguments to be made for both support lock-ins for KT in games 1 and 2. This draft, I don't really want any part of. It's so situational. You gotta hit the charms, the Blitzcrank has to hit the hooks. Zahin's early game is pretty weak. The Mundo is also pretty low impact early on.
This is the problem though, Wolf. Everything was playable if you did it right on the Rift. A lot of what has been happening here today has not been about the draft at all.
Yeah.
It's been about how things have played out, especially on that bottom side. Like if Ghost lands, like 2 phenomenal hooks in lane, if Lehens finds himself in an uncomfortable position and then just dies, this could just be over in a heartbeat. But Lehens is a great Lulu player, always has been, and it's just not the way that Nongshim have been playing today. They've just been better.
Also now have a draft with how this finishes up here for KT, where the Malphite doesn't really even have to ult the Aphelios. He can actually just kind of ult anybody. It doesn't matter. If they get that single target to die, with the front line they have with the Yone follow-up and the Jinx follow-up, and the Jinx gets excited and Taeyun can pop off in team fights, she'll outdo the Aphelios in almost every scenario here. There's too many threats for the Aphelios, and the mid damage just isn't there. It's pick-based with the Mundo. Not sure about this one, KT Rolster.
I'm a little bit worried about it, but if anything snowballs, it works out. So let's see what happens as we dive onto the Rift. All right, KT fans sounding pretty desperate here at the Chijijik Lol Park today as they are staring down the barrel of a 3-0 and a guaranteed last place in Group Elder. Obviously, Elder with, you know, a pretty good run at the moment. You know, they would still be ahead in points, but it would then require either DK to beat T1 or HLE to beat Gen G.
So you see the level 1 in the bottom lane. Lehens is like, if you hook me at level 1 with your Calibrum out, you do not win that trade. So I will just stand in front of you. And so, you know, gonna have to take a little bit of time before, you know, the knock-up is ready for Ghost, where they can actually really play this, or hide behind turret, hope to hook them into the turret range.
Yeah, maybe just employ the turret to try and help you out.
The Blitzcrank is a classic counter to Lulu because you outrange her, you don't deal with her poke, she's very squishy, but when you have Calibrum sitting next to it, it's kind of like, well, I have Glitter Lance, and that might be better. Like, actually, kind of maybe we out DPS because we also have a.
I mean, this is the thing. Like, everything beats Blitzcrank if you don't hit hooks.
But even if you do hit the hook at level 1, you're like,
all right, yeah,
is that
you don't have very many buttons.
Yeah, so they still get control of the lane, which means there's minions in the way for hooks.
Oh, Perfect going to get picked up here by Kingan momentarily. The Zahin not exactly having the greatest time at level 2. We have seen Zahin do a lot of really good things here in the LCK. We were thinking that at this current state, the Zahin wouldn't look fantastic, as we've got 2 of Faker's skins going back and forth here in the mid lane. Very fun.
2 of Faker's rivals fighting each other, one behind Faker as a trainee so many years ago. The other facing against him in countless important matchups here. BDD across so many teams.
Yep.
His rival on Gen G, and then later the Telecom War rival as well. We won't talk about the Nongshim stint, but he's playing against Nongshim now, so it's
BDD was also really good on Longzhu, you know, and Kingzone back in the day. Those were more good BDD times. Let's not talk about the Nongshim times.
Yeah, the Nongshim times is a little bit less interesting.
Cuz is on a phone call. Scout is dead! Solo kill for BDD in the mid lane. He took Ignite! We didn't even talk about it!
I did not even notice that.
Oh my goodness, incredible players. Now, Ghost is in the fog of war, but I don't think he has his hook. He does have his hook available. Cuz just wandering away though. Looks like Sponge will be able to just take away this little Rift Scuttler.
Well, BDD really just decided this was a solo queue game.
I also think BDD decided that he doesn't want to get 3-0 by Nongshim today.
He's like, all right, look, Sione thinks he can use his Unbind to trade with me.
All right, well, Ghost didn't want Sponge to back.
But Sponge will back anyways, at a slightly delayed rate.
And this wave is in a really annoying spot for KT. Let's have a look at this one more time.
Oh, the charm.
The casual charm.
And he's like literally calling that he got him way before he dies because he knows he has the Ignite,
Ignite as well.
With Ignite to proc there on the play.
Man.
And yeah, this lane, it could be worse. Could be worse. Yeah. But it's not ideal yet. But the Blitzcrank always has value later on.
All right, hooking and connect onto Lahans. He gets grabbing him as well. Does have to heal. And aiming, looking for a little bit more. Taeyoon just going to try and dissuade him from doing too much more here as Ghost. Looking a little bit more healthy as the zap is going to connect. And Taeyoon's looking for it. There's the knock-up. And it's not quite enough as Ghost. He might be going down as well. It's another disaster for KT in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's just, the more you watch this matchup, you're like, if you hook him with the Lulu there, or with the Jinx there, when she presses Q and gets more attack speed, do you actually out DPS with the Velios? Not yet, I think. It was very close. But unfortunately, the Blitzcrank can only offer CC, but really not a whole lot of damage, whereas the Lulu can offer a lot of defensive tools, but also damage. And the Jinx's damage output is pretty high. And we'll watch it again. Like, it's really hard to calculate, and the Gravitum comes through, the knockup comes through, Lahens is super low, but he has heal. The aiming puts a bunch of damage into this Lulu while Taeyoon is shooting him, and the Ghost is like, I'm waiting for buttons! I'm waiting for buttons! I'm waiting for buttons! He's eventually going to get those buttons back, but it's just too late.
Yeah, the flash knockup does come through without getting too much done, as aiming was already dead. So a little bit unfortunate there. It's not going to be the largest lead on the map right now. BDD still holds on to that one, and that will mean that KT has a slight advantage. But, I mean, it's just the same story here in this bottom lane. And this is not a lane that's, oh, we just want to be able to win the lane phase. This is a bottom lane that can just hard carry the game. Jinx is so strong in the later stages with the get excited resets. So KT needs to be so careful. Charm going to miss this time. As BDD zoning Scout away endlessly here in this lane. 20 CS up.
He is having a statement laning phase. Like,
this
is him saying, you think you can play Yone blind to my Ahri?
And it also bleeds over, right? Sponge isn't able to take the crab, things like this. Another hook going to connect, this time onto Taeyoon. But aiming, a little bit too scared to fight back too much. Glitterland's barely going wide as the zap, he just walks into it. Not sure about that one.
I mean, Jinx was a classic counter pick to Aphelios because she does so much damage early compared to him and also outranges him when he tries to retreat from trading patterns.
And you also match the scaling.
Exactly.
That's one of the biggest things.
And so, like, the timing for, we might be able to turn this into a hook play, I think has been missed. And in fact, the last time we saw it, it didn't work, and it's not working here either. And it's, I don't think this is a Ghost play issue. Like, he hit the hooks, but if he doesn't hit the hooks, they just lose the lane naturally. He hits the hooks and they don't have the damage, so it doesn't matter. This might have been more of a draft issue than the other two.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand what they're going for. And Ghost is once again just going to walk up and hook him. Does wander back, but the Flame Chompers are down. Ghost has no flash, but is going to at least survive. So denies the reset by sacrificing his entire health bar, but one of the good things is he's alive.
Yeah, also, you know, knowing that his 80, oh my god.
Scout gets unbound once again.
BD has Ignite still, so he is just going to have to back.
Yeah, that is still ulti up and available here for BDD. So next time a Charm lands, I mean, yeah, Scout is dead. He realizes that, has to go home.
The last time we've seen this much of a mid lead, maybe it was Showmaker Roamer, man.
But also, like, I don't remember the last time I've seen Ahri dominate a lane.
Yeah, this is crazy. It's the Ignite alone making such a big impact.
All right, Mondo, once again on a phone call, moving down towards this bottom side.
It spots
Sponge out.
So I don't think they can do anything here, as Taeyoon also has his ultimate, which might have been a game changer if they did try to go for that. So, oh no! Oh, it's painful.
And aiming also a little bit of a shout out to Scout here as well, because he's using Viper's skin from when Scout and Viper won the World Championship in 2021.
Yeah, that was the last time Scout beat BDD. He's one game away from doing it again.
And aiming wanted to remind him of that. And I think, I imagine BDD would be annoyed. That's what he wants to remind him about. And so BDD, being annoyed, decides to just smash Scout in lane, solo kill him, and get even more. It's okay. Sponge finds the angle, and that's a very dead aiming. This is what happens when you don't have very much mobility on your AD carry, and there's a malfight. As remember, Ghost could have played Thresh. As Taemin flashed, wasn't actually able to lock down the kill. BDD wanders on down, and so Taemin realizes that he can't do too much more, because still on a phone call, is taking the grubs.
They could have also taken the Lulu instead of the Aphelios and tried to do a few other different things. Like, there's a little more flexibility there. They picked Aphelios into Malphite as well, mind you.
That did happen.
And that's not what this game is about, although it was kind of what that bottom gank was about, because the Malphite ulted him and then he died. As Ghost just kind of sent his fist through the air. Almost like he was fist bumping the Malphite, kind of, you know, in a apologetic way. It's rough. Atlas, this series has been kind of shockingly not what we expected. We thought it was going to be bloodthirsty, back and forth, anything could happen, but yes, BDD is massively ahead, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to be enough. He's already...
Another charm, and down will go Scout. Another Spirit Rush, and he just takes him down. Back-to-back solo kills. BDD does not want to go home.
Maybe it is going to be enough. Starting to wonder. As Scout is just not going to be a champion this game.
Do you know what BDD just typed in chat? Play safe bottom lane. That is what he typed in chat. And please, Aiming and Ghost, listen to the man, because he's trying so hard.
He's like, you better hook White Charm later, okay? I will be able to find some charm angles this game. As he has Blackfire Torch put together now, even an Amp Tome on top of it. At this point, BDD should be like, Aiming, go mid. I'm going bottom lane. I'm being a bit facetious again here, but he just doesn't miss these charms.
Oh, man.
And like Scout keeps trying to hands check him with his the unbind, and
he even ulted as well. I didn't even see that from Scout last time around.
He keeps trying to like outplay it with the unbind and failing it, and so he dies. He's 2,000 gold behind.
Man, that is absolutely obscene, this advantage, because moving on down, let's see whether he can actually go for a little bit of a 50-50 on this Dragon. Ghost just bleeding health here, as it is just going to be the steal. Cuz goes where he pleases on this Mondo, as there is the engage. Scout follows up as BDD is going to get taken down, but Taeyoon's dead as well. It's a double for Aiming, and finally the KT bottom lane does something.
And just when we were starting to not believe, just when the excitement had reached the peak, or the trough.
Yeah, the trough.
The peak of the bottom of the graph.
It reached the minimum.
Anti-peak.
Oh, Lehens might be dead also. Never mind.
All right, he's okay. Taeyoon is heading back here to lane, but Crystalline Overgrowth, see, Aiming quite able to get that plate. It's just going to let the wave crash through. Some minions will be denied. BDD was shut down by Scout, so that is good for Scout. Yep. The bad news is that now the gold lead that the AD carries had is gone because Aiming picks up 2. And the push onto the Ahri is kind of a bizarre choice here. They could have actually just gone for the bottom side of the fight and avoided the Ahri entirely. They went so deep for this that Aiming has free reign. He's full health. Like, he's
I mean, the thing is, like, BDD just does so much more damage than everyone else on the map. So I think I completely understand the mindset of, like, if we kill BDD before he presses any buttons, then damage potential of KT gets eliminated largely.
I kind of felt like if you run away from BDD by attacking the other side, that could have been
that's another
the other argument, but
you are Ahri though, and you have a decent amount of movement speed. As hook onto the rock, as Cuz, let's see whether he can slow him down enough. Of course the charm lands as BDD takes down the Malphite with some true damage onto the rock.
Let's be honest, BDD was going to pick up POM if they get the comeback no matter what. Yeah, we already knew that, but man, is he making it look cool if it does happen. As another play here from Ghost, this time the follow-up from BDD, but that's Malphite with flash at like 2 seconds away, 3 seconds away, I think, at that timing. They find it, they punish it.
Ooh, Red-white guns here for aiming is a little bit scary, but you can see Cuz is sort of off to the side, aiming. If they do just collapse onto him, might just die. So they do just give up on the play. BDD was roaming down also. Level 11 here for Perfect. Him and Kingen just rocketing up the experience numbers, utilizing the quest nicely as Taeyun just ghosting after aiming, and he has to flash. Okay.
Jinx!
Yeah, that's right there.
Yeah.
Correct.
Flash, yeah. That's why I said it, you know? Well,
yeah, it was
because we spoke at the same time.
Yeah, yeah.
Power Jinx. They are going to be able to push this wave in. I think grab that proc on the overgrowth. We'll grab a plate, and because Sponge is here, and get more.
Oh, Hook is going to connect onto Taeyun. Let's see whether the tower gets angry as we pause.
Whoa.
That is no weird time to pause. All right. We can adjudicate the situation here. As we can see, this was looking like a great play for Nongshim until I glanced down at the minimap, and then there was BDD. So things could start going wrong, but we do need to try and figure out what's going on here. Something about Cuz, something happened. The Mundo was trying to go somewhere, and maybe something said, no, you can't go there, but he's like, I'm Mundo, so better pause, because I go where I please. It's a peripheral issue, guys, so it actually shouldn't be something that lasts too much longer, but a very uncomfortable time to pause.
Yeah.
We've all had that moment, though, right? You know, you're using a wireless mouse, and you saw the red light, but you're like, you know, it's so annoying to have to charge it.
I can still hear the Windows XP sound in my nightmares.
And you're in the middle of a team fight, and then all of a sudden, your character just stops doing anything at all.
You flash in to look for a play, and then suddenly your mouse just goes to the top right corner.
Yeah.
Your whole camera's just panning to the enemy nexus. You're like, ah!
And the most, if you do that and you're playing a tank as well, so you're just standing there doing nothing, dying, oh God.
You will get showered in question mark pings.
Oh, so many question mark pings. You might actually distract everyone with how stupid the play looks. That the enemy team does something dumb, and so it's actually a bait all along. What if you're playing Wukong? You know, they're like, oh, he used Warrior Trickster, didn't he? Haha.
So I think,
he didn't.
Talking about the game state here, I get too deep into it, but BDD's rotation over, he is going to have to hit the Jinx with a charm. And I think if he does, maybe he could actually turn it around. But, you know, we know the other guys for KT, their lives are forfeit.
Yep.
It's the pause happens, but I mean, at the very least, Ghost is dead because I think able to survive because he's Mundo and he's under turret. And
yeah, Ghost is definitely dead. I think that killing a Mundo is always a little difficult. He's got a few items already completed.
If BDD, I don't have all the cooldowns, but if BDD ends up getting polymorphed and they kill him, and cause he might be able to live, but then they get the turret. There's a lot of things that need to go right, but maybe BDD can save things because he's just so big. So fed on this Ahri. So we have a lot of fans here hoping for KT to get the reverse sweep here, get the win for their group as well. And, you know, seeing not a lot of faces of the fans here, but...
Yeah, we're going to be getting back into the game very, very soon, guys, but we need to prime you. There is a dive happening right now in the bottom lane underneath the bottom turret. Let's see how it does go as Ghost the first one to go down because largely immovable. Taeyun now trying to kite this one out as BDD in a little bit of trouble, but there's the briefcase and the finish comes in. All the essences come down and aiming even gets himself a kill onto his former support in Lahens, and Nongshim not looking so hot here in this game.
Yeah, not very happy about how that went.
Man, it's so cinematic, isn't it, without the UI?
Yeah, it's back. Oh. It's practically like a teaser for...
I know, it's like a mad movie.
Okay, so BDD is coming down already, by the way. I didn't quite realize that at this point. So Ghost and Cuz just kind of holding their ground here. And then after the pause, you see Taeyun backs off. They instantly try to turn onto BDD. The polymorph I mentioned comes down. But BDD's still tanky enough. He is just so big. They don't have the damage to kill him, and aiming has so much range, actually, to follow up.
Even the Moonlight Vigil hitting. And we get the Nysa out of Ghost from the Death Chamber. And it was actually, in the end, a good hook and sacrifice, as it was his first death of the game as well. 4-1-2 for BDD. He is in a really good spot, is understatement of the game. 2,000 gold in the lead, but 1.2k also for Cuz. with his heart steal up to 123.
BDD's got to
worse
be
than that.
He's got to be close to that second item as well. As
speaking of heart steal, look at that, the big clobbering.
Sometimes we don't proc those, and it makes a lot of...
it does make a lot of people sad, mostly orcs.
Yeah, I was going to say, it does make a specific person on our talent team very upset, but he's hitting them up to 144 right now. Scout is like, I really would like to lane against Perfect instead, but he will not.
Well, Perfect just going to take down this outer turret on the bottom side. Zahin is, like, in games like this, I feel like Zahin is so incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
When he's just not the main character.
When he's not,
he gets
when no
to
one
turn
is...
up at 40 minutes and just do ridiculous
Exactly.
things.
He's a scaling top.
Whoa, we flashed on
boy.
top of aiming. The hook is going to come down onto the Malphite, and he'll tank up the turret forever and be fine.
Aiming does not have flash, so...
The peeling power of a Blitzcrank on full display there, ladies and gentlemen.
He tried. The turret will get it done.
Yeah, little non-existent on that one.
He has a lot of health stacking, that was the problem. Now he's turned his Giant's belt into a shield belt. Haha! And BD is just taking this turret. This game is all about him, by the way. Yeah. Whether you win or lose, it's like, how did BDD carry the game, or did BDD fail to carry the game?
Scout is being that Yone in your game. Off in the side lane. Seen this many, many times.
It is the correct call in this pro
Absolutely.
game.
However, it's just...
It is very funny.
Painfully reminiscent. As Drake going to be skewered here by KT. Is that like the first dragon that KT have taken?
Not quite.
Was it the first one in this game? I think it was.
Yes. Aiming...
Oh, no, it wasn't. It's the second. They took one in the last.
Chomper set. I mean, there's no play here.
No. And this is the thing, like the follow-up CC is like, it's very similar to Caitlyn's situations, right, where you put the Yordle Snap Trap down. The Flame Chompers work in a very similar manner.
Are on Soul Point, in fact.
Yeah, it's a lot of dragons that he's taken so far.
And the Cosmic Drive, which is a kind of niche item on Ahri, but so strong in this type of scenario.
And this combination, it's what Orcs was talking about yesterday. The combination, or not yesterday, the day before.
On a recent day.
Yeah, you get to just like have loads and loads of movement speed, which is kind of nice for the Ahri that wants to reposition to get charms.
With Cloud Soul on the way.
Well, now just going to be ulting towards Scout here. Misses a whole bunch of buttons though. And will just back away. Or? Okay, no, just clears out the wave. But he's got a decent amount of ability haste, so he should have that ultimate back up and available relatively soon.
The game state here is, it's so wonky because I think this composition is very reliant on the Yone being able to ult people if Nongshim are going to win. And Mundo's becoming a very, very large health bar that will be an immovable object. And
flanking teleport. Kingan's trying to come on down as Taeun, he's ghosted. Ghost is running. Okay, there's a charm onto Kingan, who takes so much damage because it's such an awkward spot though. The all-out flies on forward and they take out the Mondo. Sponge finds the ultimate aiming, sidesteps it, and they will be able to wipe him out. Now you've got the Zahin finding the Grim Deliverance as Taeun basically out of the fight, but Scout gets in there. Down goes Ghost, but Perfect's now popping up. The flash forward from BDD and Kingan bites the dust. Flash away there from the rest of Nongshim. And KT just looking a little bit too large in this game as aiming still alive and will be able to wipe out this turret. Is there any more fight in Nongshim? That's going to be the question as Taeun is still alive and lands the zap onto aiming. Just don't think it's quite going to be enough here. Now another one team fight here for KT.
Crazy that Taeun got caught by Perfect's knock up there. Think that if that doesn't hit, he has a lot more damage in the fight. But watch this again. Kingan comes in here on the flank, which makes this very awkward. Aiming has the proper guns for the fight, but such a front line here. The Cuz gets isolated, the Wild Growth comes through. And then watch Taeun here, Perfect just kind of gets on top of him, gets the double, or the second knock up there, or the second activation to get the knock up. And then Taeun he has a ton of damage, but he cannot do enough of it. BDD's just like, just let me take care of this. Come on.
It was actually beautifully played by Kingan to get the third Q onto the Zahin as he was making his way in. But then, yeah, just flash on top of the Jinx, and it was a little bit difficult to deal with it. Good teleport placement there from Perfect to get into the fight as, the hook just barely going wide. As Ghost, the Eye Blitzcrank, wandering around.
I kind of feel that this game is still winnable for Nongshim. Like, I don't think they're in a positive game state by any means, but
I mean, KT have proven one thing so far this LCK Cup, and that is every game is losable.
yeah, that's too true. I don't say that too loud. We're on the KT side right now. Some of these fans speak English, Atlas.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. Sometimes you gotta call a spade a spade.
No, I know. I just think that this comp is still very much a BDD or bust, and yes, the IE is done for aiming with second item IE. They have a Zahin that is, he got through the toughest part of the game. As you can see in that last fight, can be incredibly impactful, especially when he has flash. But Malphite can sometimes just do this funny thing where he ults a flashless AD carry.
Yeah, if he just ults multiple people, namely BDD and aiming.
And the fact that, like, one of the scary things about Ahri being the big fed one right now in terms of setting these fights up and looking for charms is that Polymorph can be miserable to play into as the Ahri. Sometimes you're like, I think I have this angle, and then you just, you know, well, you say yesterday, you turn into a chicken or something, and then you're like, oh. And then Malphite ults you, and then Jinx gets the first reset. And you have to be very careful. You have to choose your battles correctly. BD has done a great job of it so far. But I do wonder, like, there's a lot of variance in this.
Oh, can Ghost find the hook this time? No, he cannot. Perfect on a flank angle is now looking a little bit uncomfortable as Grim Deliverance comes down, gets a bunch of his health bar back. He will be respawning as Sponge tries to get out with the ulti and looks a little bit weird for it as aiming's over the wall, finds the Orb of Deception, but there's the ulti out of Scout. Perfect gets a bunch of damage, and Taeyeon's still alive for a very long time, but finally goes down to aiming. And Nongshim lose their bottom lane, but at least they killed Perfect.
Yeah, they killed Perfect. Perfect did a lot of work, and BD was able to come in there and just continue to be a menace in this game. They get the kill onto Taeyeon, and that's the end of the fight. You know, BDD is the main character, but he has a secondary real threat, whereas if Taeyeon is dead, his composition is only, it's Jinx with a wall trying to protect the Jinx. If Taeyeon dies, there is no longer a fight. There is no longer an angle. Let's see, Perfect ends up getting his reset here.
He hits the ult on 4.
Yeah, it's crazy how you see he instantly gets that passive to go into to the res. And then Taeyeon here on the side really wants to do that damage, but
he gets hooked!
Ghost gets him over the wall. Yeah, and that is all it takes. If he lives there, doesn't get hooked, you know, BDD can't push up like that.
I can't believe I missed that hook in the play-by-play. I needed to be able to celebrate Ghost finding that angle, making it happen. He had a rough time in game number 2, but this has looked better so far. Even if there has been some of the comical moments, like, you are, in the end, the one hook that wins you the fight. As there's another one, picks out the Jinx, and aiming puts her in the blender. The 1-2 punches, the rest of KT have closed in. There's the pullback as well, as Perfect is trying to keep them interested. Down goes the Cassante. He's durable, but just not durable enough, as KT will augment their Cloud Soul with a Baron.
He finds another one, threads the needle. Cannot be getting hooked as the AD carry. Ask aiming.
Yeah.
He's glad to have the Blitzcrank on this side. On his side this time is...
Oh, Ghost was expecting Sponge to try and get out of there, and he didn't. And now he's charmed, and I think he may be dead. Aiming going to be picking that one up. That's the jungler dead, ladies and gentlemen. However, no one was going to get to this Baron pit, and this game, ladies and gentlemen, I think it just might be over.
I think so. Look at this.
Oh, Ghost!
And the angle is perfect, and Taeyeon just greeds for an auto.
That's my world champion right there.
And, like, if that doesn't hit, it's still maybe playable with Perfect. He has a nice angle here. But now, like, Nongshim are just 100% no way to do anything with the AD carry blowing up instantly. Scout is not a threat. The Malphite is... you know, deceptively not tanky, because that's just kind of how it goes, especially into a fed Aphelios. So he dies in the jungle.
BDD has found Scout again, and Scout does manage to ult his way out, but BDD is Ahri, and has Cloud Soul, as well as a Cosmic Drive and a Blackfire Torch. You are not escaping!
It also just makes Charm look like a targeted ability. The Charm hits post-ult. He has that running, so he's able to get him over the wall there. And KT, they absolutely should be able to, this time, close the game out from here. Still, it's an Ahri, right? It's not the same type of, you know, mid that we've seen that just has insane wave clear, like the Ryze or a Taliyah that can wall people off while you siege turrets. It's still a little bit tricky to close games out with this mid, but they have a Zahin, they have an Aphelios, and that was just Scout dying a 4th time here, trying to live up to BDD. Perfect on the flank.
Perfect doing his favorite thing, which is stand amongst the entire enemy team. Finds the double pullback and the Grim Deliverance. He stacked up the passive, so he is absolutely fine. They'll take down the Rock as Kingen just trying to be the front line. Finds the knockback, but he's so incredibly dead. BDD finds the angle, and my God, Perfect is looking brilliant on this Zion.
I think Perfect might have found a new champ.
Yep, I think he has.
He might have found a viable
Do you know
one
what
to play.
KT have found though, Wolf? This is the main thing. They found another game in this series. We didn't think that it was possible after the first 2, but they have extended it out. And we are at least going to a game number 4. KT finally turning up.
We mentioned it at the beginning of the day. If you think you know what's going to happen in this series, you don't. And the moment we thought it was going to be a 3-0, even in the beginning of that early game, before BDD got super big, we were like, well, the bottom lane isn't really working out for Ghost the way they wanted it to. That's when it changes. That's when BDD explodes in the mid lane. He destroys Scout. Again, I think next to the Roamer game against Showmaker, this is the biggest mid gap we've seen this tournament. And he just completely took the Yone out of the game, aiming his fed 2 kills, and then from there, his composition becomes so tricky to play. But Ghost has that one hook in mid lane as well. Well, it looked like maybe Nongshim got a little bit of steam back, finally got a little bit of control back on the map. Ghost says nope, finds that angle onto Taeyun, and now we're back to wondering what is going to happen in this series. Anything can happen.
Yeah,
Ignite Ari, it was not on my bingo card. I didn't write that one in.
So incredibly well. At the same time, I have to say, BDD having such an incredible performance. And I remember the space talking about, I think it was Orc saying like, oh, BDD and Cuz have looked so incredibly good, yada, yada, yada. But they haven't been carrying like they were. Well, there you go, Orcs. That's exactly what you asked for. It is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space going to break that one down and let us know whether this is perhaps reverse sweep territory. We'll see you soon.
fear them. Blades buried in my back. You trusted death to be my end. But death knows only one. Kill me. I will turn your swords against you, one by one. Traitors! You will beg for the end. For death. But my revenge has only just begun.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 3, where KT was actually able to take down a game over Nongshim and make this an interesting series. Much better performance this time around from KT. Nongshim had some moments. It was kind of a close game for a little bit there, but BDD decided, I'm going to win the game.
We were just saying how important it was to get a win, and also how BDD means such a massive factor in so many KT wins last year. And not that it was BDD's fault that they were struggling this year, but that where was that BDD who just put the team on their back? Here he is, you know, completely put the team on his back. And yes, there were good performances from other members, but man, he was just popping off on the RE.
Yeah, I mean, I just saw the draft. There was a Marfight Yone against the Ari and Mundo. It should be the hardest type for Ari. And then he just take the Ignite and he just like all in and he get the 3 solo kills in this game. It was massive.
Yeah, so just to highlight that, we did want to show him just absolutely styling on Scout over and over as the max range charm starts it off and makes Scout's life hell for the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, his charm is like, I don't know, is it a targeting skill right now? Like, he just killed the 3 times with the, just like every charm was hitting him and then like the damage was crazy right now.
And the thing is, so often you see Yone able to stabilize, survive lane, sustain, and then be a menace in team fights, but he took Ignite, got those advantages, and then moments like this roaming down for this massive cleanup to help Cuz just get a ton of kills.
Yeah, I mean, he just got a 2 solo kill, but he just continued to roam it and they killed him, which is the most important person. Taeyun is dead there, and then he even didn't die, and the game is just going harder and harder. It was actually Amy's hard life today, and at this game too, but he just solved it.
Yeah, and this was the state of the game at 20 minutes. He had an over 3,000 gold lead just in his lane alone. And I feel like we've seen a lot of leads in the top and bot lane. That's really where people have like played for big lane advantages. We haven't really seen mid laners taking over and getting advantages this big that much in the LCK Cup. So completely dominating that matchup, taking over the map, and was just an absolute menace.
I agree so hard. This mid lane, like with the patch of the quest, I think mid was like everyone is thinking mid have to roam, we just have to push the lane, just move together with jungle. But now BDD says no. just stomping.
Yeah, it feels kind of rare that we see someone in the mid lane just absolutely styling on someone this hard. Like we saw, I forget who did it, Showmaker against Roamer, right? I think that was one of the other really obvious ones, but this is in like a best of 5, BDD's on the ropes and he's just saying no. And we can take a look at the other fight we had here in the mid lane where Nongshim actually had something going, but immediately got shut down.
You know, Ghost had some pretty good grabs in this game. This one, though, I think he had some help from the other side. You have to block those, you know. Ends up connecting on the Jinx. I think Kingen kind of let his AD carry down there. With the Jinx gone, the Lulu doesn't have that massive value being able to peel for his AD carry, and it's just able to move in and clean up from there.
Yeah, I mean, the Nongshim's comp is actually leaning to a lot to Taeyun, because Taeyun is the most damage, and then if EJ just like pop up the excited, they will just win the game. But the hook just, I don't know, that maybe K'Sante wanted to block. I think Taeyun thought that that's gonna be blocked, but it was quite unlucky.
I think he used his E to like dash to him to get the shield and was hoping that would put him in a position to block. And then it just ended up not getting him in the right spot. They then moved the Baron, they set up the trap as well, so they get another kill and the objective secured. But it was just, I mean, it was a good hook from Ghost, but also an unfortunate situation with the block not coming through.
There was a similar hook at the bottom side too, which was Jinkus was getting hooked and then getting died by the BDD roaming. But I think Ghost actually played well in this game too.
Yeah, especially, I'm going to be real, the Karma game was not it. And the fact that we've seen this team subbing the supports in and out, saying, I'm going to stay in, not only am I going to stay in, I'm going to pick Blitzcrank, and then have a good game. It was a good bounce back. It was good to see.
Yeah, to be real with you guys, I was like, Palu's in for game 3. Like, he's got to come back in. Like, that was just not it. Not only was the performance not great, but also I was worried about his mental state, right? To actually bounce back this hard and this well for game 3 was actually very impressive.
I mean, Blitzcrank is the confidence pick. That is a pick that it's so hard if you're doubting yourself or you're feeling like you're not playing well. It's so hard to just whip that out and carry, because the second you're not judging your grabs well, you'll just end up missing them, or you'll not throw them even because you're not confident. And he came in with confidence.
Yeah, I think it was very impressive. Now I think the Alista, Brown, Rel, Leona, Lakan type of champion is alive. So next game maybe Ghost just like, you know, stand up and just carry the game again.
Yeah, it definitely could happen. I think as long as he's playing well and the rest of KT are playing well as a team, like, they definitely have a shot. To be honest, a lot of us predicted KT to come in here and win this against Nongshim, and we haven't really seen them show up until game 3, as Nongshim here with the right of first selection will go for first pick, and KT will go to the blue side. KT last time chose actually second pick, so this time they're just going to get second pick from the blue side, so it feels pretty okay for them.
Yeah, pretty okay, I think, because they actually prepared the Blitzcrank and they actually played well with this game. Maybe they have more Joker picks with the second pick, but I think right now the first pick is actually valuable with the Rumble and Jace type of OP champion with Varus. So we should check out the draft.
Yeah, I think that sometimes happens later on when you're getting into the series, that you have so much weight in the bans. As things have kind of trickled through, it just puts a lot of weight on second pick to have to just devote all your bans to those OPs.
Speaking of wait, we don't have to wait any longer. Let's go back to the casters for game number 4.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 3. Yes, it was a phenomenal bounce back from Ghost, but that guy on your screen is the main character of this game. BDD just deciding that he did not want to lose game number 3. And let's see what his decision is for game number 4. As Scout not looking too worried about it.
Someone crunched the numbers and sent this to me, so I trust it, but it could be slightly inaccurate. But if this is to be believed, Hanwha Life Esports average game time 33:10. KT with that 25-minute game 32:30. So they actually have a faster one.
Oh!
If Hanwha lose 3-0, it's win time, by the way, not just all of your game times. There's no way they can fix that if they get 3-0'd. So that game speed actually mattered a lot.
That's a good point.
And we'll see what happens the rest of the series. If Nongshim just close this out, Hanwha fans, I hope they get that upset game at least against Gen G.
And now Nocturne going to be banned away here. Quite a few of the junglers have now left the Rift, but with Mundo and Malphite being played in the last game, they're not necessarily the coveted ones, right? There's still Jarvan up and available. Definitely the highest priority jungler at this point in time, alongside the Jace that we've seen permanently banned throughout this series. I think that will continue to be taken away.
Varus will get banned, I think, here on blue side.
I would agree, should be.
And maybe even in this very spot here. That'll probably be taken away. Very first pickable, incredibly flexible, difficult to punish right now. there are so many engaged champions gone by Wukong, Malphite, okay? And you're looking at even supports here. Blitzcrank is one of those ones that could potentially hook somebody, Ask Gaming, you know, if he's playing Smolder. The reason I mention all this is because Smolder might actually be relevant in this later part of this series. The Ezreal is gone, the Corki's gone, the safe 80 carries are all gone. The high-range Jinx is gone. Jhin stocks up, I think.
Yeah, the Jhin and the Ziggs, both of them, you know, if you want a no-battle lane, that could be a decent option there, as Leona going to be banned away.
They're like, that's the last one that can engage.
Yeah. He's like, that's the champion that you played alongside when you won Worlds. And
but also one of the best picks with the Ziggs. So taking that away feels really good. Varus. They banned Varus.
I would assume the Varus should be banned, and there it is.
Okay.
So, that's homework done for, you know, being the second pick team, though. That's these 3 champions. But that means Jarvan goes through. So J4 over to Sponge, one of his better champions. And obviously, like right now, Game 4, Fearless, this is the best jungler left up and available by a considerable margin.
100%.
And if Cuz plays Kiana here, I may throw my headset.
I don't think he will.
Okay, good.
And also, that's a pretty expensive headset, so I wouldn't advise it.
I said I may.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not advising.
Depends how much control I have.
We're just going to slam the Lucian here for aiming.
Okay.
And perhaps it just comes with a Braum, but you can wait and see. Nami will definitely be taken away in terms of the second banning phase if they don't get it in this first set.
Whoa!
BDD said, look, it doesn't matter what I'm playing, doesn't matter what the matchup is. It's all about me, and I'm going to blind Akali.
Could be
and
theoretically
Perfect isn't
top
playing it.
I think could be.
I think BDD is saying, I don't think so, Atlas. But yes, in a theoretical world, yes, it could be.
Yeah, I think that
it is
as far
on
as
top lane.
Nongshim are concerned, they should probably keep that option open in their brains, as Caitlyn, going to be the choice here for Taeyun, has played it once before in the LCK Cup, and is back on it once again.
Are they going to look for a counter pick here to the Akali when it's flexible, or they will just grab something like Lux? I mean, Lux is not always what you play in pro play with the Caitlyn, but we're a bit thinned out in terms of options. Galio feels pretty good into the Akali, and also will be able to pair with this Caitlyn later on, assist the Jarvan engages.
I'm quite surprised that they didn't pick away the Braum. Caitlyn Braum has been pretty powerful in the past, but I think this is what Ghost has been wanting to play for quite some time. We've seen Braum banned in the second round quite a few times. In fact, in the first 2 games, skipped a ban last time, but we had the supports locked in already Caitlyn at that stage.
Versus Lucian is just such an unusual matchup. We almost never see this.
There is a range advantage on one of the sides.
Yeah. And they can't ban all the range supports that could be played with this. Even Elise, it's Lens, by the way.
I think they should ban Shen.
Shen also could be a thing.
Because
not as strong in this case, but works well with Galio.
Yeah, the good old the gargoyle Shen drop.
Bard is the scariest pick right now, and sets up taunts. It's super frustrating to deal with. You're playing Bard, or sorry, Braum. You don't want to play into the Bard. I wonder what the final ban is going to be. I think if you just keep banning supports, Lehens is like, I'm Lehens. Why are you wasting bans on me?
Yeah, maybe it's Elise. Maybe that's what they need to be banning away next.
And at least Caitlyn is so powerful. And you'd set up the traps.
There it is.
I think that was pretty much a no-brainer.
But it does mean the Shen can come through. And with a Braum on the other side, maybe you're not feeling too bad about being a melee champion in the lane, as the Caitlyn does just generally outrange.
Doesn't feel fun to play Lux into Akali, but it feels fun to play Caitlyn and Lux in a bottom 2v2.
That's
true.
Might
still just opt for it in this case. A lot of discussion by Lehens on what they banned for topside here. Banning the Gwen. Cassante is gone. Ambessa is gone.
Sion is available.
That's, I think, what they're thinking about right now. In terms of this ban, it's the only thing that really makes sense.
I mean, it's interesting, because there's an Akali here already. I wouldn't mind just slamming a Sejuani. Really wouldn't mind it. That could be saved until the last pick, in theory. Take away a pick for perfect, but I think... Oh, okay, instead, something somewhat flexible. We have seen the Jax being played in the jungles so far, I think once here in the LCK Cup, unless I'm losing my mind.
No Gnar either. Jace is banned, obviously. It's a pretty strong position for Jax to be blinded. Kingen could just play GP here. Like, he's probably explaining all the different ways in which it makes sense for him to do that.
Please let me be a pirate.
Yeah, he loves to play GP. He loves to play it into Jax. Oh, he also was the guy who made this a thing first.
That's okay.
For the bottom lane.
So there's
probably
a Tahm Kench to be paired alongside this Caitlyn. A much safer Taeyun. And I think that Nongshim fans going to be happy about that. I'm going to take another little moment here to think about what Kingen wants to play.
I think he already knows. There's no way he plays Anivia, though. In this draft, it is a lot of magic damage that they need, I think, in some ways, in this comp, because Galio doesn't do a whole lot.
Gragas?
Oh, he's just going to go for the boring counter pick. It doesn't make a lot of sense, though.
All right, now, I mean, Gragas doesn't have a whole lot of counters, but they could flex the Jax into the jungle and then play something else. They'll have 0 range. They'll need to hard engage. They have a Braum. Engage Braum, not exactly the most fun thing, but this is what we were letting you guys know about. Like, this is a flexible pick in the Jax. Can be going over to Cuz.
I mean, I think Rek'Sai makes more sense here. I don't think they want to play a ranged pick. You know, you don't want to try to get an advantage topside here because your comp is so squishy. They need some sort of side lane that also has a backbone to it. I think this is actually pretty perfect here. This Rek'Sai is really difficult
Wait, does Rek'Sai have a backbone? I thought they were like a...
Is it an invertebrate?
Yeah, like, you know, it's all on the exoskeleton.
Well, in terms
of... you have an exoskeleton backbone?
But I'm really referring to the composition of KT entirely. So, like, even if Rek'Sai herself doesn't have one, she can serve as a metaphorical backbone for this composition. Yeah.
Metaphoricalisms really do get to me. I'm a little bit more of a practical man. So I apologize.
Did you play ReFantasio?
No, I didn't.
See, that's why. You just don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it. It's my bad. One day.
I think this Caitlyn pick can do a lot. I do feel like the Tahm Kench is going to empower a lot of different forms of this draft. The Galio also gives the Caitlyn a lot of agency in team fights, and she already has so much range. This feels very Taeyun or bust.
Yep. And the last game was kind of that as well. And it didn't quite work out, but the first two, they certainly did. So let's see what happens towards the bottom side of the map. Even with the Lucian Braum, like Lucian Braum can get a lot done, especially if Taeyun oversteps. So they do need to be very careful. The range advantage should mean that lane control could be there, though, even with a Tahm Kench. Tongue Lash also is a ranged ability, so you can utilize that to try and get an advantage as well. But man, KT, they might be doing it. One game away from game number 5 and setting up those Silver Scrapes. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift one more time. I think if you're a KT fan, one of the best things about this particular game is that you've got BDD on another champion where he can kind of just take over the game. So if things do go right here for KT, you could be having a lot of fun. You could also be not having a lot of fun because if you fall behind as the Akali, you can sometimes just look a little bit silly. As speaking about looking silly, both of them getting hit by the Peacemaker, making a whole lot of peace already. Here is Taeyun.
Yeah. It's not a good time to lane into Caitlyn for most champions. Just do not enjoy it. It's not great.
It was already a bad time before Lucian got his range nerfed, and then it was even worse.
Yeah.
That being said, you do have, your all-in potential is higher. I feel like you just do a little bit more damage. You cycle your spells better, especially if there is some concussive blows that you can utilize.
This top lane
has some vision available here. Might be able to steal away the scrum.
Might get in there. Let's see.
Oh dear, just walks away and smites it.
Nicely played. This top lane matchup is going to be fun because we often talk about these types of matches as wet noodle, but it feels like these are just two at a pool party, and the cooler has unlimited refills. It's going to be constantly sustaining.
Oh man, Perfect should have played the pool party skin.
Wait,
or is he playing the pool? I don't even know what skin he used, but I don't think it's the pool party skin. Pool party Rek'Sai is so cool.
Gragas has one as well.
Wait, where did Scout's health go?
Electrocute.
Aha! Oh no, BDD missed cannon. Oh wow, that is a lot of respect. Oh, there it is. Finally, the zoom does come in. Maybe that was like the Korean cast. We're like, hey, Jonah Strong, come on, man. Where is the zoom? Well, Justice Punch comes down. BDD just going to annoy Scout here momentarily.
Not pool party.
Yeah, it's a shame. It does look very cool. Like this skin, there's a lot of polygons, you know, and that's cool, but it's not
very detailed.
Yeah.
Let's not watch the top lane matchup. I want to see what's going on in bottom lane.
I think the bottom lane is probably more interesting, but this is more gentlemanly.
Yeah, just keep healing.
Yeah, Kingen just fixing the divots, the middle of the road. Rek'Sai just really makes things messy.
Yeah, saying stop that. I'm trying to actually keep things clean here. This is my front yard. I will not be insulted. Ghost, you know, he has had a bit of a glow up the mid game and onwards in game number 1. Or sorry, in the previous game, not game number 1, where I was not playing. He's going to look for an angle here.
Potential all-in, but Taeyeon going to avoid being stunned up by the concussive blows. Gets himself out of the way, as Cuz, wanting to grab his scuttle, is behind a little bit here in the jungle, given the fact that it did have his Gromp smote. It's all right, we've got the zoom in. Taeyeon taking damage once again, as Lehens is the one that gets stunned up. Taeyeon does offer a fair bit of damage back, and now Cuz looking to get in here and stop Scout. There's the interruption on the Justice Punches. He doesn't flash. Neither does Cuz.
You could tell Scout was trying to lock him down under turret there with how he played that, but was unsuccessful. Denied, but doesn't have to flash like you said.
Yep.
And we'll just run back to lane. He went Ghost on Galio, which I do think is quite cool.
Yeah, that one could work out, as now Ghost finds himself in an awkward spot. There is the Abyssal Dive, and it gets the flash out of aiming, in fact. Some great health being built up. Lehen's going to be able to chew through that to keep himself safe. And Ghost may actually have to go for a reset here, so really good trade from Nongshim towards the bottom side, as they'll utilize this opportunity to get back, get themselves into a better position items-wise.
The lack of flash for aiming could come back to bite him as well in an upcoming skirmish, especially into a Jarvan. He does have his dash, of course, but it's very scary. Amount of burst damage in this composition.
Ooh, that sidestep was almost good out of perfect, but in the end, doesn't quite work out.
Hate it when it's almost good.
Yeah, I know, right? It looked like he was out of the way.
It wasn't bad, it just was almost good.
Yeah. I like saying almost. It feels like cup half, almost half full, you know?
Perfect prefers almost world champion.
He was.
That's what I'm saying. He likes that title a little bit more than almost good.
All right, this dive is going to catch him this time around. He flashes, and the flag and drag brings in Sponge. First blood over to Taeyeon yet again as Cuz walking on forward. Peacemaker does not connect. But Cuz not going to find any joy either. It's just a swift kill, and Nongshim well and truly on the board.
Lehen's not quite able to get Ghost with the concussive tongue, but he was very close.
Yep,
to getting that one off there, and barely escaping is Ghost, but this is going to be Dragon. Going over to Nongshim here. Flashless Lucian caught again.
And shoesless. That's one of the biggest problems, is the fact that he goes back and buys a Caulfield's. As Cuz gets into the pit, and he does have Leap Strike, but Ghost is going to stand beside the Jax. Let's see whether Cuz can steal this one away as BDD dives in, looks for Lehens, and just blows up. Okay, that was not the big play that he was looking for there, as now Cuz needs a friend to come on over. There's the Leap Strike, as Taeyeon does take a combo from aiming. They should be able to secure this Dragon in the end. And Nongshim right back on the horse.
Yeah, unfortunately, BDD, who looks very angry on the player cam, just kind of went splat.
Yeah.
It's a cool idea, but this is part of why Galio gets picked into Akali sometimes. It's kind of like, you're trying to get into everything, I'm taunting you now.
Yes.
And punching you, and you're dead. As this was the lack of boots, like you mentioned, but also aiming is just super far up. The wave's not a great spot for him. Sponge was coming down here already for the gank, but he didn't even really end up being necessary. As I thought initially, the ult coming through from a scout was a little bit early, because BDD is like, all right, cool, I can kind of slow play this, like at this moment here. But Ghost and Cuz just super low. BDD decides to go in, hoping aiming can help burst, and Scout just says no.
Yeah, just not able to get the ulti off. Was just chain CC'd and destroyed. Really nicely played from Nongshim defensively, as BDD still has a big lead as far as the lane is concerned, but Scout will still be valuable regardless of how this lane goes, right? The heroic entrance is so powerful, and all they need to do is give space to Taeyeon so that he can shoot people. That's all they need to do.
That is the game plan. It was kind of the game plan previously as well, and didn't quite work out then, but see if BDD can generate another large lead here. This one isn't quite the same. In terms of the lane, it certainly is.
Yeah.
BDD is definitely making a statement here in this series saying, I don't care what Scout is going to play, I don't care how blind my carry pick is going to be, I am just better than this guy, and I am going to destroy him in lane. And so far, that's been true twice in a row. Just not in that team fight.
Well, Ace in the hole will do a fair bit of damage there to aiming. He can drink some of his refillable, so he'll be all right. As Cuz secures his big raptor. Not going to have more of his jungle stolen away.
Scout's just, you know, he's a little poor right now, trying to get what he can.
Yeah.
Gets a little bit. Little small chickens.
Speaking of small things, the grubs have just spawned. Vision available for Nongshim.
It's really frustrating for aiming this situation here, as Jarvan's coming back down, this time with ult available, and aiming still doesn't have flash.
Oh dear. Yeah, this is going to be a tough one, as the door is now on cooldown. They do clear out the wave. Yeah, quite nicely. And they should be able to spot out Sponge there as well. The Hens might be able to clear that ward out, as Cuz takes this as his opportunity to head over towards the grubs.
Good luck.
Now they know that he's on the grubs.
Good luck down there, guys. I'm taking these. Just try not to die. And it looks like they will
safe,
be fine.
It is going to be the Croc Camp taken, so Sponge is at least taking something away.
I mean, Ghost has ult, so even though there's no flashes here, aiming's just coming back online. I don't think Nongshim want to flip the game on a risky dive attempt. That's a big win for KT, though, because Cuz does get those grubs.
Yep. Perfect also knew that Sponge was towards the bottom side, so he gets to farm behind the turret and can get a little bit of extra tempo that way. And he's ahead by about 400 gold. That's a large CS advantage that the Rek'Sai has built up. So utilizing the flex pick quite effectively.
Yeah, I think Nongshim kind of walked into KT's plan with this one. You called it out way early that the Jax was a potential flex, and this counter pick for it is not laning into it.
Oh, there's an engaged Braum angle. Let's see where the Ghost can find this one, as Lahen's already down relatively low, looking to abyssally dive his way up. But the Relentless Pursuit is named correctly this time. They're going to turn their attention onto Taeyeon, who gets devoured. Cuz dives on top, and it's Lahen's that goes down. The double tap not actually going to be effective against Taeyeon there, but the one kill is all KT really wanted from that moment. There's some crystalline overgrowth going to get eaten by King on the other side of the map. Not the cross map that they were looking for. That's really nice shuriken backflip there from BDD. They're not really going to find too much more. KT firing back finally.
Yeah, a very big win there on the bottom side. Kill goes over to the Jax, which actually feels pretty fine here for KT. Obviously, aiming picking up would have been better, but just kind of this slow engage you don't expect coming out of the Braum, holding them in place. Lens tries to buy that space, but the wraparound here from Cuz is just too clean. He looks for the ult, saves his AD carry, so at least he got that, but not enough shielding here to survive the damage. As the turret ramps, though, Taeyeon will survive.
Yep. So at least there is some money in the pockets of KT. 1,000 gold is the approximate advantage for Nongshim, though, and we have 25 seconds on this next dragon. Nongshim with some vision down here towards his bottom side, but KT are not exactly blind to what's going on down there. Especially as far as avenues from mid, as Ghost puts up the door. We'll be able to block the ulti there. Nicely played.
If they can crash this wave in. I mean, it's hard to dive now. Again.
Oh, yeah, misses the shuriken backflip, unfortunately, though, does BDD. And does just get out of there.
I guess the Ghost feels still relatively worth, but Sponge is going to try to start this dragon with the bottom 2v2 control they have. Scout can ult back in.
Yep.
We'll need a taxi, however. But I think that there's just not really going to be a contest here. Lahen's is holding this tri-brush. And so I think this is just going to be a bit of a freebie here, the second of the game for Nongshim.
Yeah, you can see. We know that the Jax is here, as they're looking for it. Taeyeon will get devoured once again, but the Abyssal Dive will be interrupted. He has the big old shield, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. Cataclysm is cataclysmic for Nongshim, unfortunately, as they do get the Drake, but they lose their entire bottom lane. Well, they lose half of the bottom lane and a jungler, and maybe just this bottom lane outer turret as well.
I guess they thought Cuz was going to try to make a play on the other side of the map?
Or that he was looking for the dragon? Something like that?
Because they just really got caught very off guard by this Jax on the bottom side, where they held dragon, then they went straight back to lane greedily. They do end up getting a double dragon, but it's into Clouds, or into Ocean Soul rather, a little bit less powerful than the Cloud Soul. And it's another set of kills on the bottom side, so I'm really not feeling great about this one.
All right,
and I'm looking at the vision elsewhere. Like, they have control vision in the river on the top side. They have vision in the entry brush for the river and on Krug, so I guess they just thought, he's not in the area, but he was able to path down and get into that brush. So they had enough eyes to reasonably expect he wasn't there in their defense, but unfortunately that's a risk that sometimes can backfire if you take it.
By the way, Wolf, I got a crazy thing to talk about.
Okay.
If BDD doesn't pop off in this game,
true, yeah,
Ghost POM, if there's a reverse sweep. His engage Brom has been engaging.
Yeah.
It's kind of worked.
If we think about only the wins,
yeah,
I could see it. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I mean, Ghost played the best out of everyone on KT in game 1.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
See what I'm saying?
How about I take your potential Ghost POM.
All right.
And just to remind you that BDD exists.
Ah, dang it. Checkmate.
He existed a lot in game number 3.
The amount he existed in game 3 is very large. All right, Sponge, speaking of existing, makes his presence known as there's a teleport towards the bottom side for King, and this cask could be ridiculous onto aiming. Let's see whether he can keep himself safe as the flag and drag comes in, but down goes Sponge to start this one off as BDD. I think he heard me talking about the POM. He wants to find another one as Cuz grabs that angle. Aiming still alive somehow as King in. I don't think he's going to be the same. It's a double for Cuz on the Jax. And KT, I think they really wanted 5 games.
I think they may have just earned them. That was a massive win. And Kingin, he was waiting for a larger cask angle. He was like, I don't think I need this to kill aiming. I think I'm going to be fine. And then he ends up getting a huge cask onto so many players, but I think actually it's the biggest party cask we've ever seen. It doesn't mean anything, it just hit a lot of people. A lot of people came to the cask party.
Yeah,
but,
that's the problem. If you share the keg with everyone, like no one really, no one's inebriated after that.
So it's,
oh dear. Well, BDD. Oh, nice backflip, but I don't think it's quite going to be enough unless Ghost can help him out. He flashes out of the Cataclysm. Cuz is making his way in, and BDD just wanders away. Not very scathed. I didn't want to say unscathed for some reason. I don't know why. Anyway, Scout is now going to get stunned up, but Sponge interrupts almost everything. Now aiming turns up, but so does Taeun. And he's going to be able to take out Cuz. There's the ace in the hole onto Ghost. And now BDD is just teleported back in. Perfect! Just executes Taeun. He will not be forgotten as this top laner, as the Abyssal Dive was a bridge too far. And KT put them down again.
Yeah, Nongshim doing a little bit of that maybe loser's mindset Umpty was talking about earlier, where it's like, we have to force this. And unfortunately they did, and it did not work. Poor Kingin, man. He's like, I think we got this for sure. There's so many people here.
I mean, the teleport angle was fantastic.
But then everybody gets in here, okay? And then the Jax Counter-Strike gets really high value, and Kingin's cast hits a lot of people. Yep, but they're not pushed into a dangerous place. Aiming is fine. He can offer a little bit of damage on the left side here. They can't push onto him. Ghost gets out. It's a double for the Jax. And then here, BDD surviving is so massive. The Braum, not really a big part of this, just uses his Shroud and flashes away, and they don't have range to catch him. Then he's able to teleport back in after healing back up into the mid lane through this control ward that's in the brush. And Nongshim have chased a little bit too far. They end up getting the kill on the Jax, but BDD is ready to clean house.
I have to say, though, justice for Sponge. He found so many great flag and drag angles in that fight.
It just wasn't enough follow-up.
Yeah.
I mean, we're kind of in the Caitlyn trough.
Oh dear, Cuz has found another double knockup. Sponge is going to be able to get himself out. Kingin trying to do the same as Perfect is just on an elevator as he launches himself towards the enemy team. On the other side of the map, though, BDD is taunted. We're going to check that out momentarily. And KT, I think they're going to be able to take this first Ocean Dragon.
I think it should be very much theirs, as the Rek'Sai is going to really enjoy all the extra healing.
Hey, true.
She's going to have, and potentially could be a 4 Ocean Rek'Sai as well.
And the problem is that it's Nongshim that have a fair bit of the more consistent damage in the fact that they're just wanting Caitlyn to shoot people a lot.
We didn't.
And so Ocean Drake is going to be very annoying for them.
We didn't see the C44 item get picked up here for Taeun and spent so much hype around it. Like, wait until Caitlyn gets played in pro. Didn't pick it. Just went for the collector first.
Maybe
and a lot of people
it goes for it third.
A lot of people are talking about how if you build it first, you can kind of get through the trough a little bit easier. There's a little bit of an early spike for Caitlyn. Does sacrifice a mid-game as...
There's the backflip connecting, but Scout is going to be able to make his way out. Aiming doesn't have anyone to stand behind.
I just don't know how well this Caitlyn is going to work out in this game state where they're 3,000 gold behind. They don't have a mid laner that does damage. Not really, not with this build.
They need to basically have nothing happen for the next 15 minutes, and then it'll be fine.
KT's kind of making things happen, though, Atlas, including this Herald.
Yeah, they're not being very cooperative. That is very true. As Kingan's going to show up, very large health bar here as he looks perfect on the back line. They pick up the Rift Herald though, and it looks like Nongshim do not have an answer for this. Yordle snap traps are looking tasty here, cuz gonna just try one of the cupcakes.
And we did see that would be the most not happening I think that Nongshim could have hoped for.
Yeah, it was a fair bit of not happening, but it was a lot of KT just taking the stuff.
Yeah, they don't want them to take the stuff, so they showed up, but they were like, ooh, taking the fight? That would be things happening, and we can't have that, so we're just gonna walk away.
They were supervising KT taking the stuff.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you're gonna bring people to take the stuff. That's sort of very heavy.
Yeah.
It's for you to take it.
Exactly.
As this game, like many of the games in this series, almost feels like an afterthought at this point. Not to say that it's impossible, but it's really hard to play this Caitlyn out from here.
The thing is, it is one of these comps where if they do make it to an ultra late game and Taeyoon is just a fountain laser with 7 items and things like this, he does have his Infinity Edge now completed. Like, this is winnable because they have so much peel. He outranges everyone on the other side. The problem is when KT is snowballing and there's a Jackson and a Kali that are fed, if you're an 80 carry, you don't exactly have the greatest of times. So, still could certainly be a tough one. Justice Punch as BDD tanks up the turret a lot more than he really wanted to. Does still have his Gunblade though.
Scout is saying, I can't hurt you, but this turret can, so let me just hold you under it.
Yep. BDD has been avoiding a lot of things, but hasn't been hitting a whole lot of stuff either, as Scout, when he does get hit, takes a lot of damage. There is the taunt, as he does look for a little bit more. There's the ulti. BDD just wanted to finish him off. His heroic entrance is going to be used more like an exit this time.
I'm not entirely sure what Scout thought was going to happen there. He's like, I'm going to taunt him and punch him. And he won't get hurt. And he has Electrocute, and he's going to hit me with his Gunblade.
Well, that's a culling. Sorry, I interrupted you by...
No, it's okay. That was basically it. That's all he said. That was the end of the sentence. And
well, now Shelly is going to say, I'm going to get a headache. I don't like this. And she is, but the Crystalline Overgrowth will give this turret over to KT, extending that gold advantage to about 3,000. And at 20 minutes, that is not bad at all. Perfect here in this side lane. Still having a great time. Titanic Hydra now completed. Looking for that second one. Oftentimes it is Jack shows and things like the Spear of Sojin.
The item efficiency here for aiming is quite high for him to hit 3 relatively quickly here as the IE gets put together for Taeyoon. And there's a threat of this Akali. The Jax is massive in this game.
Yeah.
And
Us has items.
Like, Kingan can't win this side lane battle. Not that it's the Rek'Sai is going to be threatening a backdoor or anything like that, but he has the ability to flank. He can set up with his tunnels a lot of really cool angles to interact with the rest of the team and even sort of match what the Galio wants to try to do in this team composition. It's just going to take so long for Taeyoon to really be able to impact this game. But I think kind of it's just too late. This composition for Nongshim is just not going to work anymore.
The problem is, this is KT versus Nongshim. Accidents could happen.
That has been the case thus far.
Let's just say I'm not going to make any hair bets in this series.
Oh, I'm just saying I'm looking for angles. You know, I got my protractor out. For asking me, do I see the 3-1? I pulled out my magnifying glass. I pulled out binoculars.
Wait, is it really that far away?
Well, I'm just trying to use different devices to check. I've like even used a monocle for a brief moment.
Whoa.
And I'm just struggling to find how that accident would occur, as aiming does have his LDR, like I was saying. His item efficiency here is really high in terms of cost. We'll have that put together. Yeah. Sponge goes in They better hope they get something done real fast, because he's not going to last very long, and they do not have a lot of damage.
All right, they're teleporting in, looking to try and get on top of this dragon. It has been started already because it's in the area. Scouts moving over. Now the team fight can be dangerous as Taeyun is going to get tagged. Cuz looking for the angle, they get the double stun as Taeyun very far up towards Ghost is now perfect, just dives on in, gets the double knockup. Taeyun is relatively safe for now as there are so many knockups and Taeyun doesn't have enough bullets. It is ridiculous as the KT onslaught continues. Aiming can't even catch up as Cuz is under an inner turret after all that is said and done.
Taeyun trying to position incredibly well there. And KT do win the fight well enough here, get the kill onto Scout to just back away and look to start this objective off. Well, I say that.
They should be able to take this because I don't think that Nongshim can necessarily walk up without any vision.
They were trying to make sure there wasn't going to be like a trade for Baron, but then they realized that there's just no way Nongshim could actually do that, and then they decided to go over and just keep doing that bottom side play on the Dragon as Ghost is... You know, the one who kind of sets this one up. Aiming is just like, I'm not having any part of this. He backs away, starts putting damage into King, and then Taeyun keeps backing up. He keeps backing up. He's like, I'm going to get away from these guys, but there are just so many casualties here in terms of the health bars that it's just not possible for Taeyun to do the damage anymore. It doesn't have a summoner.
And it's also so annoying to be Caitlyn into Jax. Because if Jax is the only one that you can shoot because he's the closest to you, and he has Counter-Strike, I mean, you're just doing nothing at all. And it was a very difficult time. He also, you know, face-checked a brush and things like this and immediately was tagged by the Winter's Bite. Being hit by Winter's Bite is just so incredibly annoying if you are the AD carry, because then Rek'Sai gets on top of you, and not only does she knock you up, but she then stuns you after a couple of autos, and there's just nothing you can really do about it. So Nongshim, they are just bleeding gold at this point in time. They're very happy that they secured Double Dragon because this means that KT don't have an Ocean Soul right now. But it's not looking like the good news really starts elsewhere.
And the Double Dragon buys them some time in this game, you know, and Taeyun, you can see, has farmed pretty well, does have his rapid fire cannon done now.
Yeah, a lot of gold.
Look, Baron could be a throw angle. Okay, we were talking about the unpredictability, the things that could go wrong, the accidents that could happen.
I mean, when we're looking at the throwability quote Scout, there's always an option.
He just got a staff with a glowing bowling ball in it, which means he can actually do damage now.
And he can make rifts, which is cool.
That is very cool. So that's a small win. Kingen, there's not really anything going on for Kingen. He's not really hitting these spikes right now.
Well, he's got a Fimbulwinter,
and he's completed, so he's, despite being 2,000 gold behind, is even on levels.
Nailed it. He's ahead on levels, Wolf. What are you talking? He's about to hit level 17.
I suppose you're right. He's about 18% ahead.
He is a very large gentleman in this game.
Maybe if Aiming goes for an aggressive dash forward, try to look for some extra damage. He's like, look, Taeyun did take barrier. I'm going to play this well. Maybe Kingen catches him off guard with a cast, catch him at that right moment. Maybe Sponge is hiding in a bush.
There you go. Now you're thinking.
I'm wrapping my head around it. The mental gymnastics are going.
Mm-hmm. I always knew you were a gymnast.
Only in my head.
Yeah, a mental gymnast. All right, Ghost. Let's see what he can do in these next fights. It's Perfect and Kingen still just facing off in this side lane. Bidity and Scout doing the same thing towards the top side of the map. I think Baron probably going to be the next thing that we're looking at unless this game stretches on towards a soul point angle for either team.
The turn on Baron, if Perfect is there, is insane. It's also pretty good even if he's not. When he has teleport to show up, he will have that in just a moment. Because they have Jax, they have Braum.
Oh, culling. That's just a lot of damage that Nongshim can't do anything about.
Yeah, they're just going to have to sit back and say, well, God is cooldown.
Nailed it.
Ping that one.
Yeah, ping it. Just ping it a few times. That'll make you feel better.
As they need to get enough of an advantage here, KT that is, to be able to then clear vision around the Baron and then start said Baron if they are going to win the game. Now, I want to remind everyone, in that loss against T1, I have a very strong memory about this because I've spent a lot of time talking about it.
Got it.
They had a Rek'Sai. They had an Akali.
Okay.
I don't remember the AD carry that Aiming was playing in that game, but they did not have a ton of wave clear. They did not have a ton of siege. They had a pretty big lead, much bigger than this, in fact.
Wasn't it? Was it Yunara into Aphelios?
Yes,
like
it was Aphelios for Pays for sure, and I think it was a
Yeah.
Yunara for Aiming in that game. They could not end the game. There were a lot of delays. I mean, his Caitlyn traps.
There are not a whole lot of sieging champions
Yeah, no,
here on KT.
It's not a great comp to say, all right, we won a team fight, we got 2 kills, we do Baron, or we push. Now, the problem for KT in that loss to T1 was that they did not do Baron when they had full vision control. They don't have that yet.
They also didn't play side lanes at all.
Yeah, they're starting to get like a little bit more control over the mid lane, side lane. Kind of a thing on the top side here for BDD, and now that vision is cleared. So we'll see if KT have learned from their last Akali Rek'Sai game. Knowing it's not the strongest side lane, but it's strong enough to, hey, maybe start a Baron, look for a turn. They also have Braum, which is good for turn and good defensively on a Baron, but not great to engage. So use the Baron to bring Nongshim to you. That is my advice to KT. That I think maybe they probably are a little bit aware of themselves.
Also,
should be.
I've got another thing that they could probably do. Use the fact that Cuz has an entire Death Dance over his opposition and is an extraordinarily large Jax.
They could also just ignore this dragon and try to rush Baron, but they're going to fight it. They're going to force it.
Let's see whether Cuz can get in here. He does actually just wander into the pit, and they look for the backline here. There's the Devour onto Taeun. Good knock up there as well, as Taeun's able to take down this Rek'Sai. He's 1 away from getting stunned, but he gets himself out. Never mind. Perfect execution from BDD. And now it's KT's turn to launch their salvo into Nongshim. Shuriken backflip is obviously going to land. And he looks for the 5-point strike as Lahen's just barely able to make his way out. Leap strike onto Scout for Cuz. And the dash forward isn't exactly what Aiming was looking for as he flashes out of the way of the tongue lash to keep himself alive. Nongshim, they didn't finish off the Drake.
Is Ghost on Dragon with Smite? Yes.
Oh my god, he is.
Double Smite.
There we go.
Down it goes.
Ghost, by the way, casually 0-0-10 this game.
Pretty close to 100% KP. I want everyone to watch Taeun in this fight. Gets devoured at the perfect time. Gets out with a shield, gets knocked up, flashes the wall, plays back, kills perfect. Looks for Ghost, forces him to flash. Gets away here, kites back. He is like, I am not going to die. But the BDD eventually is able to get through all the CC.
He got launched like out of a potato launcher or something like that and just like bonked him on the noggin on his way through.
And he played it so well, but ultimately dies. If he lives just even a little bit longer, KT can't push like this. Aiming, unfortunately, pushes a bit too far with this dash, and we'll have to flash afterwards. The Scout does do damage now. I'm starting to believe this game is throwable. BDD is clearly saying it's not, but
I don't know whether I trust him.
I think if you're a KT fan right now, keep your excitement low.
Yes. I mean,
they have
if you're a KT fan, you know that you should keep your excitement low.
Yeah, they have a great position in this game, but the accidents happen.
Yeah. Cuz kill ability, not quite there. So he will just wander his way out. Yeah, kill ability in this lane, also not really there.
Triple Ocean Rek'Sai.
Yeah. That might be 4 in 3.5 minutes, and that will mean that Perfect will just take... he can take as much damage as he wants, but then he's just not really going to really care, because he'll get it all back immediately.
Does not like to do Baron. They do not like to do it.
Well, if you don't ever do Baron, you can't throw at Baron. Checkmate. Taeun takes 50% of his health bar, and so does Sponge, my god. Aiming with 4 items complete is doing the damage. He also has the items that do the damage.
Maybe go to Baron. Cuz knows. He knows. No. Left. There you go.
Are you directing him?
Yeah, come on. Whoa, left. Right on the Baron.
Oh, he jumped into the
lost
pit.
all his health. Doesn't have flash. You don't have. They don't have. They can't deny your Baron. Look, the Rek'Sai's coming up. No, don't chase them through the mid lane. Just simply do Baron. That AD carry has 4 items.
Cuz has decided instead he is going to do Ward.
No, left, yep, yes, to the left here, yes. Now, it's not as favorable as it was a few moments ago, but I still think viable. Yes, okay. 4 item level is 16 Lucian.
Yeah.
Do the Baron. Siege with Baron. You don't have Siege in your comp. You need that purple worm. Sponge does not have vision. He does have flash. He is Jarvan. You're going to have to deny him.
Well, let's see whether Ghost can do that. As he drags his way over, BDD is just going to play defense. As back into the pit he goes, and down goes the Baron. There's still a lot of damage on the Ghost, but into the backline goes Perfect. He will get exhausted, but even if he goes down, it's still probably going to be worth to guarantee the Baron, although I don't know whether he necessarily needed to go in there. As Nongshim now chasing after KT, Scouts ghosted, and BDD will get into the Shroud, but I think he's still dead, thrown around like a ragdoll, and that is going to be the Peacemaker making peace with BDD, who goes down 2 for Baron. I mean,
I really hope that...
I don't think they should have done Baron.
No, I really hope that KT don't take this the wrong way. But I think it was the way in which they decided to move off of Baron that cost them big in this one.
Nongshim now, they'll be able to push forward, grab this inner turret as well. I mean, look at the Baron power play. It's abysmal.
And it's actually bugged. It's even lower than that.
Oh dear, that's going to be an inhibitor turret as well. I mean, Nongshim are just continuing to push. Cuz?
I told you guys Coach Comms could backfire. Happened to KT already earlier this season.
All right, 5 seconds on Perfect, as they will take this inhibitor.
I want the replay of the Baron, as Ghost is actually trying to deny the entry here. TP, as you say.
They're kind of broken up, as the teleport does come on forward. They spot Taeyun in the hands. They are kind of alone. Ghost is able to move himself over. And this is so aiming. Oh God, that's not where you want to be. But the culling just destroys Sponge. And so it's jungler for AD carry, but they need to kill Taeyun. If they don't kill Taeyun, this is still lights out for KT. They get on top of him, but the Devour is going to be there. The Abyssal Dive gets him all the way out. It's a big taunt as well as Taeyun. He's got the net, but the 5-point strike will destroy the Caitlyn. And Lehens just doesn't have the buttons left. He'll get knocked up, taken down, and they do get an inhibitor. But I think KT were able to strike back. And where's the Rebel Baron power? It's still not great.
It's not great, but Cuz is alive. He has a smite button. It's time for 4 Ocean Rek'Sai. Now, this is a great play from Ghost. Keep Sponge out. Get the Baron. Now just leave to the left side where you have a turret. Are we fighting here? Why are we fighting? Why is Perfect doing this?
Well, I mean, the thing is, why is everyone there watching?
Yeah,
everyone should have left ages ago.
Exactly. And then BDD here takes this wraparound instead of going through the turret and thinks he can dash back through and just dies. So I think the Baron was the right call. I think how it all happened afterwards was a bit weird. This is what I've been talking about, by the way, with AD carries in this meta, where it's like you think you caught the AD carry, but the AD carry just kind of turns around and shoots you. Did end up trading it there. And this does, in a longer fight here, thanks to Perfect's heroics. My God, he sacrificed himself without doing a whole lot in the Baron exchange, but here, Taeyun is like, thank God I have Tom Kench. It's still not enough. In the meantime, Cuz is just dead. So there's one more Baron remaining, and Ghost's almost taken out as well. Man, there's just no way KT lose this game, right?
Stop saying that, Wolf. It's just not, that's not fair to the KT fans. They did get Ocean Soul with 4 Ocean Dragons. That happened.
Rek'Sai does like a bit of healing.
Yeah.
Rek'Sai does have Spirit Visage.
KT's front door was blown off its hinges. So that's problematic. There is a lot of money on Taeyun, who almost has 6 items completed. They are just sieging. Perfect does make his way back, but without Cuz, this is 4 versus 5. Oh, Shuriken back loop connects onto the priority target, but
Perfect
there
also
is a Devour there.
Kind of trying to make something happen here, but I think just letting them go is probably the better option in this case. Try to get onto this turret.
This KT comp is so incredibly all in that they, like, their counter siege just doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's so janky. Like, it doesn't actually do a whole lot unless it can get backline access. And Taeyun is, like, remember what you said earlier about, like, if they just have infinity time, I guess, you know, Taeyun will get there. He got there.
Yep.
Now he has a ton of protection. And this Akali that was super ahead early on, still 1,400 gold ahead, but that matters much less at 36 minutes in, just cannot actually assassinate people.
Oh, Kingin. Not allowed to go home. Not the killable one. So Taeyun does complete 6 items. Does have his Maw of Malmortius completed now. Let's have a look at what happened here.
I hope the bad guys aren't there.
Yeah.
Oh,
bad guys
no,
were
they're there. Oof.
They were really there.
They were right there. In fact, there was vision that they weren't anywhere else. Yeah. Or at least they didn't know that they were anywhere else on the map. Like they weren't in the top or bottom lanes where those waves were. The Siege minion here, the super minion in the mid lane, will give Nongshim a decent amount of prio.
Oh my God. Ghost, we need to use the door for those.
Stand beside me after taking a shot.
Yeah. At least BDD just gets to wander away and get all of his health back in like a couple of seconds. Did elect to go back home. Doesn't quite have Void Staff complete just yet.
I mean, look at the items for Scout. He actually is a real carry now. Like, he is huge. He's level 18, and he makes mincemeat of the Akali. If he gets a multi-man taunt, it is just GG.
Taeyeon just ghosted. So I'm a bit confused as to what's going on here. The Baron's up in 35 seconds time. We're not really fighting for too much right now, but it looks like both teams really want to fight. There's the culling. Lahens gets a back massage, but didn't really like it. As Perfect takes a lot of damage. That is a teleport that's very short. What is happening? The weirdest game ever. It's okay, yeah. Perfect taking a fair bit of damage, but KT now has a minion wave. They take down this inner turret as now Cuz, with his counter-strike, is able to walk up to them, but decides not to fully commit.
They're like, the only way we can siege is if we get behind them.
Well, there's a cast. It's going to work out really nicely, but only onto the tanky members as BDD still biding his time. Engage! Braum launches forward, and down goes King to start this fight off. And now Ghost just tries to tag Taeyeon, and he gets it! Down goes the Caitlyn, and it's a double here for aiming. That setup was absolutely ridiculous, but in the end, KT with a team that came out ahead.
Now looking for that one minion. I think that's what Scout wanted to get, but there's still minions behind the rest of the team. Wanted to try to hold the wave. They will not be able to do so. That's GG. KT finally do it. It took a long time. They could not siege with the minions. They could not use the Baron to end the game, but getting all the way wrapped around behind Nongshim with a team fight siege, I guess that's the way to do it. That's to 5.
Oh my goodness, cue up the silly version of Silver Scrapes as the Nexus goes down, and KT make Hanwha Life Esports just that little bit more nervous at this point in time. Obviously, Hanwha are both KT's biggest fans and worst enemies, because if KT wins, they save HLE.
That did not bode well for KT's average game time, but less important now because they ended up winning 2 games in this series.
I was about to say that at the beginning of the game. I'm like, what if this is a really long win? But then actually that tiebreak scenario is no longer actually real. Now, like, if we go back to talking about all of the possibilities, even if KT lose in this game, if Genji gets a 3-0 in on Sunday's best of 5, then HLE are eliminated from.
I don't even, if this is what Game 4 draft looks like, I don't even know what we're going to see in Game 5. I have to give a shout out to one member on Nongshim who I think played incredibly well. There were just too many threats, was Taeyeon. I think he had a great game. It just wasn't enough. His positioning was phenomenal. He was able to kite back so much, but Perfect was too big to fail, Atlas.
That Rek'Sai was very, very silly with the Quadra Ocean Soul. As we cue it up, listen to the dulcet tones of the glorious Silver Scrapes as we head to a break, then the space, then game number 5. We'll see you soon.
What? What, Ox? I knew that you're not.
Yeah, Ox tried to throw him under the bus, and then I was like, no, Ox is too nice.
Brendan messaged me and said, don't do it.
That was,
he messaged me and said, don't do it.
And now Dan looks like the bad guy.
Yeah, who's the imposter? Who's the imposter? I don't know.
Now you guys are leaving me out. Wow.
Well, it's almost like that was by design. Guys, let's take a look at the draft here for game number 4. As
Egon would never.
Yes, he absolutely. Well, actually, he wouldn't. I guess. Yeah. Only you would do something like that. That's crazy. Let's take a look at the draft. As I do want to talk about this, we have a lot of things to get through. Thoughts on the draft, guys?
I feel like there was a limited amount of damage on the Nongshim draft. They had Caitlyn.
And?
Yeah, well, anyway, so they had a Caitlyn, and then they picked. Anyway, I think they should pick the laning very strong prior, like not a PK. I think they should be like Rox or like, you know, something spicy team.
I think that's the problem, is that they clearly kind of ended up with this composition where so much was on the Caitlyn. They were like, we need the Tahm Kench to protect it, but it meant like they didn't have a lane that was going to stomp, so the Caitlyn didn't get super far ahead. Everyone else is like a tank, and also the way they built, they had like the more Bruiser, Galio build, even though you had the Rod of Ages for the Gragas, you went like the Winter's Approach, so there just wasn't really that much damage coming out, and you're dealing with like a Jax and a Carly and a Rek'Sai. These are slippery champions, tanky champions, and it kind of just all came down to Taeyun to do the damage. So any fight where he couldn't do the damage, or if there's a scenario where Tahm Kench eats the Caitlyn, even if the Caitlyn's living, any time where the Caitlyn isn't putting out damage, your comp's DPS just falls to the floor. And in the mid game, it's not as much of an issue, right? Because you have, you know, decent base damages on these picks, but it will eventually become an issue. And if you fall behind, it becomes an issue far sooner.
I mean, everyone is waiting at the when is Taehoon coming out from this belly? When is he coming out, like, you know? So at the start of this game, like, I think KT was having a hard time with the early priors, but this time they, like, Nongshim thought that they're hitting Dragon, Jax should be the top side, but KT just came out from the ball side, which is they are just gonna give the Dragon free. And then they success this gank. This gank was, like, you know, very hard to predict. The worst thing is J4 tried to help, and he died.
Yeah, J4 helping.
Helping KT. He is.
But I think it was just an angle where, you know, they clearly just thought Dragons are free, Witch Hill, we can take this, and just a good approach to take when they're caught off guard. And again, they weren't significantly ahead in the bot lane. You catch them off guard and get the Lucian Braum ahead, and that's why Lucian Braum, we've seen be really strong, is in those skirmishes where you have that stun passive that obviously the Jax is also great at getting online as well.
And boy, did he get online. We do have to take a look at another fight down in the bottom side of the map where Taehoon was really struggling to do something, and he didn't end up doing enough damage.
So fight started with the King gets back TP, so they were actually looking for a big fight. And then, but their first engage didn't go well, and then they are actually forced to kill the Amy. But the thing is, their main to carry is like Jackson and Kali, and which is Rek'Sai is TP. Now Taehoon is like in the horror movie right now, how I do something, and then every my teammates are not covering me. Yeah, and then the fight is just over right there.
I like Taehoon's just, oh, now he's here, now he can hit people, but the fight's already been going on for such a long time. There's low health targets, and in this melee that they get mixed up in, this is where really the composition of KT can just kind of thrive and come together. And these were some early plays. There was a lot of action in this game, a lot of back and forth, but I think these ones really gave KT that early advantage and was where their composition wanted to fight.
Yeah, and then we can move over to the last fight we had in the middle of the map. Very interesting TP to begin with.
Yeah, it was, yeah, man, I thought King was at the good flank position, but he thought he should be the front, and he gets an extra shield, right?
This is empowered barrier. That's what I like to call it.
I see. So they start with the front back, with like this, but they were actually doesn't have a wave, and then Jax just jump together as a team, and then I think if I remember, the Taehoon was having very hard time about the Jax is coming in, Akali is coming in, and then he didn't even getting hit by the Akali second ult, and he dies.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal, right? And the front line starts to get honestly shred. There's a lot more damage threats. The front line doesn't feel as tanky at this point of the game. And Taehoon's trying to get damage down, but the second he gets looked, like how quickly does he get obliterated? And you can maybe argue, oh, should Taehoon have played more safe? Well, then who's dealing the damage? The front line started to get melted, they got blown up, and I think there were definite issues with the composition. Now we can kind of have a look at some of the picks that have been taken away. We're going into Game 5, right, in Fearless. A lot of things have been taken off, and we've had a little bit of a talk about some of the picks we think that are relevant, that are left available. For me, I think some big ones, Zoe, especially for BDD, has been a pick he is always brought out in these high-pressure series and has just completely taken over games. And then also in the bot lane, Kai'Sa. I think with how these games have been played, you're talking about 80 carries not always able to make an impact. Both these players have played a lot of Kai'Sa, aiming definitely known for it. Kai'Sa, it's very hard for her not to have an impact because you can always ult in. Lane can be a little bit tricky, but there's a lot of support you can pair well with still available. If you can get her out of the laning phase, you get it to these team fights that we've seen these teams constantly headbutting in, she'll definitely have a ton of value.
Yeah, speaking of that, Nocturne is still alive, and Nocturne Kai'Sa is a good pair. I think it can be a good comp. And then top side wise, there's a Gwen, which is very good value pick. Like right now, who can win Gwen right now is like Cannon and only Aurora, which can be banned very easily. So Gwen can have a good value in this game too.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are definitely good picks. I went for Syndra just because BDD also really loves it. And we've been seeing a lot of late, Game 4, Game 5 Syndra picks with Ghost sometimes. Shout out to you, Wolf. He really loves that one. I just feel like it will have value as long as you have more damage threats on the team, which they should be able to find. Yeah, see, there he is. He gave me the thumbs up. I could tell on my big screen here. It's funny, we were talking about like 2 damage comps sometimes is not enough damage. We just had a 1 damage dealer comp, and we saw what happened to that. So, maybe Syndra can do well if they actually find damage elsewhere, like that Aurora if it doesn't get banned. Even the Nocturne can do a little bit. Definitely a bunch of picks we have to look forward to here in Game 5.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. Draft gets hard in Game 5. Definitely when Fearless was introduced last year, there were a lot of times where you got to Game 5 and it felt like teams kind of crumbled. They couldn't make cohesive compositions. It was a struggle to sort of have a comp where you really saw it structured and working together. I feel like, you know, even that Game 4 comp, the one we saw with the Caitlyn, it felt like there were struggles there. But there's still a lot of picks open and available, I feel like, that these teams can lean on. And I think ease of execution is still going to be a thing because, you know, KT have the momentum now and they've come back in this series. I think Nongshim still very capable of answering this one, but they've been struggling, floundering a bit. So, you know, having a composition that's easy to pilot will make all the difference.
It definitely will. And guys, we do have another Silver Scrapes on the cards here in Super Week. Just day 3 of the Super Week. And now we can throw it back to Atlas and Wolf for game number 5.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And as the glorious Silver Scrapes ring through the Chichijik Lol Park, we are here, ready to be gifted a beautiful game number 5. And we'll see whether it's going to be a similar one. I was actually trying to think back to the last Game 5 that we saw from KT Rolster, and that was obviously at the World Championship last year. And I kind of liked their draft going into that game. I seem to remember I was like thinking like, wow, like they've got the double scaling Zig Smolder situation, like this is really cool. Actually, all of the champions that they had in that game are available here in this one.
True.
We could have a Smolder Zig scenario.
For a little bit of history for you guys as well, you mentioned Scout is 2-0 against BDD. Both of those happened at Worlds.
Yeah, and they were both full series.
Yeah, exactly. This will be a third, 5th game between them, or final game in the series here between them. Nongshim will opt for first pick here, and I think the looming Varus might be part of this.
Yeah,
I think Varus will probably be banned. KT opt for blue side, so we're going to have Nongshim picking R1 effectively here, which is what they expected when they did lock that one in. This is for potentially the group decider. If KT can reverse sweep here, they will secure themselves and Hanwha Life and Elder the win.
Yeah, and I'm actually a little bit confused about the first pick decision here for Nongshim, because I feel like as you get deeper into Fearless, those very strong standalone blind pickable champions just tend to be gone. That's kind of how it goes. We're going to see the Alistar banned away first here as Nongshim are going to do their very best to just not ban the OPs, right? But Rumble, Jace, Varus will be the bans, and so Nocturne, Aurora, and Leona will be the things that are likely going to be left up here in comparison to last time around.
There may be a trap where they try to trade Varus for Jace. They could try to do something like that. That is the safest approach, is to ban those 3, but if you think you have an answer, you could leave it open. Instead, they will ban it. Gwen is gone, so, and with Varus banned, Sion feels very safe.
I think one of
they might be fishing for that as well.
Oh, Zoe going to be the last ban here. So it will be all of those picks that they banned away last time around left up, as Nocturne, Aurora, and Leona will all be available. The last ban will be Varus.
It's got to be.
I'm going to write that
one's
in.
Non-negotiable at this point if you're not going to trade. They're thinking about something else, or perhaps talking about what their responses to several different first picks would be. The Nocturne, thinking its standalone self isn't necessarily first pickable here. I don't think that's strong.
What about first pick Kai'Sa? Because she is
Aurora?
like, okay, Aurora is going to be the decision.
Bard is a champion that we have talked so much about in this tournament, and of the 10 Fearless bans, he's not one of them. Could definitely implement that into your draft if you have the confidence to play it.
Yep. There's like Zeri angles and things like that as well.
Zeri also very strong. Smolder also very strong with all of these engage tools falling by the wayside. Deeper you go into series. Nocturne is going to be one of the best ways to get on top of a backline target.
Yep. Also, denying the Aurora Nocturne combination, I think, is very important here as well.
Agree.
So Cuz going to be taking that one away. I wonder what they're going to pair it alongside.
The Aurora is also still a flex, and Kingen is very good at playing top lane Aurora.
Very true.
This is a very uncomfortable position for BDD, but he has shown already so much in this series that he doesn't care if his pick is blind or not. And he has at least an idea that this Aurora is on the Rift, and it might be his lane matchup. Syndra has been one of those go-tos into the Aurora, and it feels like a bit of a bait here to pull that one out by Nongshim Red Force.
Oh, this is actually really curious because we see the Gwen being banned on the side of Nongshim. I feel like KT have locked in the Scion as like a bit of a pick away. We know Kingen does really like to play it, but it seemed like they were getting themselves into a checkmate scenario where the Scion was going to work out. This time around, though, the Kai'Sa will be locked in.
But they need a range support for this, I think. Otherwise, blind Kai'Sa can be so difficult. And we've seen how these games have been shaped by bottom lane 2v2 matchups. The Trundle feels like too good of an opportunity to pass up with the Scion top lane. Sure, it's not great into the Nocturne, but it's not bad into the Nocturne. It's not like
it's fine.
He doesn't get a bunch of value out of his ultimate is really what I'm saying, but he gets ultimate value into the Scion every time. So what are we going to see here for one of our soul laners? I don't think you want to split the bottom 2v2 necessarily right now.
Well, Rakan is a whole lot of value, so I wouldn't mind locking that one in here for Ghost.
Ghost Rakan. We're rolling the sleeves up on this one.
I think, you know, the Xayah is going to be banned, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're going to see. Obviously, going back to, like, even as far as 2017, Kai'Sa versus Xayah has been, like, one of the most common matchups. Obviously, Ezreal versus Kai'Sa is another one, but Kai'Sa and Xayah have been hand-in-hand for many years. So that one will be banned. What else is going to be taken away is going to be the big question. And what is BDD going to be playing?
Caitlyn's gone. Leona is the counter to Rakan in this setup here, so I think that makes a lot of sense. But would they be willing to ban something like a Ziggs? Like, Ziggs Rakan's not really a thing. What is going to be the AD carry that wants to try to win this lane with Misfortune? Because Xayah's banned, right? We're talking about the second AD carry ban here for Nongshim Red Force. Maybe they just don't ban an AD carry in that final spot at all, but
maybe it's just Zeri. Zeri Nocturne's actually kind of interesting.
And Scion, and then BDD plays any sort of scaling.
Yeah.
I guess that could be the game plan here, and just
what if they just
aiming.
Could you just Zig Smolder with this?
I think you could, but it is very difficult to pilot. But you have enough defensive tools that maybe it works out. Smolder is so incredibly strong in drafts like this when you just can't get to him. Like, the Aurora is going to struggle to do so, the Trundle's going to struggle to do so. And it's a fairly safe lane with the Rakan, if it's played in bottom lane, of course. With the Rakan here.
Taken away.
Zeri's gone, that's what you were alluding to earlier. Misfortune doesn't feel amazing here, but it has been...
into Pillar feels terrible.
Yeah, it has been a pick that goes into the Kai'Sa a lot. It's just something that aiming has... I think about it when I think about aiming's landing into Kai'Sa. That's the first pick that comes into my mind, even though the conditions aren't necessarily perfect for it here. It also means that there's not a lot of consistent damage. It's not the AD carry that has damage throughput through the roof, so BDD is going to have to play something that has a lot of scaling power here, you have to imagine. But he's waiting to see, just to make sure, where this Aurora is going before he opts for his counter pick.
Well, Shen is something that Lahenz has played alongside Kai'Sa many times. It's been a big favorite of theirs. As Olaf into the Scion here for Kingen. All right, that is a gauntlet throw if ever I've seen one. And could be a very difficult time here for Perfect. As BDD thinking about getting out his signature Syndra here in game number 5.
I mean, but the Aurora can just, if she survives the lane, can do so much more, I think, than the Syndra in this draft, and the Olaf can just run at you. And there's just not enough consistent damage in this draft here for KT to make me feel like this worked out. I think you either had to go Syndra plus a more scaling AD carry, a safer one, especially into the Trundle, like a Zeri, which banned, of course, but anything else, even the Smolder, I would have liked more. The identity of this draft for KT is so tricky. Like, it's press Nocturne, ult, and then either try to ult a target that will just be properly Shen ulted, or just try to defend your Misfortune to make it difficult to outplay the ultimate with the Rakan setup here. Very wonky. This is a classic Olaf angle for someone like Zeus, right? We've seen Zeus countless times in late Fearless pull out.
Reminds me of Shiu as well.
Shiu occasionally will pull that one out. We have seen Kingen do it too, but that pick I think is really one that I go, wow, that's a clean Fearless draft. That was a smart move. Like, that's definitely a really solid angle here. Whereas the Misfortune and Syndra, I feel good about the mastery that both of these players have on it, the comfort that they have on these champions, but not necessarily about how well it works for their composition.
Well, let's just see how it does go. It's a beautiful Trundle angle here for Sponge. I think he might be the main character in this game for Nongshim if they can find it. But it's game 5. Anything could happen, and we'll just have to see whether it's Nongshim able to stop the reverse sweep or whether KT are going to be able to save Group Elder. And Sponge has already done the right thing. Traditional Trundle is by far the best choice. So, love to see it. Aiming and Ghost down here towards the bottom side. We've seen Rakan and the Misfortune together quite a few times. I think that, I mean, there are angles for the Misfortune to work out. I do think Pillar is so annoying to play into because she starts channeling her ult and then you just press Pillar. And it can get very, very annoying, as this is what Kingen is going to do all game.
Yeah, his damage numbers in the first few minutes of the game are going to be high. Also, Perfect is a bit too young to have played into a ton of Olaf, you have to imagine.
Yeah, I'd assume so.
So that's kind of a fun concept to think about here. So we do have another pause. Hopefully something simple.
Yeah, we'll get you guys updated as soon as we know what has happened here. As maybe some batteries have run out.
That could happen.
The series has gone on for quite some time. But having a look at what's happened just yet, no real accidents or anything like that. We're going to be popping out to check on some fan signs and things like that. We will still no word as to what has happened just yet. Having a look at where the referees are, I don't see them.
Well, luckily for us, it is
a ghost situation, perhaps?
Early in the game. Hopefully it's not a rune issue. Oh, Ghost has a connection issue, ping issue.
So he is probably just going to turn it off and on again.
Yeah, it's probably just going to be a network reset for him. Since we are playing in this environment, ping is very abnormal to see and very easy to fix, generally speaking. It might take a few moments for us to get everything reset, but luckily this won't really impact the nature of the game.
Yep.
Lehens in good spirits here on Leshens.
Yep, having a bit of a giggle. And obviously, the, I don't know, maybe you haven't been watching Lehens for a while, but Shen was one of his signature picks, going back even to his Griffin days. And so certainly something that he always has in his wheelhouse. Could have gone towards his Elise as well, but decided instead to go for something a little bit more defensive that can play around the map very effectively.
Yeah, it's almost like this pick is becoming more iconic than his Singed, even though Singed is like so niche, very rarely viable. It's like not fair to compare them, but if KT wins this game, it will put Group Ilder at 16 points, meaning that even if both T1 and Genji win their matches, their group will lose and Bro will be eliminated.
Oh, well, we're back in, and Aiming has already has to use his flash, so that's not exactly the greatest. It's Perfect is standing on a wall. Oh, God. This doesn't look like a whole lot of fun. As Kingen did walk over and take a minion, and that gave Perfect an ability to wander back towards his turret. He's just not having a very good time.
No, he really is not, and he will continue to not.
Yeah, Kingen is just giving him a red card over and over again.
He will keep throwing those axes, and then he will pick them up and throw them again. As Aiming is not going to be throwing a whole lot back here. We'll get under his turret, at least.
That looked very weird. I just walked up to see both of the Nongshim bottom lane just hanging out underneath the turret. As Sponge moving down towards the bottom side, Cuz moving the opposite direction of his bottom lane, so Aiming and Ghost not going to get bailed out anytime soon.
I watched the replay. Flash taunt.
Oh, right. So it was a flash invested by Lehens.
Yeah, they both now are flashless, but it ended up getting them a pretty significant tempo advantage here. Always great if you can get Kai'Sa any freebies in a matchup like this. The Shen pick makes it a little bit tougher to just say, I am Misfortune. Kai'Sa lose lane now.
Ooh, Kingen not having a great time here against Perfect. Is it flashable? It is not, because the flash was used by Kingen. Still, that is great news for the Scion, who was having a very rough time earlier on in the lane.
Yeah, might need a replay of some of that trading pattern.
Yeah.
And Kingen might have just taken a big Q or something like that. We came into him taking a few autos.
We've seen this before. As Ghost is going to try and get himself out. The grand entrance does have the gleaming quill. That's a lot of value. As out goes the Misfortune, and Ghost is able to battle dance to him in order to taxi further away. It's still a disaster.
Xayah always takes me home with her.
True.
What happened there?
That would have been very cool if they had been actually playing the Lovers duo there towards the bottom side, but not to be the case, as BDD clearing out waves here and is just behind a couple of minions.
Looks like we are going to see a reset here for Taeyun and Lehens. Bit of a later one for Lehens, actually. Maybe not.
Let's see whether Aiming decides to walk towards the brush. Surely they wouldn't be waiting in there twice in a row.
Yeah, I'm watching the minimap with great interest, let's say. Trying to see what happens there. Nothing really does amount from it.
And this is crazy. Perfect has a flash and teleport advantage in this lane. I was never expecting that to happen.
Especially after he started the lane off by pressing shield and kind of ducking and covering after the ward was spotting him in the alcove. Well, as I mentioned, BDD in this matchup, it's one of the matchups you feel really good about when you're playing into Aurora if you can hit everything. BDD so far is doing just that.
Oh, well. Lehens and Taeyeon thought that they were playing aggressively, but now Cuz is going to make his way down. Lehens, remember, does not have flash, so he's very, very dead. Unfortunately, the Twilight Refuge is not a refuge this time, and First Blood goes over to Cuz one more time.
Twilight Refugee.
Yeah.
They did not have vision in the river, and also I don't think you expect the pre-6 Nocturne gank to come in, but it did.
And also it accelerates him, the ultimate hunter thing that Orcs loves to talk about. Oh, God.
We'll probably mention again that his first ultimate will have a reduced cooldown, and hopefully for Cuz's in Cuz's case, he's hoping that gets him a second stack to then further snowball his lead.
I don't think it will, actually, from what I'm seeing. But Nongshim are going to try to get back on the horse here. They still have a decent CS advantage, and it was only an assist going over to aiming. And so therefore, it's not quite as much as BDD. Doing a fair bit of damage here to Scout, but does now hit level 6, and that's why Scout threw out the ultimate, understood that he had the level 6 advantage.
Kind of wonder now, we saw this misfortune come through to try to, in part, and in large part, win the lane, but Lehens pulls his Shen outright, and despite the fact that we did see that kill back onto Lehens, so the significant CS advantage here early, they get first dragon out of the prio. And as a result of this, what does this misfortune do now in this draft as Ghost? What does he do when dead?
Yeah, well, he's going to see what he can do. Lehens is dead as well, so it's going to be supports traded. This time, aiming picks himself up a kill, and it was unfortunately Lehens that got the kill on the bottom side. So Nongshim still a little bit worse for wear after that one.
And Perfect, because he had teleport advantage, could come down there and try to impact that play. Does pick up an assist and then head straight back to the top lane.
And also it's a BF sword purchase here for aiming as well.
That's a pretty big
back
hit.
end of that. Not bad.
Sure. Definitely a huge trade up for KT Rolster because of where the kills went.
Still, the CS is kind of a disaster here on this bottom side of the map. Taeyeon is eliminating more minions as this wave state is disastrous for KT.
Question still remains, how does this misfortune team fight in this draft without, a Rel ultimate, let's just say. Like, the Rakan ultimate can certainly help set this up, but playing into the Trundle, you mentioned it several times, is very annoying. Can just be interrupted, and it's very difficult to get away from a Trundle. So we'll watch this one more time. Lehens and Taeyeon flashless still, but Lehens goes in, gets the taunt. Burst damage is there from Taeyeon, but in live.
Well, we're doing the same thing here in live, but it's Scout moving down towards the bottom side. There's a Paranoia onto the Aurora. Dustbringer hitting absolutely everyone, but KT realize they do not quite have the DPS. And everything burnt here by the KT bottom lane in order to make that happen. Taeyeon and Lehens still with flashes available, and so KT going to be on the back foot now.
Absolutely. That first dragon is going to be really strong here for this Olaf as well. The first mountain they pick up.
Ooh, is it another Cloud Soul, Earth, Wind, and Fire?
It could be, which would be pretty bonkers with all these really important ultimates that give a huge benefit to anyone who goes faster after pressing them.
Yeah.
Actually, kind of massive value here. Also could be insane if it's Hextexel.
Oh, true. There's
if
a lot
it's
of
Ocean,
big
I'm like,
Yeah. Not another Ocean. Surely it's not going to be 2 in a row. Well, we've never had those before.
It's Ocean's a new Chemtech.
All of the time. As Ghost unfortunately tried to interrupt and tried to intercept, and didn't manage to. As Lehens now is Stand United available, we'll be able to get around this map and help out his teammates. Could be an option to just dive on top of the Olaf, give him a big old shield, and then deliver a Shen for a little bit of extra CC. Sponge over here has started up these grubs.
Pretty difficult to contest without Paranoia.
Yep.
I just don't think they can. And with the prio that Scout has, he can just come over here and kind of bodyguard, make sure that there's no rotation over from BDD. Just simply no play to be had here for KT Rolster. Should be all three going over to the side of Nongshim.
Yep.
Lehens also with his ult, it's like, there's really nothing you can do.
Well, Scout of the Week just barely not landing on towards Scout there. CS advantage just slightly for BDD in the mid lane. Top side of the map is where the gold lead is for KT. Outside of that, it's Nongshim with advantages, but things all tied up as far as the global gold is concerned. Perfect, just waiting here. Hexplate done now for Cuz as he does go back to base. As Dark Sphere will be avoided there by Scout. Not that time though.
The cooldown boot's going to give BDD the fastest route to stacking up, putting that pressure on.
Getting as many splinters as he can.
He did take Ghost, but because he's BDD, I'll allow it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you always take Ghost when you KT. Actually, no, you don't.
Well, actually, about half of the time.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If I'm honest with you, Alice.
Yeah. This series, though, it was, what, like 80% of the time?
80% of the time.
There you go.
In terms of mid laners, like, yeah, it might be 60% of the time they took Ghost in this game. I actually don't remember. It's been 5 games. I'm not going to go back and check sums on that one, but
I know he took Ignite one time.
I think that the lane in the mid lane, or the 80 carries in the mid lane, will be where, speaking of having fun, I was going to say where we see aiming start to have
having more fun?
He's not really having the fun time, is he?
No.
Swifty's here for Perfect as he kind of just runs around.
And avoids getting slowed down too much by Undertows. I actually really like the Swifties buy.
He's just getting grassbacks to proc, and he is just kind of sucking the life out of King in a little bit. Lens.
Wandering towards a Rakan, but Battle Dance is going to allow him to get out of there.
But I think aiming is going to have the most fun when he is unleashed to play in the mid lane, gets his Bloodthirster, and can just kind of chunk the enemies down and push those waves and hope to help play around this Nocturne priority on objectives later on. This Dragon is not one of those objectives. Ghost, this is not the time to go in.
Nope. Well, he is just going to get himself out, not interrupted by the Pillar of Filth, as BDD, thinking about pressing an ultimate button, has a lot of orbs as Scout of the Week comes through, but it's just not enough damage.
And for those who did watch that Genji semifinals, was a Syndra game where he started off massively ahead but did not finish it off in the end against CDG. Was a lot of BDD fans' probably lowest point pre-Nongshim, which we won't talk about.
He did have an absolutely incredible Orianna game or two.
Cannot believe he wasn't in the World's music video the next year, but anyway. The Ghost is putting himself in harm's way, but he keeps just getting out that slippery Rakan.
Yeah, thankfully he's playing Rakan this time around, so isn't just going to be wandering around and then feeling a little bit silly. This time he's just going to get taunted. And there is a Blast Cone in. Battle Dance just kind of condemns Cuz here momentarily. He does have Paranoia. He presses the button, but unfortunately, he is just dead on transit.
Cuz is like, Ghost, man.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to blame you, however. Play safe. Play safe.
Yeah, if we could just, like, let's not have a conversation about responsibility right now, but it wasn't me.
So much like, you're like, yeah, luckily he's playing this champion, he's got his buttons, and he's not going to go back in. And then he does not have his buttons, and then promptly goes back towards the enemies.
Yeah, this is the problem. As it is a Cloud Soul. There we go. Third one today? Oh, man. Feels like my birthday.
Well, the double dragon start here is not good for KT fans, or Hanwha fans for that matter, at this point.
For KT though, if you're a KT fan, it unlocks the Quadra Cloud Soul, which is very cool. So it will require them to get some dragons this game.
Yeah.
But it is on the table.
This team is in a position now to farm it out and eventually get aiming that BT, send him into the mid lane, waiting for that moment so that he can actually start to be a big threat. He's just now sending these waves into Scout, and we'll take that back and get that buy now. Just has enough money for it. Yep, to imagine. Ghost here, initially, you know, he was able to get out a follow-up double Battle Dance, but...
Yeah, then Cuz is just kind of left out to dry.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate here. Just decides to try to go in to get some damage on the Aurora. Doesn't matter. That's a tough one, you know, after such a bounce back with the Blitzcrank game, the Braum in game 4. But still early days in this game if the game time for game 4 is anything to go by.
Yeah, exactly.
Might be a lot more League of Legends to be played here in this one.
We're not even going to start counting our chickens.
No, we said at the beginning of the day there will be no chickens to count, we just have no idea.
Yeah. And we do have a Cull cashing in, so that is going to shave off a little bit as far as that gold advantage that Taeyun had. As you can see, it goes down to about 450. He's going to be now going back home. Next item probably going to be some shoes, as he's running around barefoot for the moment.
Yeah, we got a little shoe icon now.
Yeah, it's a bit cute. So there it is, shoes complete. And same to be said for aiming as well. Grab some steel caps, as well as that bloodthirster that you were talking about. So back to lane, and 500 gold, the lead here for Nongshim.
The Herald is the next port of call for these two teams to fight over.
Oh dear.
Ghost is just baiting. He's just baiting.
Spidey senses working out quite well. As Cuz did see that there was a Trundle walking into the brush as well, so Ghost kind of knew that he needed to get out.
Early to fight for the Herald itself, but getting a lot of control vision is KT, as perfect as
he's
just
doing
going to
that
ignore
behind
the
the turret
Olaf
thing again, as BDD tries to scatter them, flashes out of the way as now the quickness comes forward, Flash to get on top of the hands, and I have a feeling he's dead. Yeah, Unleash Power does confirm that, as now Cuz, picking his target, decides it's Scout that they want to take down. The Scout of the Week is pretty good, but he gets out with the Between Worlds, is now perfect. Does not care about that turret, even a little bit.
No. That's the kind of angle Baus would definitely give a thumbs up to.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't hit the champion, doesn't matter. The turret.
Yep. Undertow doesn't really connect.
Doesn't really care about it. And ends up being a third kill here for KT. Really big burst damage coming through the coordination here for KT. We're also looking really strong on that play.
Oh. Cuz was thinking about starting off a Rift Herald, but that's a little dangerous. Scout moves down and breaks some crystalline overgrowth. Does have some spare time with this turret for now.
Yeah, Perfect doesn't have ult, so it's going to take him a really long time to get down there. A lot of plate gold goes over to Scout as a result of that.
Yeah, BDD also makes his way back towards his top side. Doesn't have his flash though now, and a Syndra without flash is far less useful. It's Perfect clears out the wave. Nongshim realizing that they do not want to be starting off this Rift Herald at the moment. Things getting a little dangerous. It's game 5. There's a whole lot of pressure on.
Ghost.
Once again, looking for that face check.
Yeah, it's every time the observers pan over, I'm like,
bit anxious. I agree with you. I'm
in this case, we knew he was safe, but I still had a bit of a stress over that one after what has happened earlier. The game slows down again. It's funny, this Herald is up, but the other team has enough control to really start this off. Even though KT have control of the area, they didn't have Paranoia. Misfortune sitting on one item. They're like, I really want to start this, but it's such a huge risk. And now Nongshim take the vision back, but they don't want to start it yet either because they're running a Kaisa.
There's also a Dragon coming up in under a minute. And we're going to check this out one more time. BDD immediately flashing out of the way.
And this time, they go in for Ghost is good. Shuts Lehens out, prevents him from getting out of there. And then the burst comes through. The kill going over. Scout able to use his ultimate to get away. Perfect, not going to connect his ultimate there, but they grab the plate as well. They will grab it now.
Yep.
On the return. And now, as you say, the Dragon is spawning. Nongshim at Prio.
There's no teleport here for Perfect.
Yeah, he doesn't have it. And also, how does aiming team fight this without any setup? This is the question I've been trying to find the answer to this whole time with this MF pick. Like, how does this actually work? Let's find out.
Oh, they're going to try it. There's now BDD moving over. There is a train able to come on forward as Kingen could stand in front, and he is going to be able to do so. BDD over the wall. It's not going to be the steal, so there's Soul Point. But the Paranoia dives on in. There's the Fear flash out from Taeyeon to keep himself safe. As KT still looking very healthy in this fight, but Nongshim, they can just back away. Yeah, they do not need to do anything else. They got the Soul Point. They're feeling good.
They got their prize, absolutely. And they also got Perfect's ultimate. And this turret actually pretty defendable as well.
Yeah, they
totally fine.
Just kind of die.
KT definitely wanted more out of that, but they just didn't have the reach. You know, they weren't able to contest for the smite. And then, you know, the Misfortune ultimate was in the right direction, but it's not able to do enough damage to threaten a kill. Speaking of threatening kills.
Yeah, Between Worlds comes on forward here as BDD just dodges everything. That's why you take the Ghost, baby. Just don't get hit.
I'm just not going to comment.
I'm not going to let my personal feelings get in the way. That was purely for you.
You're right. Yes, exactly. The Ghost was utilized correctly there.
He kind of wishes he still had it. It's all right. Everyone comes in. The flash does come out of the way, but now Ghost comes on forward. Sponge is going to survive, and so does Lehens. Beautifully juggled, and down goes BDD.
If only he had TP on respawn. Actually not going to be too important in this case. The Herald does go over to his teammate Cuz, and wouldn't have been able to TP to defend this turret anyways, although Ghost kind of wishes he was alive and had it. Aiming is going to come over now. This turret will survive, it looks like, just barely on its last legs. The pickup of the Herald should be able to guarantee mid-turret here for this composition that really wants that, as KT They're going to need to set up for it first.
Well, this is a bit dangerous for Cuz.
Now, KT have to fight for every upcoming dragon. They cannot give even a single one. And this is where things get really tricky when you don't have prio. So that mid-herald needs to be used to get the turret. They cannot fail this. They cannot mess this up. First turret goes over to Nongshim in the bottom lane. And the gold lead is starting to really explode here on top of the dragon advantage they have. So, I mean, you could try to hold the herald a little bit longer, try to use it for something else. So we go back to this play here. BDD doesn't have his ghost. Lehens comes in, sets up the taunt. Not really much they could do here. Sponge narrowly escapes.
Yeah, beautifully played there by Sponge, making sure that he lives up to his name as well as possible. Uses his health bar beautifully. Aiming, now moving towards item number 2, slowly but surely. And KT are playing like they just kind of win the late game. And I just don't know whether that is necessarily the case. We know that Kai'Sa in the later stages of the game is going to be really dangerous. The ability to reposition, the Stand United shield, things like this are going to make her so tough to deal with.
Not to mention that even though this Sion has spent a lot of this game with a lead, it's not as big as it was, and also there's a Trundle. And so if the Misfortune gets caught or uses the ultimate but then can't reach people after that, she's a sitting duck for Taeyun to engage on, Scout to engage on, Pillar to get dropped on, Lehens to taunt on. And also then BDD's like, I only kind of have a few buttons, so I can't really offer consistent damage either. So I do think this composition, which is behind right now and against 3 dragons, really doesn't have legs in the late game unless Nongshim make a mistake, or perhaps Ghost finds some crazy ult angle to set up Aiming's ult. Like, that might be the only way they can get back in, it seems, at this stage. Or some sort of crazy flank from Perfect, a miracle.
All right, there's the paranoia. They dive in, they look for the angle onto Taeyun, who gets a big old shield. They have so much CC, and finally the Sion gets in. Down goes the Kai'Sa, but the Misfortune's dead as well. Cuz is taken out, and even though Perfect has a huge health bar, they just do not care about it. BDD was so far away from the fight, he hasn't even been able to ult anything yet. And yeah, KT got their target, but they lost 3.
Yeah. KT's kill Taeyun strategy was very difficult in the previous game, but they were able to make it work ultimately in the end to win it. I guess that's what KT stands for today. But in this one, they are, okay, mission accomplished, we killed Taeyun, but there's just not enough damage when Aiming dies. And watch what he does. Watch Aiming in this fight. Like, he's like, all right, they got set up for me. Can't quite reach for autos, but I'll just ult him. Got him. And then an Olaf appears.
Yeah.
And now I'm dead.
He's like, I will get full value out of this bullet time, and then he takes 3 axes to the head.
BDD's like, I can't get to you, and even if I could, I just don't have, you know, I'm not playing Earth. Like, I can't actually hit that many times. If Aiming dies, the fight dies with him, even if they get the enemy AD carry, because there are just way more consistent damage threats on the side of Nongshim. Even Olaf being one of those.
I didn't like the Misfortune when it was picked up, and I continue to dislike it. Let's see whether Aiming can change my mind as this series goes on. Shadow Flame done here for BDD. Massive amounts of burst damage available for him, but just don't know whether it's going to be enough. 2 items are also done here for Cuz. I mean, if there's ever a time to make something happen, it would be now.
I mean, this is the timing where they get both the mid turret and get prio for Dragon with this Herald. I mean, they used it at the last possible second here to get the most value, but how do they utilize that prio is the question. Perfect trying to hold this entry here. They don't have a ton of damage for Dragon. Those are so tanky here in Season 26, or 16, whichever way you want to say it.
Moving up the river here, as Kingen going to join in as well. Scat of the week on to Lehens, but he doesn't really care about that one. Pillar goes down. Q not going to connect there from Perfect. Big health bar though. You can see this Sion. If they can actually play around Sion in the front line, then KT can get some work done.
Trying to zone Lehens away. His ult comes up in 5 seconds here, and then he will be able to go wherever he wants.
Scout, big angle here for the flank. Has a blast going to get himself into the back of the pit here at the same time.
Aiming got to be so careful.
Yeah. That is a nice double up there to get a bit of damage here onto Sponge. They look for a paranoia. Flies in. That is going to be the steal away from Cuz. Can they find more of it is the answer. As BDD is dead. Aiming's dead. Cuz taken down. And Ghost and Perfect, the last man standing. Perfect, though, he's going to get run down, turned into a zombie. And even Ghost is likely to die. There it is. It's an ace in trade for just 1 Cloud Dragon. As Nongshim, I think they should be able to take a Baron.
And all Elder Group fans collectively look at this game and just feel tragedy has occurred.
Oh, yeah.
They were so close to the reverse sweep. They were so close to bringing Hanwha out of this desperate situation. and a series that matters very little for Nongshim. They are fighting tooth and nail to win this 5th and final one. Watch this angle for Scout as he gets on top of both carries during the paranoia here. And there's just no peel for this Aurora. Look at this, gets on top of BDD and aiming. The burst is real, BDD has to flash. Aiming is collapsed on then by the Shen. And then this Olaf, he just is like, all right, the more you hurt me, the better it is for me, baby. Like we were watching the top side of that fight, talking about the carries, while on the other side, Olaf, 1v4, absolutely yes.
That was disgusting.
Gets the Shen ult as well in the end.
살짝 잡자 이거.
Like, Lance didn't even need to use the Shen ult to kill the enemy AD carry.
뭐냐고.
Yep, and Taeyeon having
that?
a pretty good time. As I think as soon as BDD and aiming went down, it was kind of over. But King, and also the fact that he survives, man, that is insult to injury. And that also means 7,000 gold, the advantage. Red Bull, Baron power play, putting 2K into the pockets of Nongshim already. And I did kind of feel like things were going better than I was expecting for KT. That is no longer the case. It is now looking very dire.
I mean, I don't want to overstate it, but the draft is a huge problem. And we talked about how in the early parts of the series, sometimes you don't want to put too much stock in draft because it's two viable compositions, right? One might have an edge, but they're both incredibly strong. KT's comp has so many holes, and they are being exploited so aggressively here by Nongshim, by Lehens, by Scout on the flank. And I think that was the last hurrah, the last chance. They got the dragon, but they lost everything else.
Scout of the week doesn't connect on to Scout, but they do dive on top of him. He goes golden. He's buying so much time and goes between the worlds. There is the unleashed power, but it's not enough damage. And the killer instinct from Taeyeon gets him into the backline and blows them up. Nongshim are looking to cancel this reverse sweep. They spend a little bit more time here today, but it's looking like it is not quite enough here from KT.
Not enough, and it looks like Scout's perfect record against BDD will continue. Nongshim with a final restart to the series. Bit of a hiccup near the midway point, but now poised to end it.
Well, here's the last hurrah. Oh my god, aiming just gets obliterated. The Nexus turrets follow suit, and it took him a while, but Nongshim do it in the end. Taking down KT and keeping Group Baron alive here in the LCK Cup.
And now you're not in control of your destiny if you're KT. If you're Hanwha, you are, but you have the toughest opponent left in Gen.G. This win would have just gotten both of them out of the hole, would have given Elder enough leeway to where even if T1 and Gen.G win the remaining matches tomorrow and the day after, they would still be free, but that is just no longer the case.
Oh man, and the story of BDD versus Scout continues as Scout reigns supreme once again in a full series. Let's hope that that just continues forever, that we just get full series between BDD and Scout. This was a whole lot of fun, very weird. A lot of these games were excessively strange, but I loved the draft out of Nongshim here. They kept it cool, calm, and collected. They held on to the Trundle pick. They knew that the Scion was going to come in, and they just outplay them time and time again. I have to say, Taeyeon looking absolutely fantastic here today, contrary to what we have seen outside of this best of 5. Well, let's hope that that continues here in the LCK Cup for the Nongshim fans. Classic Lehens feeling pretty good after getting a Leshen's performance in.
He really loves to play it. Lehens has always been just one of those players that's so fun to watch, no matter how many years go by.
And I'm pretty sure that the wise words of Obi-Wan are ringing through a lot of people's ears as he heard a group of Hanwha Life esports fans cry out in terror and were suddenly silenced by Nongshim Red Force here today.
Isn't it crazy that Zeus, Kanavi, Zeka, Guma Delight might not
They might be the only team eliminated.
That's right. Might be the only team that does not go on.
That would be absolutely crazy.
And you know, Hanwha fans, they won that series against T1 last year, which led to a lot of people being like, well, that's not fair. The format was changed. They got the W last year. Maybe this time they get the format L this time around. But it's on them, right? And they can control their destiny. They could beat Genji. They might 3-0 Genji on Sunday. It's just that that's not our expectation. KT feeling pretty good that they were able to take 2 wins here despite losing, because that puts them in a favorable position given that we expect Genji to beat Hanwha. And
wait. I have one thing though.
Yes.
Every single day this Super Week,
yes,
I have got a 5-game series. And I am casting on Sunday.
Well,
so that means that Hanwha are likely to get a game. Let's just say that. Probably 2.
They need to win it really fast as well if they just get 1. If they get 2, they surpass KT.
And that total win time will actually come in now as well. It won't be calculated until after a victory for HLE, though, in that series against Genji. So they have to do better than a 1-3 against Genji as well. It has to be Silver Scrapes to guarantee it. And otherwise, they need to win extremely fast against Genji.
It has to be sub, it was just from data someone pulled from averaging the game time, sub 33 in that first win to beat KT that way. Otherwise, they could just win 2 games, right, as you say. Yep, but Nongshim really dispatching of KT in this one. This final draft just didn't hit, and then the support games for KT early on in the series really hindered them, because had they won either of those, which were otherwise good drafts outside of the support, we could have maybe seen KT pulling ahead and ending this one early, but instead, some comfort gets picked up, the MF into the Kai'Sa, they lose the lane, BDD plays his classic Syndra against Scout again in the 5th game and drops it, and it wasn't his fault, but the composition just didn't come together. Perfect had a great early game. There's just too many threats for that misfortune.
Yeah, just didn't quite work out. I think there are a few whoopsies when it came to drafting and things like that, but in game number 5, in series like this, where the pressure is so high, I think it comes down to who has the clearest head and is able to make things happen. As Taeyun, a well-deserved player of the match here in this best of 5, a huge turnaround from what we'd seen from him previously in the LCK Cup, and it looks like we got a little bit of a taste of the LPL Taeyun here in the LCK.
I'm trying to figure out the best way to comment Taeyun, because we did have a full crowd. There were a lot of people
Let's just
watching.
say King Boo has been crowned. That's probably what I would say.
Something, I'll think of something.
That's a fun one.
But I am impressed. I am impressed with Nongshim.
Yeah.
I predicted them to win this 3-2, but I didn't feel like I knew that was going to happen. It kind of feels like I got lucky with how things worked out, and I feel like I could have the perfect Pride week, I guess.
Yeah, when I rolled the dice, I didn't really know. I didn't have any strong feelings as to how this series was going to go. I definitely got my prediction wrong, but I don't feel bad about it, because this series,
I don't feel good about it either. Like, did I really? Was I really smart? Like, did I really know? I don't think so.
And we are going to be able to get our first interview with Taeyun as well. So it'll be great to hear from him and how it's been moving over to Nongshim here, moving back from the LPL and seeing how things are going. So let's get into that right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Seer for the POM interview translation. We're here with Taeyun on the side of Nongshim Red Force after the battle of 3rd seeds. Congratulations! Thank you. Taeyun, after a full 5-game series, you secured 2 points for Baron Group. How do you feel? Well, for us Baron Group, I felt like Nongshim wasn't really contributing enough. But I am glad that we were able to give T1 and Genji a chance. This is the first Super Week victory for Baron Group, so if you were to lose the group battle today, it would have ended. So with the Elder Group locking in the win in that case. So did you feel the weight on your shoulders? Yeah, we were pretty aware of that. I think we actually went we came today with the mindset that besides Super Week, we have to keep on winning no matter what kind of circumstance we are in. And even with your Yunara carry in Game 1, in the later games, Nongshim seemed to maintain the lead. So what was the key point today in the bot laning phase? I think the individual skill sets and mechanics really mattered, but I think we paid special attention to the draft today as well. And I think just being able to pick up, you know, those picks that give us the prio in lane like Yunara, it felt like we actually won 70% of the time. So you're quite skilled with Yunara, and as the god of solo queue and a Yunara enjoyer, how is Yunara? I think Yunara is very well-rounded in every way, so just watching other players play Yunara made me feel like, oh, I wouldn't play her that way. I think I did really well with her. So are you trying to say that you're the best Yunara player? Well, maybe not to that point, but I think I'm pretty good with her. And after game 1, KT actually swapped Ghost in, and they seem to sub their supports out often. So what was the plan to handle this? To be honest? Never mind. One moment, please. You know, no matter whether it's KT or not, I felt like no matter who I'm against, I can definitely win. So I think my mindset was, you know, it doesn't really matter if there are any swaps or substitutes. I can go against anyone and win. And in game 2, the enemy played Ezreal and Karma with the intention of winning the lane hard. And bot ended up being a battlefield. So what did you discuss as a team here? It was Kalista Renata versus the Ezreal Karma, and I think it's bound to happen. It's going to be a lot of skirmishes. I think it just went as it was supposed to go. Yeah, so the laning phase, you had expected it to be a chaotic fight. But then you ended up dropping games 3 and 4 and the score evened out. And especially in game 4, there was so much weight on Caitlyn's shoulders. So what was your mindset? Yeah, at the moment when we played and the score was 2-0, you know, we actually felt really good about ourselves. But then when the scores evened out, I think me and Scout were just thinking, oh my god, okay, well, we actually gained experience anyway, so it's fine. And you were in the LPL and returned to the LCK this year. How does it feel to come back? You know, I think everyone in this LCK, it feels very different playing here. And I feel like right now we're at a point where our team chemistry isn't at our peak, but we have a lot of room for improvement, which is a really good thing. And we are going only upwards from now on. And Baron Group has achieved their first Super Week victory, and you guys have to win the remaining 2 matches to win the group battle. So anything you would like to say to T1 and Genji who are awaiting their Super Week? You know, it's shameless for me to say, but no pressure, you guys. Please do well. Perhaps you should win. Thank you very much. And it looks like your mother is also at the Chijik Lol Park. Would you like to say to her, say anything to her? Well, you know, I'm not really good with, you know, doing something like that. I'm not very soft. You know, I'm going home, so let's eat something yummy. Maybe 닭갈비? You should say thank you, I love you. Well, okay. Thank you, and I love you. And that's the end of the interview with Taeyun, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Great to hear some nice words from Taeyun there on the stage to his mother and about the games that they did play. Felt like the pretty obvious pomp choice from our sitting over here on the space. I am curious about the votes across the board. We do have some votes for Kingin. Those guys did only watch Game 5. And Observer, who did go for mid. And
definitely didn't watch the Yonic.
Didn't watch Game 3, I think it was, right? You know, not everybody can keep their attention up for all 5 games, so it makes sense. But most of us got it right here.
I mean, the Game 5, this Chaos Aurora was like performing, so someone can think about it. But the Taeyeon was just like keep performing high, so I voted Taeyeon too.
Yeah, I mean, we heard a lot about Taeyeon and his performances in the LPL, how strong he was. Coming back in the LCK Cup, it took a while. Really, we weren't seeing it, but today I think this is what we were waiting for. This is the expectations we had. He delivered on that, and really when the team needed him to.
Yeah, this is like at all times everyone is talking. This is why every player was talking. Scream Taeyeon is a good AD carry, but he was not performing for like 2 years, and then he went to LPL and he actually performs. Now he come back to LCK, he's performing. I want him to perform more, and then where he goes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sure, for a long time, Taeyeon wasn't putting up big numbers, but as long as he eventually gets there, that's what people will talk about. As rumor had it, Scrim Taeyeon could dodge Vi's ult. It seems like it's not a rumor after all, as you guys over there getting all the Scrim rumors there. And yeah, it seems like Taeyeon is a bit of a Scrim beast.
Wow.
And he performed in the
An
LPL,
impressive feat.
Yeah.
Maybe if he was playing Siva, you know?
So that's why everybody talked about him. I feel like we're all kind of on the same page here.
Yeah,
with our
common theme.
Comments, our comments. Tam popped off and I was watching. We all saw that, right?
We did.
Yeah, we were watching. It is part of our job to do that. So, yeah. Yes, Wolf. Nongshim's brand new menu, Taeyeon Noodle.
Oh,
that's pretty good. I like the little, little like
little picture
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, to look tasty.
Hey,
it's good.
Noodle.
Wow.
Any reaction?
I'm sold. I'm sold.
Any reactions? Oh my God, guys.
Well, we do have one fight that we did want to go over, and this kind of encapsulated the way this game was going to go.
Yeah, so they managed to get onto the Kai'Sa, and obviously taking out the Kai'Sa, huge if you're going to be able to win the fights, but this just ended up being a tunnel vision moment, because Aiming starts channeling the ult, he's still channeling the ult, he's still channeling the ult, and he just gets run over. And this is the thing, even if you take out the Kai'Sa, there's still the potential cleanup for the rest of the team. And this started off potentially being a better fight for KT, and it still kind of backfired. And I think it was kind of indicative of if this is like one of the better potential fights for KT and it still went quite badly, there were a lot more fights which didn't start as well for KT, where the Kai'Sa managed to have a better position and really just take over.
Yeah, I mean, the situation was quite hard for KT, but that fight was like Kai'Sa no flash timing, so they were what you talk about is correct. They were just tunnel vision, and then they didn't think about that Olaf and Aurora can carry the team fight. And then, yeah, they just couldn't win it.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it, actually. We didn't go over the drafts here on this segment, but we were saying, like, I told you, I was like, I'm reading Aiming's lips. He says he wants to play MF, and you're like, what is MF going to do into even just the first 3 picks?
It just seems so hard for her to channel the ult and hit a target, right? I mean, obviously there did manage to hit the Kai'Sa, but was just ran over as a result. So hard to find good targets, and I think the ease of execution for Nongshim, that was something, we were talking about before the game. Vital, especially when you're trying to block the reverse sweep, when you've lost kind of a lot of the momentum. I think MF just didn't really fit in too well and was a struggle to make it work.
Yeah, it is a very low damage ADK for sure. And then he built a BT to the, like, I don't know what it calls in the second core in it here.
BT shield bow.
Yeah, the shield bow with it. Like, I thought, oh, this is going to be no damage. Olaf is not going to die in this game. Yeah.
And he didn't. Well, I guess he eventually did, but he did go 1v4. That was really cool. Let's take a look at today's results. As before I came in today, I was like, there's no way we get a 3-0 either way. I was one of the KT predictors. I didn't think 3-1. I thought, BDD and Cuz's experience should be able to get it done, but you guys were right. Wolf, Umpty, Helios, Jonah Strong, and Prince also going pretty heavily for Nongshim. But it was closer than he thought.
Why is Umpty's name faded out when he got a prediction right? What do they mean by this?
What do they mean by that? Yeah.
Oh!
Prince's name, he didn't get the score right, but his name is like...
highlighted?
Yeah. That's messed up. That's...
What did they mean by that? Anyway,
by this?
He did get the correct predictions, so shout out to him. Team, very good job.
Yeah, represent.
Let's take a look at the standings. We do have to talk a little bit about what does it all mean, as the guys on the desk already did.
Lots of pressure on HLE. And also, it means Group Baron still has hope. There's still potential for them to win it, depending on the outcome of T1 and Gen.G's matches. The weekend matches I think based on how things have played out, based on the fact that Gen.G and T1 still haven't dropped series, things are looking good for Group Baron. If T1 and Gen.G win their series, then Group Baron will win, and it'll come down to the last place team in Group Elder, which could end up being HLE or KT.
Yeah, I mean, that's very important. I think they're still keeping the hope right now. If they lost tomorrow, even though like T1 Gen.G wins, it actually didn't change a lot. So yeah, happily they win.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Tomorrow we do have T1 versus DK, and that is going to be pretty interesting. It does feel like T1 generally gets the better of D plus Kia, especially in longer series, so would not be surprised to see T1 picking up that victory, but anything can happen. We've already seen that, forms on the day, forms here at the LCK Cup are always changing all the time, and it's been a fun day here. Any last words from you guys?
Yeah, I just think for D+, if you get a 13k gold lead, kill the Nexus. That's my advice.
Bot meta.
Bot meta it is, and yes, thank you, Ox, as well. Guys, we do have a new episode of Cup Quiz at the end of the stream. Make sure you guys are tuning in, but we'll leave you for now, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK Cup Super Week. Have a good night.
소비 선수 사이드 기가 막히거든요.
LCK 미드는 바삭합니다, 제가 그래서.
근데 조란이 없네? 사일러스 벤이 좀 필요한 능력들만.
이번에는 LCK 승률 관련된 퀴즈인데요. 저희 LCK 선수 5분을 파대를 준비를 했는데요. 승률이 높은 선수부터 나열을 해주시면 됩니다. LCK 승률만 집계했어요. 국제대회 포함 아니에요. 여기서 LCK 승률이 높을 것 같은 선수부터 나열해주시면 됩니다.
진짜 승률이 높은 선수 가신 분도 있네요. 어디선가 지켜보고 계실 그분의 얼굴도 보이네요.
짜오 하면은 또 오너 선수 오자룡.
1번 오너 선수.
일단 오너 선수가 1등일 것 같고
오너 선수가 좀 제가 상대할 때도 좀 힘들었던 기억이 있어가지고
바꾸고 시작하겠습니다.
몇 퍼센트 정도일 것 같으세요?
제 진짜 승률 한 75%요.
아 얘를 줘봐라. 아 맞나 얘가?
왜 고민하세요?
오너 진짜오는 또 믿고 보는 거긴 한데 많이 졌던 것 같은데 올해도. 그래서 빼야겠다. 신현 선수 다음에 이제 오너.
아주 쟁쟁한데 여기 영준이가 있네요. 그럼 일단 영준이 너는 마지막으로 가라.
왜 마지막으로 보내셨어요?
뭐 영준이 짜오 뭐 이기는 걸 많이 못 본 것 같은데 내 같은 팀으로.
일단 영준이는 꼴등 박아놓을게요. 영준이 꼴등 박아놓고 제가 영준이 진짜로 이긴 기억이 별로 없거든요. 아 영준이 이런 걸로 절대 성원 안 하고 오히려 알고 있을 겁니다.
또 영준이가 꼴찌라면서.
형들 나를 그렇게 생각해줘서 너무 고맙고 다음에는 약간 럼블 승률이나 노틸러스 승률 그런 걸로도 한번 탑5를 제작해보면 한번 좋을 것 같아요.
저는 근데 저만의 이론이 있는데 그 챔피언마다 또 닮은 사람이 잘하거든요. 되게 용맹해 보이는 분이 1등을 할 것 같고 용혁이는 막 그렇게 용맹하게 생기진 않아서 신짜오 관상은 아니고 제기발랄한 좀 리신 바이 쪽이 잘 어울리는 친구라서 좀 아래쪽에 일단 깔고요. 스폰지 선수 좀 더 미남상 약간 제이스 같은 걸 잘하시지 않을까. 용혁이가 좀 더 짜오를 잘하니까 저희 팀이니까. 그리고 이제 와 이거 사진만 봐도 정말 웅장해지는데 피넛 선수를 일단은 가운데에 놓고 이제 오너 캐니언 이 두 분만 남았는데 오너 선수는 짜오가 거의 시그니처라서 저희도 T1 상대로 짜오밴을 많이 했던 것 같거든요. 그래도 오너 선수가 1등일 것 같네요. 그리고 오너의 신짜오 5짜오는 못 맞긴 해요. 진짜 5짜오 1등으로 하겠습니다.
바꿀 기회를 드릴까요?
관상우니까.
저희 어머니가 또 선의는 호의는 잘 받으라고 해서 바꾸도록 하겠습니다. 용혁아 짜오를 왜 이렇게 못하지? 꼴찌야?
나 짜오 승률 높았던 것 같긴 한데.
이렇게 제출하도록 하겠습니다.
정답입니다.
우와!
네, 이거 럼블이 좀 되나요?
그리고 실비가 많은데 마무리가 되나요?
진짜 오바. 아니
오너가 아니 오너가 아니 뭐예요? 계속 어깨는
아 그래요? 어이구 조금 압도적이네.
든든합니다.
다른 팀원들도 오너 선수를 1등으로 놓을까요?
이거는 뭐 100%.
이거 좀 유감이다. 그냥
땡! 오답입니다.
아니 판수가 그렇게 많은데 승률이 그렇게 높다고요? 이거는 진짜 예측 못했어요.
본인의 신짜오는 그럼?
그건 이제 다른 분들이
존경하고 있습니다. 다.
와 짜오 말고 다른 챔피언 꼴등에 있네요.
그래도 탑5.
좋은데요. 감사합니다.
유용하게 써주지.
참고로 3등과 4등 선수는 승률이 똑같아요.
패트리 사이트 폭발시. 이것도 젠지가 아마 1등 확률이 높을 것 같은데.
다 사이를 다 잘하시는 분들로 골랐네.
사실 사일러스 하면은 일단 생각나는 선수가 2명 있는데요. 자, 초비와 제카 선수가 있는데 근데 또 페이커 선수가 사일러스 스킨을 또 만들어서 되게 잘하시기도 하고. 클로저 사일러스 못 막는데 진짜. 일단은 초비 선수 1등이 맞는 것 같아요. 일단 젠지가 좀 정규 시즌 성적이 아무래도 굉장히 좀 좋다 보니까 2등? 근데 페이커 어렵다. 너무 어렵다.
이거는 좀 솔직히 감이 잘 안 와서 느낌대로 가겠습니다. 느낌대로 이렇게 가겠습니다. 이렇게 가겠습니다. 이렇게 가겠습니다. 이렇게. 아니야. 이렇게 가겠습니다.
있습니다. 초비, 제카, 쇼메이커, 페이커, 클로저 선수로 순서 들어있습니다.
정답입니다.
맞아요?
네. 이렇게 한번
한 번만 더 바꿀 기회 드릴게요.
덜을 낮출게요. 아까 용역을 낮춰서 정답을 받았기 때문에 사일러스는 제 컷이. 이야!
유일한 만점상 맞으셨어요?
뭐 번복을 2번 하긴 했지만 감사합니다. 네. 네.
또 쇼메이커 선수가 사일러스 엄청 좋아하시잖아요.
아 저는 정말 좋아하고 제가 조냐 댄스 창시자라서
쇼메이커 사일러스 그 조냐 썼을 때 큐 막 저한테 안 해줬으면 좋겠어요.
어림도 없고요. 신나게 해드릴게요.
갑자기 팀원이 보기에 초비 선수의 사일러스 뭔가 믿음직할 것 같은.
뭔가 사일러스 하면 바로 떠오르는 장면이 딱 나르고 훔쳐서 강가에서 막 4인공 했었나? 그게 영화 기억에 남습니다.
상대로 만나면 제일 무서운 사일러스.
이게 뭔가 근데 이미지 때문에 그런지 모르겠는데 제카 선수 하면 막 사일러스 그런 느낌이 있잖아요.
나 허수는 같은 팀으로 허수가 맨날 저한테 사일러스 강의해줬던 거 기억이 나고요. 전 별로 필요 없는데 자꾸 라인전 디테일 알려줘가지고 사일러스 디테일에 대해서 좀 많이 알게 됐고요. 그리고
유니 시각 잘 봐야 된다 생각해서 저는 페이커 선수가 잘 본다고 생각해서 페이커 선수로 하겠습니다.
기억에 남는 플레이.
페이커 선수 롤드컵 때 BLG 상대로 그 사일러스 기억에 남습니다.
걸어야 돼요. 일단 열었어요. 이거 가고 아니 이게 영어가 가보자. 네.
이 실제로 생긴 것도 비슷하게 생겼겠다. 제카 선수의 사일러스가 체급이 있고 좀 무섭지 않나.
요 놈이 이제 4연솔 킬을 했어요. 제 눈으로 봤어요 이거는. 건우를 1등으로 승급시켜줘야죠. 제 마음속 1등으로 할게요.
카나비 선수도 또 신짜오 하면 또 빠질 수 없잖아요.
신짜오 잘하긴 하는데 일단 저는 좀 약간 다른 맛 느낌 나서 신짜오가 가라보다 버드라 같은 걸 좋아하는 다른 맛인 것 같습니다.
그러니까 이 중에 이제 또 들어야 되잖아요.
일단 목표는 1등이긴 한데 근데 이제 원호 선수가 워낙 잘하다 보니까 이 정도만 가도 되게 좋은 것 같습니다. 최소한 이 중간까지는 가자. 네.
이들에게 좀 선전포고를 해보시면 어떨까요?
대회에서 이겨보겠습니다.
드라마시아!